Now the batting order.
We will begin with batting in that leadoff spot. Joey pops it up. On the right side of the diamond, Rivera and Marte. It'll be Marte for the catch, and the game is over. The Diamondbacks beat the Giants by the final score of 7-5. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did. That's strike 3. And that's how the game ends. Sable can't believe it. The Diamondbacks took it to him. 7-2, the final score. Riel, line drive down the left field line. That is a fair ball. Walker speeding the third. They're going to send him. Here comes the throw. Walker will score, and the game is over. 2-1 Diamondbacks with the walk-off win.
What a resurrection this season. The Lakers opened 2-10. They were 8 games under 500. They retooled at the trade deadline, and they're on to the Western Conference Finals. LeBron James with 30 points, Anthony Davis with 20 rebounds, and the streamers fly as the Lakers, the 7th seed, will face Denver for the Western Conference title.
And that should do it.
Yeah. That should do it for the Warriors 2022-2023 season. It's a wrap, folks. It's all over. But the leadoff spot is just starting today. Good morning. What's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mac Show, where I'll be filling in for Paulie Mac for the next 5 hours live on air. This hour, of course, brought to you by Overnight Dave behind the glass, who gave us the weekend recap package of the San Francisco Giants losing 3 games in a row to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now that the Warrior season is over, I think we're going to spend a lot more attention on our San Francisco Giants here because we are finally at the quarter mark. We are 40 games through the season. A fourth of the schedule is in the books. And right now, the Giants are 17-23, 8.5 games out in their own division in the NL West. And I'm not even going to bother looking at the wild card right now. But hey, Casey Schmidt continued to have a good weekend. So at least there's one positive thing to talk about with the Giants this morning. But I am struggling to find some positives when talking about the Golden State Warriors, especially after watching what I'm saying was their worst game of the season on Friday night to the LA Lakers, to LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Lonnie Walker, and the entire city of Los Angeles, who got to witness their Laker team win again on their home court, a place that they have not lost this entire postseason. Meanwhile, it seems like almost poetic justice that it turns out the Warriors season ends on the road. After a season where they struggled mightily, where they only had 11 regular season wins, 11-30 road record during the regular season. Fast forward to the playoffs. Yeah, of course, they won 2 games against the Sacramento Kings, Game 5 and Game 7, but that's still only 13 total wins on the road. And for the first time in 29 playoff series, the streak is over. The Warriors did not go on the road and win a playoff game. Hell, for the first time in Steve Kerr's era, he's lost against a Western Conference team and did not make it to the NBA Finals. So a lot has happened this season for the Warriors. Of course, coming off of last year's championship run, it begs the question on whether or not it was a failure of a season for the Golden State Warriors. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I'd say they failed to accomplish their goal of winning back-to-back championships. But when you look at their 44-38 overall record during the regular season, you look at all the issues they had off-court preseason with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. You look at some of the stuff that Andrew Wiggins went through. You look at some of the injuries. You look at the fact that they were barely flirting with a playoff berth for most of the season. When we were talking about the gravitational pull of 500 and whether this Warriors dynasty could continue on for the next coming years. And trust me, I've seen all the takes already on First Take, Hot Take, whatever TV show you're into, saying the Warriors dynasty is over. And we'll get into all those takes in just a minute. Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride for Steph, Clay, and Dre, and now we're going to have to talk about their futures moving forward. But first, I wanted to put a bow on the season, going back all the way preseason, the long season it was for the Dubs, and how they simply looked like a team that ran out of gas on Friday night against the LA Lakers. And this is kind of death by their own doing. I know we was talking about death of the long ball, live or die by the three ball. Well, they absolutely just did not shoot the ball on Friday night. And that's kind of been the secret of this series. The Warriors, for as good as Steph and Clay are, the Splash Brothers, you're not going to win games when the two of them combined are out there shooting 6 for 26. And we can pick your poison. We can kind of choose your own narrative, choose your path here. Which Splash Brother do you want to talk about first? Is it Steph Curry, who we saw drop 50 points, set a Game 7 record against the Kings last round, which was broken by Jason Tatum dropping 51 yesterday against Philadelphia 76ers, by the way. But we can look at the narrative about Steph struggling to shoot the ball down in L.A. Hell, you can look at his last 3 games, going back to when he was dropping triple-doubles, when he was saving the Warriors season. Even in Game 4, he shot 3 for 14. Game 5, he shot 3 for 11. Game 6, shot 4 for 14. Now, that's Steph Curry. That is the greatest shooter ever. Then you look at his partner in crime, Klay Thompson, and I don't even want to get into his numbers. We all saw the viral video of him going and sitting down and looking at the box score and seeing how abysmal his night was on Friday night. But that's kind of the entire series for Klay Thompson. But I'll also remind you, this is a man that hit over 300 three-pointers in the regular season. If you combine what he did, even with a struggling postseason numbers, he's only the second man in NBA history to have 500 total three-pointers between the regular season and the postseason. He was number 1 in the NBA in three-pointers made this year, had a career high. And that's why I always rejected the narrative that Klay Thompson is washed, which another narrative that's popping up. But again, I think a lot of these narratives are going to pop up and be based off what's the last thing we saw from this Warriors team. We saw him go out there and shoot 13 for 48 from three-point range. That's going to stick in a lot of people's minds. And that's kind of the society, the era of sports talk where we live in and where you're only as good as your last game. And so that's why it doesn't matter what Klay did during the regular season. It doesn't matter what Steph did against Sacramento. The bottom line is you lost to the LA Lakers. You lost to LeBron of all blanking people. And now we got to hear from Laker fans over, we're going back to the Western Conference Finals. And as much as that we talked about the bubble and how those Mickey Mouse rings didn't really count, now you're looking around, it's the same 4 teams in the conference finals that it was back in 2020 during the bubble. That's right. It's the Nuggets, the Lakers. It's the Miami Heat taking on the Boston Celtics. All stuff we can get into. But again, today is about wrapping up the Warriors season. Whether or not you felt like it was a failure, 808 KNBR is the number. And what is the answer for next season? What's going to happen with Draymond Green? Is he going to opt in, or is he going to be celebrating with LeBron James next year? That's kind of one of the things that rubbed me the wrong way after Draymond left the game early on Friday, was dealing with a calf injury. Apparently, Bob Myers told him not to go back into the game because he didn't want him to blow out his calf and then miss an entire offseason and beginning of the season next year. That's fine. But what's not fine is Draymond Green with that big-ass smile on his face hugging his boy LeBron James. And I know there's a lot of question marks about Draymond and what his future is. Of course, he put out a podcast the other day talking about Rich Paul, his agent, same agent as LeBron James, and broke the news that he's going to break the news on the Draymond Green podcast. That really isn't too much of a surprise. But the man that's going to be making all those decisions is Bob Myers, who has not signed a contract extension, who is the middleman between all of this, between Joe Lacob and ownership and Steve Kerr and the players, the man that has the great relationship with Draymond Green that was sitting with him at O.Co Coliseum watching the game against OKC or Cleveland, whatever the hell it was. This is the guy that's going to make the decisions. So to me, he's the first domino piece that's going to fall. And then everything else is going to follow in after that. Whether or not Draymond does opt in or go into free agency, whether or not the Warriors want to give an extension to Klay Thompson, whether or not the 2-timeline plan is completely blown up at this point. To me, it's been blown up since they traded James Wiseman. But then you look around the roster, the young guys, we haven't even started talking about Jordan Poole yet and how he absolutely disappeared in the playoffs. I know he dealt with an ankle injury, but he had that ankle injury in Game 1 against the Lakers, put up 27 points, And then, of course, had those 2 possessions at the end of the game that maybe cost them game 1 and maybe cost them the series. Now, I don't want to overblow it, and that's why I don't want to overblow these takes on Jordan Poole, because he's a guy that's still only 24 years old but got that big 4-year contract extension this offseason. He was one of those guys that was supposed to be leading the 2-timeline system for the Warriors. Now we got the question marks about whether or not Jordan Poole is a good fit for this team. If there were chemistry issues because of the Jordan Poole, Draymond punching, whether or not there was a divide between the veterans and the rookies, which, again, led to the craziest storyline to me that Steph Curry needed to give an inspirational speech before Game 6 in Sacramento saying, hey, don't even get on the bus if you're not with us. The fact that Steph Curry has to convince these young guys to kind of sacrifice, whether it's playing time or the roles to win a championship. And I think that's why basically Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond all came out post-game and said, yeah, we're not a championship team, which made me scratch my head because the only 2 guys who aren't on the team from last year are Otto Porter and Bielitsa. Like, I guess Andre Iguodala's been injured, so maybe that's a factor also. He's probably going to hang him up and retire, but this roster is not that different from a team that won the championship last year. So what changed? Was it the chemistry? Was it the team culture? I don't know. I don't got the answers. Maybe guys like Draymond Green and Bob Myers do. 2 guys who have been flirting with the media spotlight and the podcast industry and all that. So who knows what their future is? Like I said, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga apparently wants a bigger role. Moses Moody is really the only youngster that stepped it up. I thought he had a great series against the Lakers. I thought a guy like Dante DiVincenzo stepped it up on Friday night. He was one of the few guys who can actually hit a shot. But he can now also opt out of his contract. So there's going to be some roster movement. Warriors are going to have to decide if they want to stay all in, if they want to keep this dynasty afloat. Again, I'm not one of those guys who's calling for the death of the dynasty already. The same people who said the Warriors dynasty is over are the same people who said it back when they lost the final to the Toronto Raptors. After Kevin Durant left, they said the Warriors dynasty was over. So, hey, what did we see last year? Warriors ran it all the way to the championship. This year, they fell short, cannot go back-to-back, but hey, you can't win it every single year. I guess this is where we get into the Giannis discussion on whether or not your season is a failure. Again, I think the Warriors failed to accomplish their goal, but big picture, after the season they had, after all the issues on and off the court, they were still one of the last 8 remaining teams, one of the top 4 teams in the Western Conference Finals. Now, again, that sounds like a consolation prize, which you really don't need when you won 4 titles, but that's the bottom line. You got outplayed by the Lakers. Again, I thought that was a Warriors team that ran out of gas, evident by the shooting of the Splash Brothers. But this is credit to the Lakers for playing great defense, for taking care of the Memphis Grizzlies in 6 last series so that their series ended a few days before before the Kings and the Warriors wrapped up their series. They had to go 7 against the Kings. And basically from game 4 or 5 on in that series, they were playing every other day, every 48 hours, back-to-back games, and it looked like it had an impact. Warriors run out of gas, and they lose to the LA Lakers. 122-101. It ends their season, but I'm not saying it ends the dynasty. 808 KNBR is the number. We're talking Warriors all morning long as we're wrapping up their season, so why not let you hear some of that wrap-up sound from the post-game press conference from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, the big 3 and the skipper in charge of the entire team, talking about the future and what went wrong down in L.A. It's the Water Boy on a Monday morning. I hope you all had a great Mother's Day. It wasn't a great weekend here in the Bay Area for sports, but hey, we're still here. It's still the leadoff spot, and I'll be on with Murph for 4 hours today, technically 5, including my show, filling in for Paulie Mack. So we'll have plenty of time to talk Warriors basketball, Giants baseball, and we'll sprinkle in the 49ers schedule sometime this week, Dave. All those things and more on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Schroeder around the screen from AD to LeBron, whips the pass on top to Reeves, sheds the defender Payton to the oohs and ahs of the crowd, finds an open Schroeder for three. He buries it. Lakers 18, Warriors 7. There's a deep two, good for D'Angelo Russell. And the Lakers, a dream start in Game 6, a win away from the conference finals and leading 24-9. AD comes up with a loose ball, feeds ahead to James, over to Russell, extra pass Reeves, corner three. It's good. Lakers on fire in Game 6, have hit 9 of their first 12. Another Warriors timeout as the Lakers go up 17 early. Curry with 8, passes to Thompson, catch and shoot three, came up short, missed the rim, but DiVincenzo gets it, blocked by Davis at the cup. 1 second to go in the half. Reeves the heat from half. It's good! A block from Davis, a three from Reeves from half court, and the halftime lead is 10 for the Lakers in Game 6.
Yeah, it's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back on a Monday morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass, giving us a nice little Lakers highlight package. It's really not that nice, but how about that shot from Austin Blanken Reeves? What was that, like 54 feet? Mid-court, chucks it up before halftime, And that essentially was the dagger in this game because the Lakers came out, shot the lights out, played great defense, and pretty much has out-hustled and outplayed the Warriors. So we saw it in the first half. They went up double digits. Yeah, Warriors cut it back down to a 4-point lead. Then you fast forward, Lakers go on a run right before halftime. They're back up 10 points. Third quarter, they're up 17 points. Fourth quarter, up 22 points. I'm like, all right, whatever. Wrap this ass up. Let's go home. I'm ready to just turn the TV off. I don't want to hear LeBron post-game. I don't want to hear AD. I don't want to talk about how he got hit in the face and was staring at the rim in the middle again, blah, 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 whatever. Credit to the Lakers. They won. They outplayed the Warriors. But there's plenty of storylines to get into before we get into the Western Conference Finals of them taking on Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets after eliminating KD and the Suns. There's plenty to talk about with Jason Tatum breaking Steph Curry's Game 7 record that he's just set about a week and a half ago, dropping 51 points on the MVP, Joel Embiid, to eliminate Kate Scott and the 76ers. They're taking on Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, who took down Jalen Brunson, dropping 41 points on Friday night. Yeah, Jimmy Butler for sure played good enough to win, and now he'll try to get another upset over the Boston Celtics in the East. But before we get into the conference finals, the bubble rematches in the NBA, we got to talk about the Warriors being eliminated in a Western Conference playoff round for the first time in the Steve Kerr era. And they do it by losing on the road, which is not really that funny to think about, but it makes sense. After going 11-30 during the regular season, winning 2 more games during the postseason, they're a team that ran out of gas. They ran out of juice. Now the question is, was it just this season or is it the end of the dynasty? Because everybody is reacting to the Game 6 loss saying, oh, it's the end of the Warriors dynasty. They'll never win again. All right, that's what they told us back in 2018, 2019. So we'll go through everything this offseason. We'll play some sound on the futures of Bob Myers, Draymond Green, and all that stuff coming up. But first, I wanted to start with those post-game comments from Steve Kerr, some interesting ones, talking about how this was not a championship team this year for the Golden State Warriors. Here he was first with his big picture message, talking about how proud he was of this team, dealing with all the adversity they did this year.
Just want to also say how proud I am of our guys. It's been a long and difficult season in many ways, but our guys hung in there. And to be here, to have a chance, in the conference semis, when for much of the season we were kind of adrift, it shows the character of our group and how they stuck together. And I want to really salute Wiggs for being there for our guys tonight. He's in a ton of pain, and he did everything possible to be available and did everything he could to make an impact. And it's been a difficult season for Wiggs in a lot of ways, but he's always there for us, and that's why we love him and need him. But our guys hung in there, and we had a shot, and we just couldn't quite do it, but the better team won. And as I said, couldn't be more proud of our group.
And that's the thing, going back to Friday in that morning show, even talking about Andrew Wiggins with that rib injury and not knowing whether or not he would be available that night. Because the Warriors had Steph Curry, because we all believed in the mythology of Game 6 Clay, because we all know how great Draymond Green is, with this trio, with this big three, I feel like most of us still believe they had a chance. Now, you could be sitting here this morning saying, oh, Waterboy, I told you Lakers in 6 on Friday. That's all nice. That's all good. But with this team, it never feels like you're really out. And I think that's why people are frustrated. That's why people are saying, blow up the team. Get rid of Jordan Poole. Trade Klay Thompson. Get rid of Draymond Green. Because the Warriors didn't win a championship. But again, look at the big picture. Look at the fact that they were flirting with a 500 record as soon as a couple months ago. They went 44-38 this year. Now, that's not discrediting anything. Again, I think their goal was to win a championship. They fell short in that goal. Now they're going to have to retool and maybe add some new pieces, maybe make some of those roster adjustments that people are complaining on Twitter about. Here was Steve Kerr with the quote that stood out to me post-game, talking about how this Warriors team was not a championship team.
I think this team probably, ultimately maxed out. I think, we were barely in the playoff picture for most of the year. So to make that push, to get there, to win an epic first-round series, and then, to give the Lakers, a fight in this series and have our chances, that puts us in the top, among the top, 8 teams in the league. That's probably where we should be. This is not a championship team. If we were, we'd be moving on. So you can look at the year in total and see all the ups and downs, and there was all kinds of stuff that went on and adversity that hit, but our group stayed together and competed till the end and made a pretty good run.
So there's a lot to dissect there from that comment. Talking about all the stuff they went through off the court, the adversity, and how the Warriors this year just were not a championship team. Again, what's the big roster difference this year from last year? Andre Iguodala sitting out? Bielitsa? Otto Porter? James Wiseman's gone, but it's not like he was playing last year in the NBA Finals. Maybe you could have used him in this series where you need a little bit of size and defense. But still, you look at the big picture, this team didn't change too much. So what changed over the offseason? Well, we all know about the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole story. We all know what Andrew Wiggins was dealing with. Not saying that had anything to do with the team, but I think it does. Building chemistry down the stretch. It's something Kevon Looney talked about after the game. He said with so many moving pieces, we just never really got into the flow, into that championship kind of caliber Warriors offense that we're used to seeing. Again, they ran out of gas on Friday. That's on them for not closing out the Kings earlier in the series. You know who would have closed that out? A championship-style team, and that's why Steve Kerr saying they're not there, especially this year. And Steph Curry was then asked a follow-up question about Steve Kerr saying this wasn't a championship team, and this was his response.
Did you have a feeling that this wasn't a championship team during the season?
I mean, we lost, so it's like a hard truth at the end of the journey. It's not anything you allow yourself to. No competitor believes that until you're proven that you're not a championship team. That's what, getting beaten in a playoff series means. Basketball is over for this year, so felt it in the fourth quarter with about 7 minutes left. Just really never heard that from us before in terms of trying to make sense of, losing a series like we did, unless, it's been in the final. So got to accept it, move on, and try to be better next year.
And that's the thing when you look at this Warriors team this year. They're not used to making the playoffs and not making it to the NBA Finals. So by their expectations, they fell short. Again, it brings up the great Giannis philosophy question. What do you consider a failure? Well, if you're Giannis in the Bucks, you get eliminated by Jimmy Butler as the number 1 seed in the first round of the playoffs, and you get your head coach fired, yeah, I'll say it's a failure. If you're the defending champs, if you don't win a championship the next year, is it a failure? I don't know. 808 KNBR is the number. They were the 6th seed this year. They took out the Kings, who were number 3 seed. Now, it feels bad losing to a playing team like the LA Lakers, but what did we talk about a couple of months ago on these airways when that trade deadline happened? I said it. Maybe taking LeBron and the Lakers plus 3,000 to win a championship would be good value, and people are like, that's a crazy take. Hell, Kendrick Perkins, I just saw a clip of him getting laughed at by Richard Jefferson saying they can make the Western Conference Finals. It's LeBron James. That's a guy that's still playing championship caliber basketball. And again, because Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson are still on the team, I believe most Warriors fans think this dynasty can continue into next year and maybe beyond. The question is, who's going to be playing with them? Is it going to be a guy like Jordan Poole? Is it going to be Draymond Green? Is it going to be the other splash brother, Klay Thompson? Well, first of all, let's let you hear from Draymond Green about this championship team and maybe a few things that impacted this season off the court as much as it did on the court.
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it. So, sucks. But that's our reality. That doesn't mean our core changes. That doesn't mean our core can't do it again. They said we couldn't do it again last year. We did it. They said we missed the playoffs this year. We did it. But guess what? We don't do moral victory, so we lost. And this was not a championship group as it stands. But we have champions, and we're made up of champions. And when you are a champion, when you have that mindset, you just go back to the drawing board, retool, refigure it out, and go do it again. And that's what'll be our focus. But it wasn't a championship group. As we can see, we're sitting here and the season's over.
So they're not a championship team, but they're made up of champions, and they have champions. Now, we all knew that Kevon Looney, Klay Thompson, Dre, Steph have all been multiple-time champions. The difference is that now some of these rookies, some of these young guys have a ring, and maybe they're switching up a little bit? I know everybody's going to point fingers at Jordan Poole and him getting paid this offseason. How about a guy like Jonathan Kuminga now who comes out and says he wants a bigger role next year already? I don't know. Are they getting too big for their britches? Whatever the hell the saying is. Again, we don't know why Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the preseason, and we kind of dismissed it and moved on because of that Warriors championship culture. But here you have the voices of the team saying this isn't a championship team. Again, the roster didn't change so much. So what did? Maybe it was the team chemistry. Maybe there was a divide between the veterans and the young players. I don't know. Again, this is just me looking from the outside in. So why not get the insider perspective from Draymond Green? Discussion. Some of the things that happened preseason with Jordan Poole and how big of an impact it had overall on the team chemistry for the Warriors this season.
Hard to prepare for the things that happened in the beginning of the season and then bounce back from that. But we did. It's hard to prepare for all the injuries that we dealt with throughout the season, for, missing Wiggs, for the time that we missed Wiggs, and, all the things that's going on. And saying that, there's no excuses. It happens throughout every season. And, if you win a championship, it's a battle cry. And it's like, yeah, man, we went through that. We went through this and we got through it. If you lose, you don't go back and blame all of those things and say, oh, man, this is the reason we lost. No, every season is made up of events. Some are great, some are not. I think for this team, more of the events that aren't so great were so public. And, that's not something that you normally deal with. And so the world knows, the tough times that this team's had. But there's tough times, in every season. Winning a championship, there are tough times. I remember David West said something some years back, and everybody's like, whoa, that's every year. It's things going on, and you band together and you try to work around them. And I think, for the most part, we tried to do that. We fell short, and, that happens. But overall, we're not done yet. It was lost this year. We'll be back next year.
But who will be back next year? Will Draymond Green be back next year? He can opt out of his contract. And, of course, it's going to bring questions to whether or not him and Jordan Poole can play together moving forward. And, again, I've already seen a bunch of random sources explaining maybe why Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face. They never really clarified it. And I do think it's a little bit of a Monday morning quarterback to go back and look at that situation when, again, I kind of dismissed it during the regular season. When they were struggling, one of the answers was playing Jordan Poole and Draymond Green together on the court. But something changed this year with Jordan Poole. After he got paid, after he got punched in the mouth, after he started trying to be Steph Curry light, trying to take over games down the fourth quarter stretch, Jordan Poole was one of the youngsters that gave you so much hope last season. What changed for him this season? And does it stem all the way back to preseason? I don't know. Again, I'm not in the locker room. But Jordan Poole is, and he finally spoke about some of these topics after keeping pretty quiet on the entire season. Here was Jordan Poole at the press conference, asked about the incident with Draymond Green preseason and if it did have a long-lasting effect on the Dubs this season.
Do you feel like maybe the events in the preseason impacted the whole season? Did it feel like it lingered to you, and what was the impact that it had on this year?
We ready to the second round of the playoffs. We had a good season, and Guys stepped up, had a lot of exciting moments. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything that was, changing any of that.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. I know Jordan Poole is not a guy that's going to give you a great quote. We don't play too much of his post-game audio, but I wasn't really buying what he's selling. And something obviously was off for Jordan Poole, whether it was the ankle injury that he got during the Kings. But then we saw him come back in game one against the Lakers and put up 20-something points and have a chance to win it and be the hero. Probably took a couple shots he probably shouldn't have taken, but that was Jordan Poole's season. Dribbling off his foot, running way too fast out of bounds, just playing kind of out of control. And you look overall at his postseason numbers, he was only averaging 10 points per game. If you want to dissect it and look even deeper, games 2 through 6, Jordan Poole was averaging 5.8 against the Lakers on 30% shooting. I mean, the dude was almost averaging more fouls than points the last couple of games. And it's only like some garbage time points down the stretch. So I don't know what's up with Jordan Poole. I don't know if maybe the Warriors will look to move on this next season. That's a big contract. Will anybody take it on? Who knows? I'm not Bob Myers. That's another guy we don't know what's going on in the future with him. He's the guy that's going to be making the decisions. And I'm sure he'll be talking to Draymond Green soon about his potential opt-out or opt-in, or hell, whether or not Bob Myers himself is going to opt in. Draymond Green made it sound like he wanted to stay with the Warriors post-game. Talked about riding in and riding out with the same dudes he came in with. Here was Draymond talking about the Warriors dynasty and the rumors on whether or not it's over or not.
A lot of people saying the Warriors dynasty are over, which are the same people that said it was over in 2019 when KD left. 4 years later, they're still saying it's over. Great. They're always wrong. It's not. Those same people are the same folks that said I'd never make it in the NBA. Those people are the same folks that said they're a jump shooting team and they won't win. It's those people. But also know and pay attention to who the people that are saying the dynasty are over. It's always people that have never been a part of a dynasty. You never really see Shaquille O'Neal, the great Shaq, my favorite player as a kid growing up, say, oh man, it's over. You know why? Because that man understands what it's like. He gets it. But there's always people that run and say, oh man, it's over. You don't even know how it feels to start it.
And that's the thing. Within 5 minutes of that game going final, all was hearing, oh, the Warriors dynasty is over. LeBron put an end to him. How? Why? Because they lost one playoff series? They still got Steph. They still got Clay. I know some people say, well, Clay didn't show up in the postseason. Again, this was the first year he's played a full season in the last 3 years. I don't want to make it sound like I'm a Clay apologist this morning or anything. He had a bad series against the Lakers. It's as simple as that. I just thought this was a Warriors team that ran out of gas, and they'll try to refuel for another run next year. The question is, how much will they shake up this roster, and what is the future going to look like if Bob Myers is not the GM? We've got a report from Woj yesterday on the future of Bob Myers, and we'll play some more sound from you, from Steph, from Dre, from Clay on their futures with the big three and what the Warriors Invitational is going to look like next year. It's the Waterboy on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Inbound to Curry at the top. Schroeder defending. Left hand crouching dribble. Finds Clay. Shoots the three. Missed it badly. Just kicked the rim and went out of bounds. A nightmare in his return to Southern California. 3 for 14 for Clay so far.
Oh, the nightmare ends down in L.A. after dreaming about playing against the Lakers, a team he grew up watching, of course, with his dad on the team, his dad calling games for Kobe and Shaq, and now Klay Thompson had his opportunity to be the hero a couple times in this series, but fell short, just like the Warriors did in Game 6. They lose 122-101. And now we're talking about the Warriors Invitational maybe being declined and maybe the end of the Warriors dynasty. 808 KNBR is the number this morning. If you do want to check in, I'm sure me and Brian Murphy are going to be speaking about this all morning long. And it's going to come down to the big three, Klay, Steph, and Dre. And you're already hearing reports and rumors coming out this weekend that the Warriors still believe that their big three can win a championship. Hell, we saw them do it last year. But we all know about the new CBA taxes incoming next year, and we know about the future, or should we say we don't know about the future of Bob Myers, the man that's going to be making most of these roster decisions on whether or not Draymond Green opts back into his $27 million option, whether they give a contract extension to Klay Thompson, and whether or not they look to move Jordan Poole after giving him his 4-year, $128 million extension this offseason. All questions that are going to be discussed this offseason, but I think, again, it's all going to focus back on Steph Curry, a man that is playing in his prime at 35 years old. It's going to come back to Klay Thompson, who, despite having a bad postseason, especially against the Lakers, still hit over 300 threes in the regular season for the first time in his career. Led the entire NBA in three-pointers made. If you want to combine his lackluster shooting in the playoffs, he's only the second man to join his splash brother Steph Curry to hit 500 total threes in the postseason and regular season combined. So no, I'm not saying Klay Thompson is washed. You look at Draymond Green. He finished top 5 this year in Defensive Player of the Year voting. These are still players that can go out there and compete for a championship. I guess the question is, who the hell on the second timeline is going to stick around and who's going to be the future of the Warriors, or does it even matter? Should you just be going all in right now to try to win another championship with this big three? Here was Steve Kerr post-game talking about the futures of those guys, Klay, Dre, and number 30, Steph Curry.
I think it's probably too raw right now for me to think about. The one thing I will say is that, Draymond, Klay, Steph, our core guys, they've got plenty left to offer. There's still plenty in the tank there. I thought they all had great seasons and may not have ended on a high note, but all three guys are still high-level players, and I still feel like this team has championship potential. We didn't get there this year, but it's not like this is the end of the road. But the organization has some decisions to make, and we'll eventually get to that point.
A lot of decisions to make, because you look at the play of Steph Curry this year. Hell, look at LeBron James at, 38 years old now? Look what the Lakers did at the trade deadline. Look at all the pieces they bring in. Look at them still competing for a championship now back in the Western Conference Finals. Meanwhile, here's the Golden State Warriors trading away James Wiseman, bringing in GP2, but not making maybe as many trade deadline moves they should have made, and maybe not building the complete roster that utilizes all members of the actual roster space, instead of having Andre Iguodala in his sweaters, or Patrick Baldwin Jr., the rookie that never got any playing time, or any of these other 20-year-olds that really weren't getting playing time. Again, shout out to Moses Moody. He had a huge series, but he wasn't getting too much time during the regular season, not until Andrew Wiggins went missing. Jonathan Kuminga was a man that actually was in the rotation when Wiggins was gone, but didn't get any playoff minutes, and now, again, we're hearing reports that he wants a bigger role, or else maybe he wants to get traded. So at this point, does the two timeline plan even exist? Probably not. I think the only timeline that matters is the Steph Curry timeline. As long as he's still playing at an MVP caliber, you have a chance to win. You just got to surround him with the correct talent. And I do think his two Splash Brothers, or maybe his Splash cousin and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, are going to be the guys that retire with him. There's a lot of talk this offseason about whether or not Draymond is going to opt out, deny that $27 million. I don't know if he would get paid more than that. I know Rich Paul is his agent, same agent as LeBron. They were all buddy-buddy, hugging and smiling after the game, which kind of pissed me off on Friday night. But these were the words from Draymond Green after hugging his boy LeBron, talking about how he wants to end his career here with the Warriors and how he wants to ride out with the same dudes he rode in with.
We'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys, for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are with our worst season as a whole since 2014. And yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems. But, those are some of my priorities. Travel a little bit, refill the cup, possibly play FIBA. We'll see. And work my ass off and be better next year. It's my priorities.
That's his priority, to be back with the Warriors, to be a Warrior for life. And again, I think Draymond Green has earned that right. Him and Klay and Steph are going to have their numbers in the rafters. Like, there's going to be statues of them surrounding the stadium down at Chase Center. And Draymond Green, of course, put out a podcast after losing Game 6, kind of talked about the entire season, starting with the Jordan Poole punching incident and everything that happened after that. But he also talked about breaking the news that he's going to announce whether or not he's going to opt in or opt out next season on the podcast. So stay tuned for that.
You're going to get this podcast.
But I think we got to stay tuned first for the news on Bob Myers. And I think that's the key. We know the relationship between Bob and Draymond. We know the relationship between Bob and Steve Kerr. That, to me, is the big piece before I start talking about whether or not this is the end of the Warriors dynasty or not. Like Draymond Green says, can someone give Bob some blanking credit? He deserves a lot, probably doesn't get enough. Here was Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday on ESPN with a breaking news report. Not really breaking news, but a full kind of big picture outlook on the future of Bob Myers after talking to him this past weekend.
With his contract expiring at the end of June, Bob Myers told me last night that he plans to take a couple of weeks to make a decision about his future running the Golden State Warriors. And it's a decision that he said he is torn about, I think in large part because of his relationships, he said, with the core three of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and his coach, Steve Kerr. 4 championships under Bob Myers, and an organization where he just carries a tremendous amount of weight, respect. You heard all the key players, their coach, talk about how badly they want Bob Myers back. He's not there yet on a decision. He has built a Hall of Fame resume in Golden State, and I think very much the future of this organization, a lot of it revolves around his ability to kind of shepherd them through the next phase of it. But right now, Bob Myers is uncertain whether he'll do another contract with the Warriors.
So, and that's why I think this comes down to Bob. I know there's going to be a lot of talk about Dre and Klay and Jordan Poole this offseason. But if Bob Myers leaves, what does that mean for the future of Steve Kerr? We know their relationship. What does it mean for the future of Draymond? What does it mean for the future of Klay, Steph, all these guys? I think it starts with Bob Myers. And if he doesn't re-sign this offseason, then maybe we'll start the talks of the Warriors dynasty coming to an end. But yeah, again, I think it's an overreaction. Warriors had their worst game of the season on Friday night. So, of course, you're going to get some of the worst takes. Klay Thompson's washed. Draymond can't play defense. Sell the house and rebuild. I don't think any of those things are true. But I think the Warriors are going to look to shake up this roster this offseason. But again, who's making the calls? Is it going to be Bob Myers or one of Joe Lacob's kids? That is the question. And we'll ask those questions to Brian Murphy on the other side. We'll talk some Giants baseball, a little Casey Schmidt action. Giants losing 3 games in a row to the Diamondbacks. We can check in on the other NBA playoff matchups. Maybe talk about Ja Morant flashing a gun on Instagram Live again. That's always a fun story to talk about. All that and more on a Monday morning. Yeah, I'll say it. He's an idiot. And I'll say it. The Warrior season is over, but we'll continue to talk about it with Murph on the other side. I'm filling in for Paulie Mack. It's the Marcus and Murph Show. Next on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's no Paul McCaffrey here. That guy lied. I got Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. El Chico de Agua, or as I called you today in an email, El Chico de Silver and Black. Waterboy, good morning, brother.
What's up, Murph? Welcome back. Hope you had a great Mother's Day weekend to you and Candace. But I'll
tell you, one of the mothers I had was I called LeBron James a mother something.
You know, I was dropping a lot of mother blanks this weekend, Murph.
Happy Mother Blanks Day to LeBron James, right? Yeah. All right. So yes, we did, and God bless all moms everywhere. They are the straw that stirs the drink. They are the annual. They are not Embiid. They are not Jokic. They are the MVP every year.
Yes,
no matter what. But and they advance to the finals every year too. Yeah. So to your lovely mother, Denise.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get to see her?
I did. We went up this weekend. We were hanging out up in Rockland, and she wasn't too happy about LeBron James either. That was my big takeaway.
Happy Mother Blankers Day.
She's like, I'm tired of LeBron James. I can't believe the Warriors lost. She had some hot takes about the Lakers this weekend.
We got hot takes all day long, and tomorrow and Wednesday. Paulie will be back on Thursday. By the way, just to let everybody know, Paulie's safe and sound in New York City. He's back attending his stepdaughter's graduation from college, which is crazy, by the way, Waterboy. If you get to this point, when you get a little older, and you have friends with kids. I know that.
I do.
You go to all those birthday parties and all that stuff.
You know, Uncle Waterboy.
Dude, I'm telling you, you're going to wake up and they're going to be graduating from college, brother. Brother, I was just on Facebook right before he came on, doing my hardcore prep for the show. And a friend of mine who had a kid in college, I thought the kid was like a freshman. There's pictures from the graduation. Bro, these things, it's going in warp speed.
Oh,
man.
100%. One of my best friends, I looked around, he's like, yeah, my kid's starting for the 12-year-old All-Star team. I was like, your kid's 12?
You're like, 12? We just had the second-year-old, 2-year-old birthday party.
We were just playing JUCO ball together a couple years ago.
You're like, I was just drinking at his 1-year-old birthday party.
Exactly.
Because that's what you do at 1-year-old birthday parties.
Exactly.
You drink.
Not too much at the 2-year-old birthday party, but definitely the 1-year-old birthday party.
We can't delay it much longer. We got to say... I said I wouldn't believe it until I saw the shovel of dirt go on the black jersey with the gold rose. And picture that, Waterboy, in the grave. You know what I mean? You're digging that, and then you just chuck that dirt on there, and then another shovel of dirt, and then another shovel of dirt. Next thing you know, the jersey's buried.
I feel like, who was it, like David Blaine or one of those magicians who get buried alive? Like, I was just staring up, watching dirt get thrown on me all Friday night. I was like, oh, it's coming, it's coming,
I said I wasn't going to believe it till I saw it, and guess what? I saw it.
Yeah, the autopsy is in, Murph.
There is no war whoop. There is no beautiful basketball. There is, Waterboy, there is no daily dose.
No, there's no more. I was asking the boys this morning. I was like, do we dose today? Do we get a daily dose in?
Triple E says one more.
One last dose?
Last dose, last dance.
Here we go, Murph.
Last dance, last dose?
Last dose, the last dance.
Did we see the last dance, Waterboy?
Ha, that's a great question.
And I was just talking to you during the break as we were coming on. One of the surprising things, first of all, it sucked. All right, everybody, we're all in the same boat. It sucked. Frickin' LeBron again.
Come on.
The frickin' Lakers. What are they doing? Our one chance to finally get the Lakers, we couldn't do it. God, and now I got to live with this for the rest of my frickin' life. I really, truly, as a Warrior fan, have no great historic triumph over the Lakers. I really don't. I mean, somebody want to throw me something? I can't think of one.
No, I don't really got a bone for you, Murph. And
we beat LeBron twice.
Yes. Three times. God, but that's with the Cavs. Yeah, exactly. It's not with the Lakers. No. It's different. Because now I got all these Laker fans running their mouth like, oh, LeBron put the final nail in the coffin of the Warriors dynasty. Like, it's been 48 hours. It was less than that, and they were running their mouth on Twitter.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think LeBron heads would say that him coming back from 3-1 is bigger than the 3 championships?
They would say that,
They would say that.
They would say that.
They would say that.
We got the 1.
But the 3-1 comeback, they're like, it doesn't matter that you won the 3. We hurt you so bad in your 73-win year.
And then they go, oh, you had to go out and get Kevin Durant to win a championship, ignoring the fact that they beat LeBron without Kevin Durant and also got by him without him after.
So that sucked. The other thing, I was just reading the LA Times coming in. The guy that we kind of dismissed, alternate days, the McDonald's ice cream machine, street clothes. Your boy Anthony Davis was a factor.
Yeah, the whole entire series.
He was a factor.
Even on these days off, him dominating the boards.
And I'm wondering, in the end, LeBron and AD at full force, full strength, is that something we didn't give enough respect to? I think I was on record saying last week the Kings were better than the Lakers.
I said the same thing.
Did we step in a pile on that one?
See, that's the thing because, of course, you say the Lakers outplayed the Warriors. They obviously won the series, but I felt like the Warriors hurt themselves so much. Like, this was just a bad performance on Friday. Whether it was the defense, the bad shooting, the bad shots.
Shooting.
Dude, the Splash Brothers went 6 for 26 combined from three-point range.
The Clank Brothers,
Yeah.
brother.
Oh, come on.
Clank Brothers. I mean, how many shots did you see go up and you're like, that's a miss? And it's halfway, you're like, that's going to miss. So, yeah, live by the 3, die by the 3, that whole thing. Unbelievable. But, yeah, so you said something very intriguing on the way in, and it was the thing that caught my ear Friday night. First of all, a lot happened Friday night. A lot happened Friday night. And by the way, we say Friday night is where sports stock goes to die. This is like the most active Friday night I think I can ever remember in my darn near 20 years here at KNBR. Actually, 19, sorry. But I can't remember a Friday night looming this. Like the Giants never won a World Series on a Friday night. Did the Warriors win one on a Friday night once? Did they win one?
Not sure.
I have to go back and look.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Little Tony in today, by the way.
That's my boy.
Little Tony, you got Triple E over here sweating bullets because Little Tony's in here, right? So, Triple E on the board, though.
How about that?
Do we have a camera on Triple E?
No camera on Triple E.
Wait,
no
whoa.
producer box.
What happened?
Well, I think
Ever since it froze
might
on
be
you.
frozen from last week still, Murph.
Did you break it?
I don't know. Apparently, Stern was like, I saw you grab the camera and it froze. Like,
They're pointing fingers.
Now I'm being accused.
They're pointing fingers.
I'm like, I turned the TV on. I didn't touch the damn
They're throwing
camera.
you under the bus like they throw Jordan Poole under the bus.
Oh, 100%.
Right?
Waterboy's got to go. Character issues on the Murph and Mac show.
Yeah, they're saying this is not a championship show.
Yeah, I heard Murph punch me in the mouth before the show started.
I think it might be the other way around, actually. You're the one with the boxing pedigree. So no, I'm sorry about that. I'd like to see the producer camera. And by the way, for people who don't know, some people might have missed Friday's show. We're streaming.
We're live, baby.
We're live. That's the good-looking water boy right there. That's the old man Murph right here. We are on KNBR app. We are on KNBR.com. And we're on YouTube live stream and Twitch and all that
and
stuff.
everything. And I'm telling you, if you don't want to tune in to watch me and Murph talk face-to-face, one thing you need to turn into the live stream to watch is Greg Papa and his 20-something wardrobe changes he had during the show on Friday.
I saw that on Insta. Could somebody fill me in?
Oh, dude, I had no idea. I think he was just working a bit or something, but he started the show in a Giants hat. Next segment, he was in a Niner hat. Next segment, he was in a Warriors hat. Then he shuffled back and went Giants when he was talking to Casey Schmidt. Like, he was treating it like it was the Oscars or something.
Did I see some rally caps at one point, too?
Dude, it looked like he was wearing a rally cap. I don't know if that was just a bad hat or not, but Greg Papa had all the looks for you on Friday, Murph.
Should I be changing outfits?
I was going to say, should I bring more than one hoodie that I wear every single week?
Should we be doing that? Should we be stripping down?
Maybe.
All right.
Well, we got wardrobe changes?
I got Papa out here out showbizzing us right now.
Yeah.
So
putting on a full performance, Murph.
But anyway, you said it on the way in. And by the way, Friday night, I was talking about things that happened Friday night and how Friday night is where sports talk goes to die, and it was not Friday night. But so Friday night sucked, right? It was brutal. And other than, by the way, I saw my high school, shout out to Tailpies High Red-Tailed Hawks, win the Marin County Athletic League Baseball Championship at a beautiful day up at College of Marin, knocking out a game San Marin Mustangs team. So that was great. The whole town came. It was like a freaking Texas Friday Night Lights. Who knew?
Wow.
Who knew we were such a baseball town? But it was, and dozens and dozens of Little League kids just in awe of those high school kids. It was great.
Nice.
Great American scene.
Yeah.
Great American scene. Rolled right into the game and just I kept waiting. What, were they down 10 like the whole game?
Instantly.
Like the whole it was like 17-5 right out of the gate, right? And then like I think they clawed back to get it within like
they got it to like
6.
4 or 5 single digits in the second quarter.
How about the Austin Reeves 3 right at halftime?
Dude, the heave from like 54 feet away.
Because you got it to 7, and then Reeves just puts up a prayer.
Yeah, and the Warriors, I forgot who it was. Somebody clanked a shot. I think it might have been Clay. And that goes from being a potential 4-point game at halftime to a 6-point swing. Now you're down 10 points because Hillbilly Kobe is pulling up from half court.
Believe it or not, that felt like a big shot.
It did.
It felt like a big shot.
And the place went crazy, the energy, everything.
And then they came out of the gate right in the third quarter and just couldn't make any moves. And then the clanks started coming. Anyway, so it was a tough process to just sit there and watch it happen. Something you'd never seen. You'd never seen the Steph Curry Warriors lose a Western Conference playoff series. I mean, they did in 2014. I get it.
But never in the Steve Kerr era.
Steve Kerr, thank you, the Steve Kerr. But one of the things that happened Friday night was after the game ended, and that's tough to be like, because Friday night's party night. You're in your booze, you're in your wine, you're in your bourbon. Who knows? Maybe you're chewing on a gummy.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe you're...
Maybe a few more things than that, Murph. Especially after that game Friday night.
But so you're not really like on the media tip at like 9:30 on a Friday night, 10 o'clock on a Friday night?
I did not want to go into Twitter at all. I wanted no part of it, Murph.
I was still enough social connected to social media that within like 30 minutes, Draymond Green said, "Oh no, I'm coming back. I want to ride out with the guys I rode in with." And then Steph Curry said, "Oh no, we got a lot left in the tank. We think we can." And so like right away, I was surprised. But the one quote that you used in your opening segment, the one that clanked my ear, was Steve Kerr's almost immediate opening statement: "This was not a championship team." And you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You said that with a little too much certainty right after the buzzer ended.
Immediately,
You know?
game's over, we're not a championship team.
Now, there's two ways to look at it. The one way is like literally, well, we just lost in the playoffs, so we're obviously not a championship team.
Yeah.
So that's like, duh, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Captain Obvious.
So the other one was what you were pointing out, which is, whoa, that roster's pretty much the same other than Otto Porter and Bielitsa.
Yeah, exactly. I know Andre Iguodala's hurt this season, but we're not talking about like seismic shifts in the roster from last season, a team that won a championship.
So based on what you said this morning to start the leadoff spot and what Kerr said, I went in and I looked at the 21-22 roster in playoff minutes and the 22, and really it comes down to one guy, Jordan Poole.
Yeah, it's a pool party, Murph.
Poole was a monster in last year's playoffs. Poole was invisible in this. Now, I don't think Kerr was calling out Poole. I don't think so. I don't think that's not really Kerr's style.
No.
But if you're just looking at the big picture, maybe what he didn't know he was really saying was we were a different team last year. And does this all go back to the punch?
That's what I was thinking about. Because when you look at the roster, like we were just talking about, not too much has changed. So what did change? It must have been the off-court stuff. It must have been the team chemistry. It's Jordan Poole getting paid this offseason and then thinking he's Steph Curry all of a sudden. Like, those are the question marks. And now, I don't know, are we going to get answers? I mean, Jordan Poole finally responded after the game and talked about Draymond punching him preseason. And who knows if it did have long-lasting effects.
I'll be honest with you, Waterboy, I didn't see his quotes. What did he say?
Oh, yeah, it was real
Can you
short.
fill me in?
I mean, it's a typical Jordan Poole answer. He's like, yeah, we made it to the second round of the playoffs. I thought we had a pretty good season. He kind of tried to dismiss it a lot, and Draymond Green actually commented about it also. But if the roster didn't change,
saying we had to put work in, we put the work in to get better. The other part of it is the third interpretation is simply he just meant that this was not the year. This team had to overcome too much on the road. This team was tired from the championship run. It was just too big of an ass.
Well, like even just going back last series against the Kings, going 7 games. And then what was it? Since game 4 or 5, they were playing every other 48 hours.
But you had to go 7 with the Kings because you finished as the 6th seed. And you didn't have home court.
And the Lakers took care of the Memphis Grizzlies in 6 games, so they had the extra rest. The Warriors did not close out Game 6 at Chase Center, which led to Game 7, which led to them playing every other day.
The Game 6 loss at home was huge, but that all was a part. And then the other part is just, and this is nobody kind of wants to hear this, but it's just freaking hard to go back to back. And I think what happened to me Friday night, I know we got a break here, but it's kind of our first segment since the Warriors got eliminated, so there's a lot to get off the chest here. But I think, and if I'm being totally honest, in my gut of guts, I was like, even though I was publicly presenting the Warriors can do this, and I'm not going to believe it until I see it, and I jock blogged about it, and I said it, and I did say I'm not going to believe it. When it finally came to it, I'm like, it was just too big of an ask. It was too big of an ask. You know what I mean? At this point in time, now then maybe they get an extra month of rest. They're not going to play till June 19th this year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Start resting up. And to their words, they're going to, if you believe what they said last night or Friday night, Steph, Clay, and Dre will be there on opening night.
Yeah.
If you believe that, if you believe what they said.
I believe them. The only thing I'm not believing right now is whether or not Bob Myers, the one who's going to be making those decisions, is going to be there to start the season next year.
So I have the list of questions. There's about a million.
There's a million questions. And we can just go big picture. The Giannis question. Was it a failure this year for the Warriors?
That sounds like a big hit for me, buddy.
That's a big hit, Murph.
All right. Well, great to have Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here in for Paulie Mack, who sent me pictures of pizza from Jersey.
Lucky man.
The pizza he sent me the sausages were like cut long and thin, like almost like little mini hot dogs on the pizza.
Like little
like little Vienna sausages or something. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. I'm not going to question any New York pizza, but I've never seen that before, man.
I know, right? I don't know if you tell me here. You tell me if you support this pizza. I mean, of course I do because it's Paulie Mack and it's Jersey pizza.
Yeah, come on.
But it was interesting to see the. Here it is, right here. Tell me what you think here, buddy. Tell me what you think of that pizza here.
Whoa. That's surprising. They don't even look like sausages.
Can I do that right there? I'm doing it on the live stream.
Yeah, put it on
guys.
the live stream, Murph.
There you go. Look at that.
I mean, I don't want to question another man's pizza, especially on the East Coast, but that's not the sausage I was expecting, bro.
I would say if Paulie was here, he might be making remarks about Tommy Lee.
Hey, there you
All
go.
right, so there you go.
There you go.
All right, well, we'll get the guest list on the other side. We'll ask a million questions of your Golden State Warriors next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm looking forward to a beer right now.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors season is officially over after losing Game 6 on Friday night to the LA Lakers. So to see the top takeaways and the future plans for the Dubs moving forward, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What a resurrection this season. The Lakers opened 2-10. They were 8 games under 500. They retooled at the trade deadline, and they're on to the Western Conference Finals. LeBron James with 30 points, Anthony Davis with 20 rebounds, and the streamers fly as the Lakers, the 7th seed, will face Denver for the Western Conference title.
Murph, Mac, and your morning routine now continue. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So the kid, Triple E, he's on the board today. You can't see him on the box screening because I think Waterboy is being accused of breaking the camera in a fit of rage back there.
What a surprise. It took less than one show, Murph.
They're accusing you. But the idea that he had a Reggae Friday in his hands a few Fridays ago, and was it the Warriors had just won a game, right? A thrilling game, and he came back with this tune, and we both just jumped his head.
Yeah, we're like, Warriors just won last night.
Yeah. We said this is a mournful tune, like consoling, somebody who's down and out, and so we crushed him, we killed him, and now here he comes back. Mm-hmm. He's got the board again. It's not a Reggae Friday. It's Monday.
No.
But he comes back and doubles down with No Woman, No Cry, but this time maybe a little closer to the mark.
Yeah, now it makes a little bit more sense because now we have no Warriors.
No Warrior, no Cry.
And now we're crying on
no
air
Warrior,
about
no
it.
Cry.
Yeah, exactly.
No Warrior, no Cry.
No Warrior, no Cry.
Small bit of redemption there for Triple E here. As we tell you, we are sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, we will, of course, be all Warriors all day, and we'll get to you guys to guess this in just a little bit. But this is usually the time we say good morning to Marcus. So, good morning, Marcus.
I'm already here, Murph. What's up, man?
And yeah, once again, everybody, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Just non-Warrior real quick. Mm-hmm. Your Giants?
Giants, fun.
I mean, we left here. They won the first game Thursday in Arizona. We left here feeling okay.
Yeah, they haven't won since, Murph.
They haven't won since.
They
haven't won since. And I would have, like a split in Arizona of those four would have been, absolute party. Mm-hmm. So even though they lost Friday night, and Friday night was the opener night, right? They started Brebbie, they brought in Stripling.
Correct.
He coughed up a couple bombs. Mm-hmm. This Stripling Mania thing now? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
Well, you're not a fan of the piggyback strategy, Murph?
I listened. By the way, we came into the city yesterday, celebrate Mom. First went out to Stinson Beach. How are you going to beat Stinson Beach? Undefeated. A little breakfast at the Parkside, a little walk on the beach, and then Culture, Waterboy Culture.
Ooh.
Come see the Ansel Adams exhibit at the DeYoung.
Oh, a man of culture.
Shout it out.
Look at you.
I was browsing like Rodney Dangerfield in Easy Money. We're browsing. But I was driving, the point of the story is driving back, listening to Tree Lasky taking some calls.
Yeah.
The natives are restless.
I caught some of that driving back from Rockland last night, too.
You catch some of the rage?
Yeah, a lot of people are mad right now. I saw one guy coming after Casey Schmidt because he went over yesterday. It's like, the Schmidt guy's overrated. He's chasing strikes outside the strike zone.
There we go, right there.
Come on, dude. He started his career with a 5-game hitting streak.
You see, they got Casey Schmidt.
They got Casey Schmidt now.
You know what? By the way, big move. Crawford activated. Mm-hmm. VR. Sent down to second.
We are.
No longer
on the team, Murph.
When you were driving back from Rockland, I don't mean to riff here, but was VR on passing you on I-80?
Yeah, I gave him the old Jeep wave.
Poor guy, dude. I mean, listen, we root for him. That was my guy. I adopted him at the start of the year.
Yeah.
PCL MVP.
He's on my Twitter banner from when I interviewed him at FanFest.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, listen, it's not over for him. He's got to go back and he could do plenty of work on him, but they kept Schmidt and they moved Crawford to short and Schmidt played third.
Exactly.
JD Davis DH'd.
Which is, I think, the plan probably moving forward. Of course, we're still going to see JD a little bit at third, but we all know Casey Schmidt main position is third base. That's where he won the Gold Glove in the minor leagues, and I feel like that's where he is the most comfortable. And we saw him throwing 92.9 mile per hour seeds across the diamond yesterday.
Which apparently is the fastest infield assist in StatCast history.
Yeah, because I believe it was O'Neal Cruz, shortstop from the Pirates before, but now Casey Schmidt has 2 of the hardest thrown balls. I don't know if it's just this season or in StatCast history, but dude, he is chucking that thing across the diamond.
2 of the top 3. Wait a minute. So I thought Crawford had a 90. Oh, it's just this season?
Yeah,
what's O'Neal Cruz's?
92.7, I think. So he barely beat him with 92.9.
Damn.
Yeah.
These guys are just guys who are, once again, getting back to Polymax, Sausage Pizza and Tommy Lee, guys who are just blessed with a hose.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
Thank you. But this goes back to the Casey Schmidt being a closer at San Diego State his freshman year. We had like a .28 ERA.
Maybe you want him on the hill yesterday in the 9th inning.
Yeah, maybe you have him close it out.
And then the Saturday loss was the Tony D piano toe.
Dude, what a story.
So if everybody missed it, because you're still mourning the Warriors and kind of licking your wounds and taking care of mom and all that. DeSclafani it's a 1-0 game in the 6th inning, but he has to come out. And they say, "Why are you coming out?" He says, "Well, it turns out my toenail's falling off." Like, whoa, your toenail's falling off. Yeah, I dropped a piano bench on my toe.
Yeah.
A piano bench on my toe. And I guess it happened weeks ago, but it just got worse and worse.
That's the thing, because he said a couple weeks ago the piano bench got dropped on his toe, but I guess it's taken a while for it to fall off, I guess.
808 KNBR, if your big toenail has ever slowly fallen off.
That sounds terrible, too. Like, I wonder...
Triple E says it's happened.
Did they identify what foot it was, his left foot or the right foot?
I didn't hear that.
I did not know.
As a pitcher, would you rather your land foot or your push foot?
I'd have it off my land foot, because if you're dragging that toe off the mound, off the rubber, getting off the wall, I can see where that is a little painful.
808 KNBR, if toenails freak you out here. Oh, yeah, that's right. Piano bench man.
Here
there
it
you
is.
go. Listen to Triple E.
He's the piano man, yeah.
Paul, Polymax gone when you're filtering in Billy Joel.
Yeah.
I always say that because I'm in Dublin, Ireland. I said, they say, "Do you like Billy Joel?" I said, "What do you mean Joel?" It's Joel. I said, "Oh, Billy Joel." Speaking of Joel, the other story of the weekend.
Yeah.
The Sixers and Kate Scott didn't get it done.
MVP.
And that was another Friday night thing. Friday night, they had him beat in Game 4 in the fourth quarter of Game 6.
Oh, from Jason Tatum going cold those first 3 quarters to saving his legacy maybe in Game 4 to him dropping 51 and breaking Steph Curry's 50-point record after a week and a half, he said it.
We were like, Steph Curry is a deity who walks on water.
First man ever 50
in
points
Game 7.
50 burger.
Jason Tatum with the hold my beer, or if his water boy at an art and wine festival, hold my wine.
Hold my wine glass.
Hold my
Charge
wine.
me $50 for a Murph. Yeah.
So you're saying if you pay $50, you got a glass of wine and you could fill it up all day?
Yeah, you could walk around. It was only from like 1 to 4, a little time
maybe
window.
$50. Is that a good buy? $50 for unlimited wine?
It depends on how much you can drink. See, if it's beer, I say yes. I'm not a huge wine guy myself, but I have been out to like Beer Fest out in San Francisco before.
You don't like to compliment your smoked meats with a nice red wine?
No, I'm not a huge charcuterie board kind of guy.
I almost sent you I was going down Waterboys Road yesterday. I prepared ribeye for Mother's Day.
Ooh.
I bought some prime ribeye. By the way, they're not giving that stuff away.
No,
we're not giving that stuff away.
It ain't cheap, Murph. It ain't cheap. I'll tell you that.
I had to call Provident Credit Union before we went down on the ribeye.
Nice.
But Waterboy, I felt you just go salt, pepper, olive oil, throw it on the grill, serve it.
Easy, simple as that.
Yeah, and it was only about 2-3 minutes a side, really.
Oh, and I'm guessing you're going medium rare. You have to.
Medium rare,
you
yes.
You have to. It's the only way to serve a steak.
One of them caught fire, and maybe there's a little charred on the outside.
Okay, it's a little bit more medium than rare.
But I said, so you have choices.
Yeah.
So you have this side of the plate is a little more charred.
You put a nice
medium.
crust on it, Murph.
Yes,
there you go.
I did. So, but I polished it off with some vino.
Ooh,
if that's okay with you.
You went deep into the vino. That's fine. I'm just more of a beer guy.
You drink beer with a ribeye, huh?
Oh yeah, I drink beer with everything, Murph. It doesn't matter what I'm eating.
I understand.
All right. Hey, listen, what's going on with the Warriors? We're going to talk about it all morning, and so will Marcus Thompson, who joins Papa and Lund today at 10:50 to answer those questions and more. Let's get the guest list on a Monday, 5/15/23. The horns are blowing. Paulie Mack is in New Jersey, New York. He'll be back Thursday. We got the kid out of Sunnyvale. Marcus Boucher here. Do you want to do the guest list, buddy?
Yeah, I got to do it. I don't know who else is going to do it, Murph. It's my job every morning to tell you that 7:35 on a Monday morning, you're going to get Mike Kruko to kick off your power hour, talking Giants baseball, talking Casey Schmidt and Anthony DeSclafani's toe.
One of the callers called in and filled with rage said, these guys might finish last in the division. And we were driving back from the Ansel Adams game, and the 15-year-old Murphy kid said, no, come on, man, no way. I said, bro, you might want to check your standing.
Yeah.
So we were coming into off the freeway. He looks at his phone. He goes, oh, my God, Dad, they're only a half game out of last.
Yeah. 17-23, Murph. We're at the quarter mark, 40 games in.
We'll get into that a lot. I'd say that's tomorrow's big hit for sure, the quarter pole thing. By the way, if you do finish last to the Rockies, how does Bryce Harper take that? You guys see Bryce Harper yesterday?
I saw a little bit of it,
in a brawl. Did you hear the lip reading going on?
No, we got a John Boy video breaking it down.
He was screaming at him, you guys are a loser organization, every single one of you.
Wow.
Just sweeping his finger across the...
taking shots.
Yes. Bryce Harper came to fire shots.
By the way, what does Bryce Harper won?
Was he what?
What has he won?
Oh,
a couple MVPs.
I thought you said, what does he want? I'm like, I don't know. What does he want?
What does he want? That's a good question. Well, I'll tell you, he's going to want some of the...
all want?
He's going to want some of the Giants tonight. Phillies are coming to town.
That's right. Is he going to say you're a loser organization, every single one of you?
Well, when he looks at the 17-23 record, maybe he will, Murph.
Geez, all right. So, Kruko at 7:35.
All right, Kruko 7:35. I'll remind everybody that we have Total Weekend Recall Hums and Bums at 6:50 coming up in about 20 minutes. Then we'll get to the big hit.
That was a big... you buried the lead there, buddy. 6:50 Hums and Bums?
Hums and Bums, baby.
I'm in.
Got to get your Total Weekend Recall in. Then we'll get to the Power Hour. Then we'll get to the big hit, talking about maybe the end of the Warriors dynasty. We'll take a look around of all the sound and get your opinion, 808 KNBR. Then we'll do a little cooler of content, a daily dose of dubs, and then wrap up the Warriors season at 9:15 with Conor Letourneau from the SF Chronicle.
So how we dosing? We're dosing on, even though the Warriors season, is this the last dose?
This is it, the last dose, Murph.
Last dose, last dance?
Bust out your dancing shoes.
So what would your generation's last dance song be? Because for our disco generation, Donna Summer sang a very famous song called Last Dance. The old generation, Frank Sinatra's a song, It's the Last Dance. I guess Tom Petty has Last Dance with Mary Jane.
That's a good one.
Do you guys have anything from the
off the
hip hop
top of my
generation?
head, the Last Dance.
Any Last Dance from a...
You know what, Murph? Ask me that again in about 20 minutes.
All right.
I'll get back to you.
Any reggae last dances?
I don't think so.
Coming your way? All right. We're getting ready for Hum Babies and Bum Babies at 6:50. I'm going to say, so Little Tony, who's in, Little Tony's riding a little honeymoon wave, kind of like Adam Silver did when he first got in. He banned Don Sterling. Everybody loved him. Little Tony's come in as the fresh-faced guy, and he was like, hey, Little Tony's good. He's good. He's good. First misstep, didn't put Hums and Bums on the guest list.
Uh-oh.
Is that him or Triple E?
Probably Triple E, since, he's still here, and it's still his job, technically.
All right,
so.
I like that.
I'll blame Eric
that
anytime
feels
I get the
comfortable.
chance.
But we are doing Hums and Bums at 6:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Murph and Mac Morning Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
4 on 5. Now James gets up. Now just getting it to the front court. Russell finds him. Walks into the 3. And it's good. How about that? Not only does he hit the 3, but before he catches the ball, Dalvin Ham is standing up, trying to get a timeout to give LeBron a breather. James thought about a 3. The floater instead passes it to Davis for the slam.
Before everybody say, oh man, JaMychal's post, it motivated LeBron James. LeBron James is going to come out and play that way because it's a closeout game 6 at home, and he knows going back to game 7 and Chase Center like that, you just don't want to do that. The force that he came out playing with, LeBron James, I highly doubt is being moved by someone posting a blue cap on his head on Instagram story. No, you just don't poke stop it. Ain't no poking no bear at this point in the season. You try and win. You win or you lose.
There's Draymond Green on the podcast talking about something that kind of came out. Did it come out after our show Friday morning? Where JaMychal Green posted LeBron's quote about "We don't flop, we don't teach flopping," and he artfully photoshopped a blue cap onto LeBron's head for that, as the kids would say, cap.
No cap.
That's Murph. Cap. That's no cap. You name it. So yeah, I mean, he's saying like LeBron was motivated by JaMychal Green. Well, I mean, maybe. Also, he was motivated by being LeBron James. Dude, LeBron, when are we gonna, I mean, we have to lay down our arms. The guy put up 30 in the elimination game and was energetic the whole game,
at 38 years old.
Yeah.
Chasing people down, putting up blocks, throwing down alley-oops.
Crazy. And Anthony Davis was great too, and Austin Reeves, and it was just a very, very, very frustrating experience. The LA, that building, and Steph, we probably should have talked more about it. Steph just does not shoot well in that building.
No.
And what is going on? It's just one of those things. One of those, like a hitter, like a pitcher who can't get a hitter out, or a hitter who can't see it off a pitcher's hand. I don't know. I mean, Steph would never want to speak that into existence, but man.
But even at home in Game 5, what was it? Game 6, Game 5 at Chase Center.
Game 5 at Chase Center, yeah.
He's been struggling in his last 3 games.
Yeah, this is true.
And that's the thing. There's a lot of talk about obviously Klay Thompson missing shots, Jordan Poole missing shots. Look at Steph's last 3 games from 3-point range. 3 for 14, 3 for 11, and 4 for 14. That to me just shows the signs that they ran out of gas, that the tank hit empty, because these are 2 of the greatest shooters in NBA history, and they just went cold on Friday night.
I mean, I could have the worst take of all time right here.
Ooh.
This might be the worst take of all time. And now that we're filming here, we can clip and save these things.
Yeah, make sure you're
here.
recording this, Triple E.
Please don't. Don't record this one. But I'm just going to ask. I know Steph Curry is the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the game. He's the most prolific three-point shooter in the history of the game. Is he really the best shooter in the history of the game?
Yes.
Okay. Triple A? Really? Is he the best shooter in the history of the game? You think? Yeah, okay. All right, just making sure.
I was going to say, that is a pretty blazing hot take this morning.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about the art of shooting and talking about, I've seen guys make, well, you want to talk field goal percentage?
Yeah,
I mean, we should talk?
Yeah, we're talking about a guy that's
does he have the best 3-point field goal percentage in the history of the game? I don't think so.
That's a good question, but
I don't think so.
He's well on his way. He's broke the record for most three-pointers made.
Yes, as I said, the most prolific. Without question, he's the most prolific. I'm just throwing it out there.
You're talking about efficiency, Murph.
I'm just
throwing the E word out there.
I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, I'd still say the answer is yes, Murph.
Well, I mean, when you said it on the way this morning, I've always thought, listen, I don't want this to be misconstrued. Please, please do not misconstrue this. Please. But, I mean, it's... I know, believe me, I'm not trying to start anything. Trust me. I worship the guy. I do. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to look it up right now, and I probably should have before we entered in this. But this is live radio. You know
I was going to say, who are you going with for your counter argument?
Well, I mean, I think...
I'm looking it up right now. Who has the highest career three-point percentage?
I think a guy's like George. I'm going to go straight in. I'm going bring me to the retirement home, because I'm going to throw guys like George Gervin at you.
Wow.
All right? The Iceman. The Iceman. I mean, I'll throw a mully at you. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you who's actually number one, according to StatMuse.com, who has the highest career three-point percentage in a minimum
Steve Kerr?
of 250 three-pointers?
Is it Steve Kerr?
It's Steve Kerr.
Is it Steve Kerr?
Is Steve Kerr
It's
the greatest
Steve Kerr.
shooter ever?
Okay, let's get on live stream right now. 808 KNBR, Steve Kerr, better shooter than Steph Curry. Go.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm still rolling with Steph.
But that is, okay, so who's 2?
Number 2, we've got Hubert Davis.
My man, Hubert
44%.
Davis. I believe North Carolina Tar Heel, Hubert Davis, I want to say.
But then we're looking at like Joe Harris, 43.7.
Yeah.
Seth Curry, 43.5.
Seth, Steph's not even the best shooter in
Luke
my family.
Kennard, yeah, exactly. You throw in a Steve Novak.
Wow.
Discount double check from the New
getting
York
obscure.
Knicks. Tim Legler is on that list. Kyle Korver.
You know what the problem is,
Steve
too?
Nash, and then Steph Curry.
If we did 2-point percentages, unfortunately, it would just be all like Wilt and Shaq and all that stuff. I wish there was a way to measure 15 to 20 foot all time. If anybody has the means to do this, if somebody can get me who's the best 15 to 20 foot mid range jump shooter in the history of the game.
Ooh.
I'd love to hear that.
I'd throw out
That's where I'm throwing my George Gervin.
I'd throw out a Carmelo Anthony, maybe. He was great for mid-range.
I'm open to suggestions.
Dirk?
I'm open to suggestions. Yeah. But anyway.
But on this list, Murph, it has Steph Curry as the 12th highest three-point percentage.
So when
You're saying there's 11 guys
first
better?
text 209, did you hear Murph got Steph?
Yeah, Murph's taking down Steph, 808 KNBR. No, Murph. He is the greatest shooter ever. Point blank, period.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my take at least.
Okay. I mean, okay. I'm with you, but I'm just, those last 3 games weren't,
No.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, it's frustrating, but yeah, he struggled. Clay struggled. The entire team struggled.
I think Steph, to me, there's so much more than to just call him the greatest shooter of all time. It's more of how he stretches a defense, how impactful he is in terms of the gravitational pull of his presence, which I guess theoretically, if you want to call him the best shooter of all time, you'd say forget shooting percentage. His threat of shooting is the most fearsome thing, one of the most fearsome things in the game's history.
From everywhere.
I would accept that 100%.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He pulls up from everywhere, whether it's from the logo.
And that's the whole change the game argument.
That's the whole Mount Rushmore argument on whether or not he's a top 5 player. But I think impact-wise, at changing the game, he has had a top 5 impact.
So would he be the greatest shooter? He's not the greatest percentage shooter, but his impact and threat is the biggest nuclear bomb in the three-point era we've ever seen.
Yeah, and here's the thing. We're kind of nitpicking a little bit. Steph Curry's all-time three-point percentage, 42.8. Number 1, Steve Kerr, 45.4. So we're talking about a 3 percentage
Steve Kerr?
difference.
Where's the love for Steve Kerr? Can somebody give Bob some blanking credit? Can somebody give Steve some blanking credit?
Yeah,
You have the soundboard. By the way, Stan Tim has noticed now with you sitting in the studio here, usually when Paulie's gone is usually when I go bananas on the soundboard. Was this an elaborate plan by management to keep me away from the soundboard?
Management said, keep Murph off the soundboard. Waterboy, we need you in studio.
Because you could do the show there.
I could, technically. We've done it a couple times where I've ran it from in the studio. And that's where you get loose on the board.
So you've taken the keys away from me.
Exactly.
I'm the guy at the bar. You're like, take his keys.
Which is saying something when I trust Triple E with the board more than I do you, Murph.
True. All right. 253 comes in, says, if you ask Kenny the Jet, he would lean Chris Mullen. He would lean Chris Mullen.
If you ask Chris Mullen himself, he'd say he'd take himself in a shooting contest.
Good old Mully. We won't see him for a while. That's too bad. That's too bad. Okay, hums and bums. And breaking news, I'm going to put Steph Curry on my bum baby list. I'm riffing, my friends. I'm riffing.
You wouldn't be far off after that performance.
And with the stupid clips now, they're going to be like, did you guys hear Murph said? Please do not miss it. Do not tag it.
Too late,
do
Murph.
not.
Too late. It's out there. We're live, baby. We're live.
Do not. Because that... See, here's the problem. Context, right?
Yeah.
Context. Because then you didn't tag the part where I said he's the greatest threat in the history of the game and all that stuff. And
why would we do that, Murph?
So, anyway.
We're looking for controversy. We're looking for hot takes, Murph.
That's what they are looking for.
Yeah.
They are looking for that. You're right. You're right about that. I was thinking about that actually on the way in. I was thinking about that. I was thinking, did you see the movie Any Given Sunday?
Yeah. Of course.
I think that guy who plays the Jim Rome figure, is it like Jack Rose or something like that? What's his name? And he's like just giving crazy takes and all that. And I was thinking, when did this all change, this whole media landscape where you got to come with the hot take and all that? And I was like, I remember Any Given Sunday kind of identifying the Jim Rome characters because remember, have a take and don't suck, right? And so that's kind of where we've been the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But no room for gray, No room for subtlety, no room for nuance, baby.
Not when you got Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless as the world's
See
out
Stephen
there.
A. coming after the Knicks Friday night?
Yeah, he was not happy. You see Knicks fans tearing down Julius Randle posters and stomping them out?
Like Mussolini getting assassinated in 45.
Dude, they won a
This is
playoff
insane.
series for the first time in over a decade,
They're
Murph.
hanging him in the public square.
Tear it down. Tear it
Unbelievable.
down.
You guys have lost your minds.
It's Knicks fever.
They're coming for Aaron Judge next.
Bing
buddy.
bong.
All right. All right.
Tear down the judge's chamber.
Hum Babies and Bum Babies is next. Monday morning tradition. We start our Mondays next on The Sports Leader.
All night long.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, this is how we do it. Applause, applause, applause here, Waterboy. You got to, I know my Paulie Max. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. It's the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies. And so here's the deal. Paulie Mac is back in New York for a family graduation. Congratulations to Olivia getting out of college. And congratulations to Paulie for sending me a shot of his first cheese sausage pizza with his boy Rags in New Jersey. Warmed the heart. Warmed the heart. That said, we got business. He can be eating pizza back in New York. We got things to do. We got to take care of Hum Babies and Bum Babies on the Total Weekend Recall. We bring in out of the bullpen. Although you were more of a starter, weren't you?
I was until my sophomore year. I switched to the bullpen. That's when I started pumping cheese like Casey Schmidt. That's also when I had Tommy John surgery, Murph.
Man, how was the mentality different out of the bullpen there, buddy?
Out of the bullpen, it's more of like a football mentality. Like, screw it, I got to go just empty the load. I've got one inning. I got to go.
Carving, mixing, matching, up, down, over, back.
No, exactly. And as a starter, I would sit like high 80s, hit low 9s every once in a while. As soon as I got to the bullpen, you start turning over that four seam, start hitting 91, 92, 93. You get that adrenaline rush from the gun.
Next thing you know, you're seeing the doctor.
Yeah, next thing you know, it's like, oh, water boy, we're going to cut you open.
I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah, that's life.
But hey, you brought the fastball back, and it's Hum Babies and Bum Babies, and you drew the Hum Baby straw. Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
First time ever, I believe, because I've done Hums and Bums before, filling in for you and Paulie. And I love doing the Bum Babies because I love ripping people. You know, I'm a habitual hater, Murph.
This is true.
I would have loved to hate on LeBron. I would have found some way to put him on the Bum Baby list, but no, instead, I've got the Hums today, Murph.
Well, you can chime in on the Bums if you want.
All right, I'll chime in.
Okay, all right. So in the meantime, Waterboy, check with Marcus. Who are the winners this weekend?
Well, the winners from this weekend, first of all, I want to give an honorary Hum Baby to all the moms out there. My mom, Denise, Candace, Liz.
Can you get some applause
Triple
right there,
E's
too?
mom.
Janine.
Yeah, Dave's wife, his daughter, everybody here at The Sports Leader, all the moms out there. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. It's the only thing that really saved the weekend for me after watching the Warriors and Giants all weekend. Not going to find any Hum Babies there, but yes, all the Hum Babies are the moms here in the Bay Area.
As I said this morning at 6:01, and happy Mother's Day to LeBron because you're a real mother too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So you can find another way to put them on the list. Spoiler alert, LeBron James and the Lakers are not Hum Babies. Shout out to the post-game rap with the KNBR boys. They have one rule. They don't pick Dodgers as players of the game. I'm not picking a Laker. I'm not picking LeBron as a Hum Baby, but I will go into the Eastern Conference.
Okay.
And start off
the
with
rarely
Jason.
heard from Eastern Conference.
Exactly. And we'll check in with Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
And trust me, I'm not a Celtics fan. You know I got a background with the Knicks, so I don't like Boston at all.
Well, everything about Boston. You don't like the Red Sox and the Yankees. You're a Yankee fan. You don't like the Red Sox. You're a Raider fan. You don't like the Patriots.
I don't like the Celtics either, but I can recognize Game. And Game was shown this weekend from Jason Tatum, going all the way back to Game 6, when the Celtics were down 3-2 in Philly with the MVP, with Kate Scott, with the opportunity to put him away. And Jason Tatum struggled through 3 quarters, shooting 1 for 13, comes back with 16 points in the fourth quarter to keep the Celtics season alive. Fast forward to yesterday, he breaks Steph Curry's Game 7 record, puts up 51 points, advances the Boston Celtics.
Another argument against Steph.
Back to the Eastern Conference
record's
Finals.
already been broken.
Oh, Jason Tatum, the greatest shooter of all time. Yeah, that record lasted for about a week. And now the Boston Celtics are back in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Miami Heat. Stay tuned for an update on them. But here's the sound from Jason Tatum's big game, dropping 51 points, Game 7 against the 76ers.
As Tatum knocks down another. He's unguardable. Jason Tatum putting on an absolute clinic. Sixer-Celtics rivalry, playoff history. Another name has entered the building. Tatum fires away, pumps it in. 51 for Jason Tatum.
I think, coming off last game, obviously finish strong, but not starting off, the way I wanted. And especially with our season being on the line last game, I was just excited we had another opportunity today as a team and, for myself just to kind of bounce back. And, I was relieved. I was happy about that, just to get another, chance because, our season could have been over, Game 6. And, just being in another Game 7, being able to come back home in front of our fans, I was really excited just for the moment.
Damn. First team All-NBA. This was an interesting little, I confess, you're supposed to know these things as a sports media pro. Did you know the whole 2016-2017 draft history with Sixers and Celtics? I confess I did not know this.
Are we talking like Markelle Fultz?
Yeah, let me just go through this for those who didn't know like me. In 2016, the Sixers obviously were tanking, and they got the number 1 pick, and the Celtics had the number 3 pick. Sixers took Markelle Fultz. Celtics took Jaylen Brown. Boom.
Yeah.
Huge swing in fortune there.
Yeah.
The very next year, the Sixers tanked again. They got the number 3 pick. The Celtics were a good team. They won 53 and got to the Eastern Conference Finals, but they had the Brooklyn Nets number 1 pick.
Ooh, that's right.
They didn't want Ben Simmons, so they traded that pick to the Sixers. Sixers took Ben Simmons. The Celtics got the Sixers 3 pick and took your home baby, Jason Tatum.
Wow. Talk about connecting the dots.
Talk about like ships passing in the night, like these things that happen. And dude, because they twice outfoxed the Sixers to get Tatum and Brown, while the Sixers got Simmons and Fultz.
And here's Doc Rivers losing another Game 7 in the MVP,
so
Joel
Doc?
Embiid.
I blame the GM back then.
Yeah, him too.
Anyway, that's an interesting little turn of events. And the Celtics just out here playing chess. If you want to go to what Paulie's, you don't.
I don't have it on my board. I got my board up, but you're right.
This blank is chess. It ain't checkers.
Yeah,
right?
and the Boston Celtics making all the right moves. They're back in the Eastern Conference Finals. And yeah, shout out to Jason Tatum, the only player ever to score 50 points in a playoff game, a regular season game, and an all-star game, if that means anything to you, Murph.
That's a pretty good stat. And by the way, the other fact, like you pointed out, just low-key, Friday night, he was headed to the bum baby list.
Dude, talk about a guy saving his legacy. If the Celtics would have lost that game, we're talking Jason Tatum overrated, blow up the roster,
and you
trade
talked
him
about
away.
how the Celtics are already talking about blowing it up because Tatum and Brown don't get along and all that stuff. And then here they were entering the fourth quarter. Kate Scott's ready to pop the champagne. Now he's on the home baby list going to the conference finals.
Going to the conference finals to take on our next home babies, the Miami Heat, and this is just kind of a general broad home baby.
Yeah.
Of course, you can give it to Jimmy Butler, but I want to focus on Eric Spoelstra, the man that's been with the Heat since, 2008? One of the few coaches that survived the LeBron James era, a guy that's now in his 3rd Eastern Conference Finals in the last 4 years. I'll give you even deeper numbers. This is the 7th time the Miami Heat have been in the Eastern Conference Finals in the last 13 seasons. all this while Eric Spoelstra has never won a Coach of the Year award. I'm saying it's long overdue. I know Mike Brown deserved it this year, but look no further than what the Miami Heat have done. I don't know how impressive you can even kind of put it into explaining this morning. They were a play-in team. They lost to the Atlanta Hawks in a play-in game. They had 2 lives. Then they come back and take out Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks, take out a number 1 seed. Of course, they take out the New York Knicks on Friday, and now they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals once again. So home baby status this morning goes to Eric Spoelstra and the entire Miami Heat organization.
Brunson spinning, Brunson leaning, shoveling into traffic. He turns it over.
That unless it's Brunson.
Butler makes it a 2-possession lead. Bruce gets it ahead. Here is Vincent. And that is it. The Miami Heat have done it yet again. They are headed back to the Eastern Conference Finals.
It is hard to win in this league. It's hard to win in the playoffs. And it is really freaking hard to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. We've had, our normal big audacious goals, for this season. But when you get to one step like this, you have great gratitude because there's a lot of teams that would love to be in this position, and we've had to fight and claw, to earn everything that we've gotten in this postseason. We don't take this for granted.
Yeah, I would take my shirt off, but I don't want to embarrass him.
For me,
I really got it next to you like this.
You do have to deal with this.
Hey. You could. First of all, hold on, I ain't gonna lie. You could at least wax this right here.
Wait, who are those gentlemen?
That was Jimmy and Kyle Lowry post game together.
Butler.
Jimmy Butler shirtless, by the way.
Incredible. By the way, was that new Michelob Ultra ad where he's sending beers back and forth? You seen that one?
No, I've only seen the Hootie and the Blowfish one.
Somebody's got to help me out. There's a new one where he's sending beers back and forth with a women's WNBA star, and I'm an idiot. I don't know who it is. I'll have to look it up. I will tell you this, two things. One, great hum baby. Love Spolstra forever. Two, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And three, that's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, doing these because Paulie Mack is out until Thursday. So good job. You've laid out the Eastern Conference, although you've told me you're a conspiracy guy.
I am.
You think this thing's done?
I think the way it's leaning, like I am going to be rooting for the Nuggets and the Miami Heat, but it seems like it's lining up perfectly for the Celtics and the Lakers to square off in the finals.
I'm with you 100%. If you're Adam Silver, though, and you're looking at one grease board that has Nuggets, Heat, and TV ratings, and you're looking at another grease board that has Lakers, Celtics TV ratings.
I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Nuggets, Heat, that's an old, that's like something out of like an ABA exhibition. Who's playing? Denver and Miami.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not box office.
So anyway, what do we got? One more hum baby.
That's for sure, but one more interesting to point out that this is a rematch from the bubble year, not only between the Heat and the Celtics, but also between the Nuggets and the Lakers.
Crazy.
Nuggets.
Yes,
Crazy. Guys, we got to respect the bubble.
Yeah, right?
All right.
It's not good for all of us S-talkers talking about those Mickey Mouse rings. But
Still
hey,
don't like it.
Someone's going to
Go
win
Nuggets.
a real ring this year. Western Conference Final set, Eastern Conference Final is set, but that's your hum babies for basketball. Why not give you one hum baby in baseball? And you might be thinking to yourself, Waterboy, where can you find a hum baby in this Giants weekend where they lose 3 games in a row? But I'm going to go big picture, and I'm going to give some respect to our guy Casey Schmidt, a man that was squeezed out of the big hit all last week because of the Golden State Warriors taking on the Lakers, and a guy that deserves to be a hum baby after making his MLB debut last Tuesday. I was in the building. I saw his first career hit, his home run, then saw him go on to have a 5-game hitting streak where he had 11 hits in the first 5 games. I know he went 0 for 4 yesterday, big whoop, but he was back at third base. Brandon Crawford back on the roster, and Casey Schmidt is now a hum baby for the first time in his career. Here's a few highlights from over the weekend from Casey Schmidt.
Chafin throws. Casey line drive into right field. That's a hit, and it's going to roll all the way into the corner. Peterson will score. Coming around the third, Conforto, and he's going to get the stop sign as the ball's relayed back into Marte. Into second with a double. Casey Schmidt, another hit. And we got a 2-run game with the tying run in scoring position.
Nice at bat by Casey Schmidt. He likes it. His dad likes it. He's in the stands going crazy.
1-2 is hit on the ground toward third. Over to get it. Schmidt snaps the throw to second one. Estrada to first. Got him, double play. Wow, what a double play. And started by an extremely athletic Casey Schmidt, who got to it and got it to second in the blink of an eye. That was some great defense.
Like in time, it looked like an easy play, but how fast Casey got it out of his hands and Tyro got it out of his hands, like it's a pretty, that's a pretty damn good play. So happy I have those two behind me.
Well, there he is, Waterboy. Although down to 458. Sitting 458.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about the guy.
But I'll take it. Like I said, I heard people calling into Bill Lasky's show yesterday saying he's chasing strikes out of the zone. Dude, come on.
Be positive, bro.
11 hits in 5 games. He's got a cannon throwing 93 miles per hour across the diamond. Come on. What do you want?
Just to go show you just how hard it is to do anything on planet Earth because there is nothing new under the sun. 11 hits. I figured, it's got to be a record. Nope. Jimmy Davenport had 12 in his first 5 games. So he didn't break Davy's record, 1958. So shout out Davy. Rest in peace. And second of all, shout out Casey Schmidt. One of the only things to get excited about. I would imagine a little, tonight, when they take on the Phillies, maybe an intimate gathering down there at 3rd and King tonight. Are you going, Waterboy?
You know, it was not on my agenda.
Come on, bro.
I'll hit up one of the games this week, but it ain't going to be tonight.
You will hit up. By the way, is there a day game this week?
I think on Wednesday we got another day game.
Let me check it out.
So I'll for sure be down there at the ballpark on Wednesday. But
check out my Gigantes Phillies.
Actually, but I am curious to go see Bryce Harper. That's another guy you can throw on the hum baby list, even though he was getting into bench clearing brawls yesterday against the Rockies. This dude's amazing. He came back from Tommy John surgery in less than 6 months, Murph. Absolutely insane. Maybe a good sign for Brock Purdy, but what Bryce Harper's doing right now, and he's hitting over 400, absolutely unbelievable.
What was the brawl about with Harper? Do you know?
I didn't get to look too much into it.
I only got to see the dust-up.
No.
He was on deck, and he wasn't even hitting. Then he told the Rockies they were losers, every single one of them.
Every single one of you.
It's a little personal.
Yeah, and Bryce Harper's a little bit of a red ass, so it makes sense.
Doing some housekeeping here. Do we break?
Mm-hmm.
We break?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, good job, Waterboy. To recap, your hum babies.
Hum baby number 1, Jason Tatum scoring 51 points in Game 7.
Breaking Steph's Game 7 record.
Breaking a record that was about a week or two old.
Damn.
Jason Tatum, hum baby number 1. Hum baby number 2, Eric Spoelstra and the Miami Heat. And hum baby number 3, Casey Schmidt. I said it last Tuesday, Murph. I picked him up in fantasy baseball that morning. I was the great 1%er, and now I'm the first person to make him a hum baby. Casey Schmidt, welcome to the Bigs. Welcome to the hum baby list.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. Pretty much. All right, on to the bum babies next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Casey Schmidt stopped by Talking Baseball this weekend with Marty Lurie to talk about his first week in the big leagues. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. All right, Marcus Boucher here, filling in for Paulie Mack this morning, and joining us on the UMA guest line right now is Steve Moskowitz. And Steve, Paulie Mack might be gone, but we still need to figure out what we need to do if we can't pay our taxes. Good morning, Steve. What's going on?
Good morning, and we want to give you your life back. Look, it's a real common problem. People can't just pay their taxes. You just can't. And if you owe more than 10 grand, we want to help you. And there's all different ways to help you, whether you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or we pay in monthly installments, or they just leave you alone with a hardship deferral because your situation is that you just can't pay them right now. Or there's so many different things we want to do for you. In almost all cases, we can do everything for you. Imagine what your life would be like if you say, hey, that burden that's keeping me awake at the night, staring at the ceiling, those tax lawyers are handling for me. That's what we want to do. We want to take care of you. We've taken care of so many people, and we want to take care of you.
Exactly. Steve Moskowitz will take care of you. If you can't pay your taxes, call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAXDALE or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Murph and Mac on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, you know how it is. Hum babies, bum babies, our Monday morning weekend recall. Waterboy's over here sitting in for Paulie Mack. Paulie's back Thursday. Just all sunshine and roses, handing out wins, gold medals everywhere, winners everywhere. Jason Tatum's a winner. Spoelstra's a winner. Casey Schmidt's a winner. I got to come in. I got to roll in with the storm clouds, buddy.
Be positive, bro.
For every up, there's a down. For every winner, there's a loser. For every hum, there's a bum. Joy and pain, sunshine and rain, my friend.
I understand.
Smiles and cries, of course. And by the way, just to fill in the Michelob Ultra ad with Jimmy Butler free ad, it's Stanford gal, Nika Agwumake. Come on, that's my bad.
Okay, nice.
I should have known that, but it's a fun little ad. Jimmy Butler's good at those.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler's having a great time.
He's good at everything.
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler.
Drinking beer, selling beer, putting up 50-plus
selling
points.
hootie,
Yeah,
the whole
exactly.
deal.
He does it all.
It's just that he doesn't know he's up against the monster conspiracy force.
Yeah,
that will keep him out of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler don't give a damn about any conspiracies.
You think Jimmy Butler's stronger than a conspiracy?
I think so.
All right, that'd be fun. Well, come on, man. You know where bum baby number one is. Jeez. We say Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die. I'd say Friday night is where the Golden State Warriors' dream went to die. I said I wouldn't believe it until I saw the shovel of dirt land on the black jersey with the gold rose. We had never seen a Steve Kerr coach team lose a Western Conference playoff series, and I just wasn't going to believe it until I saw it. And then we saw it unfold in like agonizing slow motion all night long. Were they ever truly in that game? Were they always fighting uphill in that game? They were like running up a greased hill the entire game, not to mention the fact that Steph and Clay went 6 for 26 from three-point land.
No good.
That's calling into question Steph's credentials as a shooter.
Thank you,
We're
Murph.
riffing if
Thank
you were
you,
listening
Murph.
earlier, all right? But it was obvious that the Warriors are bum baby number one. Guys, the list of questions, I wrote them down. I mean, what do you want? Okay.
Yeah. How big is that list, man?
So we start with Draymond Green and his $27.6 million player option. He's going to make a decision Actually, I should probably say before Draymond Green, the guy who makes a decision on everything, Bob Myers.
Can someone give Bob some blanking credit?
Can someone give Bob some blanking time to figure out what he wants to do? He says he needs time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm just going to put a little time constraint on this. June 22 is the NBA draft. So you'd like to think they'd get their ducks in a row prior to that. So I'm going to probably a couple of weeks for Myers, maybe?
Prior.
Looking for your Shams, your Wojs, your MT2s to break stories in the next couple of weeks about Bob Myers' future. If he doesn't go, did you notice who, by the way, the Warriors made available to us about 2 weeks ago? Just Mike Dunleavy Jr. Ooh. Did you think that was an accident that they made him available?
That's a good call.
That could be him. Okay, so Myers, number one.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green's player option, number two.
You going to get this podcast.
Jordan Poole's future, number three. The 4-year, $123 million extension kicks in. Right now, his stock has never been lower.
It's a pool party!
I think if you ask most people in Warrior Land, they would say they'd like to move the deal.
Yeah,
now, what team wants to take on that deal?
That's the question. Yeah.
Kuminga, it's reported by The Athletic that his people want a more expanded roar. He says, play me or trade me. Shout out the goalie from Slapshot. Trade me right blanking now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Klay Thompson, will he have to take a pay cut to stick around? Joe Lacob, how far does he want to go past this salary cap that continues to be a problem? Because if they go past this certain quote-unquote apron, they don't get a mid-level exception. They don't get a mid-level exception. They can't sign a player like Dante DiVincenzo. That's another question.
Another one.
He has a player option, too. Has he outplayed his second-year salary? Can he go test his wares on the market? Guys, about the only guy we know for sure is going to come back is the greatest shooter of all time.
Tell him, Murph.
Steph Curry. But the rest of it, and Steve Kerr, but the rest of it is one gigantic bum baby. And I'm going to say this, too. It triply hurts. And if you're a Warrior hater, and I saw somebody on the text line saying, you guys lost? Light the beam, bees. That's what he said.
They don't got a beam in L.A.
Called us bees. And if you're a Laker, if you're a Warrior hater, you can just rub our nose in it because it was LeBron.
Yeah.
It was frickin' LeBron.
Of all people.
That's what it sounded like Friday night.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
Shot blocked by Hachimura. There's James. Another terrific defensive play from the Lakers. James backing in on Wiggins. Cross the lane, lays it up and in. And the foul. James snatches the rebound. Here he goes. James, pass Hachimura. And the Lakers pouring it on right now. A 22-point advantage. LeBron James, highest scoring game of the series. A 30-point, 9 assists, 9 rebound masterpiece. And such disappointment for the Golden State Warriors, whose season will come to an end here in Los Angeles against a very familiar foe.
Just want to also say how proud I am of our guys. It's been a long and difficult season in many ways, but our guys hung in there. And to be here, to have a chance, in the conference semis, when for much of the season we were kind of adrift, it shows the character of our group.
I mean, you're disappointed and kind of shell-shocked that it's over. Pour so much into every season, but coming off of last year, trying to defend and give ourselves a chance to keep advancing. It's a tough way for the season to end.
All right, we're going to play a lot more, obviously, come the big hit at 8 o'clock, but questions everywhere. What was most surprising to me, Waterboy, was within about a half hour Friday night, and I know you said you turned off everything, you went back to your mind-numbing substances.
100%.
Congratulations on that, too,
Thank you,
by the way.
Murph.
Within about a half hour, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green pretty much signed up again for another run.
Yeah.
Like, they're like a couple of quotes here, key. Curry, we have a lot more left in the tank. You're like, wow, I didn't see that last night. But 2, we're going to ride this until the wheels fall off. You got Draymond saying, I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. So it was very surprising. Now, again, was that just post-game talk and money talks, BS walks, the whole deal. But I was surprised that there was seemed to be okay, it was tough to defend. Opening night in October, we'll see you there.
Yeah, and the thing was, they were extremely confident in the big 3 coming back together next year, which raises the questions. All the list you just went through, your Jordan Pooles, your Jonathan Kumingas, your Dante DiVincenzo, and the entire, 2-timeline nonsense they were trying to sell us on. I mean, at this point, there's only one timeline. Yeah. It's Steph Curry. It's winning titles.
I think, did you feel like that was decided when they traded Wiseman for Peyton?
100%.
Yeah. only
that was
timeline,
the end of the 2 timeline.
Do we even want to think about what this world's going to be like without Steph Curry?
No, that's a timeline I don't want to go down.
I had a guy telling me Saturday night, we went to see the super secret Michael Franti show at Sweetwater. By the way, he's a good vibe machine, but I will say, you can write a Michael Franti song. It's like a Mad Lib. Just put in sunshine and love and just kind of alternate those two, like the entire, and then basically you got a Franti tune.
Yeah, you got a hit.
It's about love. It's about sunshine. I got love because there's sunshine. And then you're like, oh, okay. And then the next song, I got sunshine because there's love. You're like, oh, okay. I think I just heard that one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
it sounds familiar. Yeah.
Hey, he's a great vibe. We had a good time.
Yeah.
We had a good time. I just had to get the riff off, all
There
right?
you go, nice.
We had a good time, all right? But anyway, a guy hit me on that night. He was not hitting me love and sunshine. A guy hit me. He goes, hey, man, when Curry, ready for this? The bombest guy hit me with at the bar. He goes, hey, man, when Curry retires, we're going to be the Orlando Magic. I was like, whoa,
Yeah, come on.
Easy
Don't put that on me.
So,
I don't even want to think about that.
I was like, can I just worry about opening night 2023,
That's
24?
it. I want to still think about the big 3 because, of course, everybody's talking about, oh, this is the end of the dynasty. Last time I checked, Steph is still playing at an MVP level. Klay Thompson did not play good in the playoffs, but led the entire regular season in most three-pointers made over 300. And Draymond Green was top 5 this year in Defensive Player of the Year voting.
Yeah,
the big 3
I think
are
of
still
those
playing.
3, the one was the most shocking was Klay.
Yeah,
he had just a horrific series and looked bad doing it. Looked old and slow and making bad decisions. Very weird.
Yeah,
very weird. His January and February were electric.
And here's the thing: it's like you can even add in his playoff 3-pointers. He's only the second player ever joining Steph Curry to make 500 3-pointers in the regular season and postseason combined. But here we are talking about an all-time bad series for
That's
Klay.
an incredible stat, given how bad he played.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, we got to move on to Bum Baby number 2. And here you are making Casey Schmidt a hum baby.
Hum baby.
Sorry, I got to give the Giants a game ball for losing 3 straight and falling 6 games under at the quarter pole, 17 and 20. Not much worse than a 17. 17 and 23 is nice and depressing.
It's just an ugly number.
Yeah. So Friday night, you had Ross Stripling coughing it up. The Stripling-Mania signings have not worked out.
Nope.
Saturday night, you had Anthony DeSclafani pitching well, but then he had to come out because his toenail was falling off. By the way, shout out the amount of texts that came in the 6 o'clock hour. A fallen toenail army representing. We had long-distance runners and soccer players saying, dude, welcome to my world. That's a day that ends in Y, when my toenail falls off, you know? So they're saying that's a regular thing. To have toenails just turning black, purple, and then falling off.
I'm just confused by the entire timeline, though. Apparently, it happened a couple weeks ago, and it doesn't fall off till now. Like, I'm not a toenail expert. Apparently, we have
call it toenail conspiracy?
I'm putting on a tinfoil hat.
And then Sunday, they play their cojones off. They're 1-1 in the 9th, and Tyler Rogers goes out for a second inning, which he has been doing this year, but it backfires. And the Giants.
It all started with that leadoff walk. Free 90s, Murph.
Leadoff walks.
Free 90s.
Shout it out. So here you go. The Giants lose 3 straight in Arizona. Enjoy.
Oh, no! We suck again!
2-1 the count to Dominic Fletcher. The pitch is hit high in the air to deep right center field. Conforto back at the wall, and it is gone. A 3-run homer to tie the game. Dominic Fletcher. And another home run given up by Ross Stripling. Here's the 3-2. Longoria hits a high drive down the left field line. This one's hoping to stay fair, and it does. It's gone. And now Dave Gretschner is coming out with Gabe Kapler. I don't know if DeSclafani awkwardly came off the mound or what, and he's coming out of the game.
I was just playing piano with my kid, and it's just silly, but I was playing piano with my kid and was trying to help him off the bench, and the thing literally squirted my toe up, like several weeks ago, and, the toenail kind of finally just died and, just started affecting me today.
Gurriel, line drive down the left field line. That is a fair ball. And headed toward the corner. Walker speeding the third. They're going to send him. Here comes the throw. And Schmidt is going to go tag Gurriel. It's not going to matter. Walker will score, and the game is over. 2-1 Diamondbacks with the walk-off win.
Did you see, by the way, just a couple things. One, Casey Schmidt took that cut from Sable and tagged Lourdes Gurriel.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, the game's over. It's a walk-off.
What do we think about that? Does he get roasted for that? 2, the Triple E with 2 contributions there, even though you can't see him in the producer's box. We are live streaming on our KNBR app and KNBR.com and YouTube live stream on KNBR. You can see the handsome face of a Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. You cannot see the producer's box, which usually you can, but I think Waterboy was accused of breaking it. on Friday.
Allegedly, Murph.
In an act of rage.
Allegedly.
So, but anyway, Triple E from that camera you can't see contributed 2 things. One, giving me a little too much information. He goes, yeah, in my ears, like, yeah, dude, every year I lose a toenail to backpacking.
Yeah, I don't need to know that.
I was like, well, dude, I don't need to see. I just pictured his hairy toe and the thing falling off.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, when does this kid not get injured? Like, he loses a toenail, he tears his MCL, he hurts his back, he hurts his hip.
But then he also said the DeSclafani injury sounds literally like a Looney Tunes cartoon, where the piano bench comes down, then the red exclamation points come up on the cartoon. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
It reminds me of...
Was he barefoot? Was he barefoot? Was he playing piano barefoot?
I mean, that's
shout out Franti, who goes barefoot, by the way, all the time.
That's a great question.
He does, by the way. Franti, I read that he only wears shoes into restaurants and airplanes. That's it.
Wants to be more in touch with the world.
Yeah, they call it grounding, right?
Yeah.
So, really? Is that what you imagine?
Why don't you do the show barefoot?
I'm going to take my shoes off right now. I'm going to get comfortable.
Are your toenails dying?
Oh, here, I'll let you know. I'm going to drop the mic on my toe. Maybe I'll exit for the last couple hours.
Anyway, they're 17 and 23, man.
No good.
They're 17 and 23.
No good.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bum baby number 3. Oh, man, Kate Scott. I'm sorry to do this, but not just the 76ers, but Triple E said, why don't you just throw a blanket over Philadelphia in general? Actually, it was my kid who said that, not Triple E. It was my kid. Oh, it was you? No, about the World Series? No, it was my kid. You threw the Bryce Harper thing in. My kid hit me with, he goes, Dad, they lost the World Series and the Super Bowl. I was like, yeah, that's a good point.
I think their MLS team actually lost in a championship also. Their soccer team lost also. City of losers.
And now they,
the Eagles.
The one they're going to root, the picture of Rags. I should show it to you, too. By the way, the picture Paulie sent me of the pizza, it's a live photo. So you can hear Rags saying, as he's taking the picture, look at those blanket sausages, man. He's so funny. As the camera's kind of focusing on the pizza.
I might need that for the cooler.
I'd like to show that to you. Actually, no joke. I actually was thinking about sending it to the cooler, Anyway, really, I mean, we talk about Game 7 being the bum baby. No. Friday night, since we signed off, Philly had a chance to sew that thing up at home and had the Celtics on the ropes going into the fourth quarter.
Had Jason Tatum shooting terribly that night.
I don't know if ESPN muted the microphones, but it seemed kind of dead in there. I don't know. There was something weird about the environment. I think ESPN does mute the crowd or something because it seemed quiet as Jason Tatum took care of them. But anyway, you got the MVP, Joel Embiid, not advancing. Now you're talking about Doc Rivers maybe getting the Ziggy yet again. And you got Budenholzer and Monty Williams already gone. And you got Joel Embiid after the game with some bad quotes.
I can't win it by myself.
I can't do it by myself. You're like, bro.
You're the MVP.
Bro. And now there's rumors that James Harden will leave for Houston to join Victor Wembanyama.
Back to Houston.
It's all bum baby for the Philadelphia 76ers.
One of the most dominant second halves we've seen in a playoff game in a long time. As the Boston Celtics will advance once again to the Eastern Conference Finals. Banner number 18 still very much in play. Well, when you say one of the great performances in Celtic playoff history, that is saying a lot. With all the special players and special moments. And the highest scoring game in a Game 7 in NBA history.
We all got to look at ourselves. I got to be better, and I will be better. That's what I'm focused on. All of us, we got to, come back and find ways to just keep improving and, help the team. You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just try to keep finding ways to get better, and we'll be fine.
It's one of those quotes that maybe he was trying to say something different, like, hey, man, as a team, we got to get better, but it came off sounded really bad. Me and James, we can't do it alone. So, we finish the show, and I'm like, you know what, hey, I can't do it alone.
You can't win alone.
Marcus, Triple E, these guys didn't even show up today.
And here's the thing, like Joel Embiid, the definition of alone means you wouldn't have James Harden either. And that's a guy that's been disappearing left and right. Only took, I believe, 9 shots in Game 7.
He was a home baby last week because he scored 45 and 42 in the series against, who was the previous series they had? It was whoever it was they eliminated. I forget who it was. It was, but anyway, the Bucks. Was it the Bucks?
No, because Miami beat the Bucks. 76ers played against.
Was it anyway? Yeah. Whoever it was, Harden hit the big floater and the 3-pointer.
Yeah,
and
when
all
Embiid was hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was the early part of the Celtics series. Anyway, the point is that As the 707 says, City of Brotherly Elves. City of Brotherly Elves.
We
There you go.
smoking that Philly loud pack.
There you go. The Bum Babies are in. It's obviously the Warriors and the million questions that follow them. It was the Brooklyn Nets that Harden eliminated. Thank you very much.
That's why we forgot.
Yeah.
It was the Nets.
The Giants losing 3 straight to fall 6 games under, and the Philadelphia 76ers blowing it in Game 6 and 7. Poor Kate.
Clap your hands, everybody.
And Kate missed the Taylor Swift concert for all that. All right, we're late. We got to get to Mike Krukow and the Power Hour. Krukow and the big hit about the Warriors next on the Sports Leader. All right, we love the North Bay. And, God, the North Bay was shining over the weekend with the baseball championship out at College of Marin. Just a beautiful setting. We love world-class beauty in the North Bay. And now I want to tell you about something more serious, too, the world-class secret that is Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Marin Health, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. Marin Health with a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. Marin Health with an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities, all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care closer than you think.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max. Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, before we get into the Giants, want to remind you that more Warriors talk's coming your way. Michael Thompson joining Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50 to break down the Warriors' future. All right, Mike, we'll break down the Giants' future. They're home to take on Philly tonight. We signed off with you Friday morning. They had won that first game in Arizona. Then they lost 3 in a row. So a lot to catch up on. We got Marcus Boucher, the water boy, in for Paulie Mack, who's back east for a family graduation. He'll be back Thursday. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. A little disappointed in the weekend. After winning Game 1, I kind of had visions of grandeur, and they come out of there 1-3, which that's a disappointment. So, no, I'm fine. Everything's good.
You got to move on to the next one. Let's talk a little bit about, let's start with the big guy. I say the big guy, but the big story, Casey Schmidt. You know, he continued to, have more success Friday and Saturday. Yesterday, he finally took an O for 3 punch-outs, but played some defense. And, Mike, I guess the big news is that what we talked about last week came to pass. Brandon Crawford came off the IL, and they moved David VR down. And just what kind of message that is to a Casey Schmidt, and also how you see them juggling. J.D. Davis played DH that day. Your thoughts?
Well, David VR needed to go down. And, when you start slumping badly, especially as a young player, you don't know about slumps. I mean, it's a different thing when a veteran slumps. Like we have 2 right now in the middle of the lineup. Conforto and Haniger, they're slumping. They're both hitting under 200, but they're both in their 7th year. They've gone through slumps. They've come out of slumps. They know that they're going to come out of slumps. They know that's the game of baseball. They can afford to be patient. As hard as it is, they can be patient. When you're a rookie, you don't have that luxury of thinking that I'm coming out of this. You're thinking, can I play here? And once you get that frame of mind, you kind of have 1 foot back in Sacramento. And with him, I mean, it's a real easy thing to criticize what he isn't doing. He's not making contact. He's striking out, and when he does, he's not making loud contact. He's not hitting the high fastball. This is the era of the launch angle. You see guys with uppercuts all the time, but every once in a while that uppercut will get a little too steep. And I think that's where VR is. If you watch Jock Peterson, who's gone through this, here's a guy that, he wanted to lift and separate, and he's learned to hit the high pitch. He's learned to hit with his top hand. And right now, with VR, he doesn't have that technique. And he needs to go down and learn it. He needs to have some defense against the high pitch, because right now, with his uppercut, he's getting pounded with high stuff, and he can't get to it. So, they've adjusted to you. Now you have to adjust back to them. It's the age-old story. But, and from Casey Schmidt's perspective, he's the hot item, man. He's the guy that's lighting everybody up. But you did see what the Diamondbacks started to do with him in the last 2 games. They quit throwing him strikes, and he was chasing. And that's exactly what's going to happen in this series with Philly. And as we go forth until Casey Schmidt gets a little more plate discipline and waits for that ball to get in the strike zone, and then he can do some damage. But his entrance into the big leagues as a rookie has just been a shot in the arm for everybody. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, I just want to follow up quickly on Casey there before we get to some of the other questions, and that is, things you saw defensively, him at third versus him at short, and then just to follow up on that, what you said about attacking him. Do you mean they're throwing breaking balls out of the zone? Are they elevating fastballs? What do you think the plan is?
Yes, both of those. They're not throwing the ball in the strike zone. Yeah. He's so aggressive. I mean, he just wants to go up there and flail. So, I mean, we saw Zach Gallen take advantage of it first. He's like, okay. He gets a hit off him, and he comes up, he didn't throw him a strike. He swings right through him. And then they took that same concept into yesterday's game. He had his first hat trick, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So, I mean, it's obvious what he has to do. He has to be a bit more patient. He has to get a better pitch to hit. But what was significant about yesterday, in that was his first game at third. Now, granted, that's the position he came up with. That's the one he was drafted at. That's the one he's most comfortable in. But he did not let the 3 strikeouts and the 0 for 4 bother him. He played great defense. And we expect that out of him right now at shortstop, too. When the guy's talented like that, I mean, it shows quickly. When a guy's got good hands, it shows quickly. I think that he has to stay on his feet a little bit more. He left his feet a lot as a shortstop. I think he has to clean that up a little bit, which that's a minor adjustment. But what we saw, especially after the 0 for 4 and a hat trick, leads me to believe that this guy's going to be able to play here for a while.
And he's a guy that even if he does struggle with the bat a little bit, he can be in the field every day with that glove like you're talking about, Mike. So I would love to get your perspective, of course, as a former pitcher, how important it is to have a guy like Casey Schmidt playing defense every single day. When you have a pitching staff with guys like Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, guys that induce a lot of ground balls, how important is it for Casey Schmidt to find a spot to play, even if he's not playing every day at short, third, or second base?
Well, that's what's going to happen. I mean, he's going to go from third to short to second, and they want to keep his bat in there as long as it's as hot as it has been. And from a pitcher's perspective, when you have a guy back there that can catch the ball, then you don't worry about that position. It's solid, and move on. And because look, I've played on teams where you did not want the ball to get hit to a certain guy or a certain side of the field because you didn't have great defense over there. And it's not a comfortable feeling for a pitcher. You have to feel that if you put that ball on the ground, it's going to get caught. I mean, you just have to have that feeling. You have to feel that if that ball goes down in the dirt, that catcher's going to block it. You have to feel that way. And with Casey Schmidt, you don't worry about him at all, anywhere you put him.
Talking to Mike Krukow, we do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Giants home tonight to take on Philly. We'll see what the Giants do with this little jigsaw puzzle of infielders, Davis, Estrada, Crawford, and Schmidt. And they're already indicating that maybe Crawford getting sort of that Buster Posey treatment will be a one way to handle it, and using the DH too. Mike, pull back, big picture here. There's certain signposts, Memorial Day or 4th of July or whatever. But this was what they call the quarter poll, I guess, or 40-game mark. And they're 17 and 23. That caused a little reflection yesterday on the post game. And 6 games under. If you're Farhan Zaidi and you're Gabe Kapler, it's not what you want. What do you think they're seeing?
They're seeing that their free agents haven't done anything. They're seeing 2 middle of the order bats that are hitting under 200. They're seeing 2 guys that were penciled in for the rotation that are ERAs are double digit. Stripling, Manaea, Haniger, and Conforto. They have not lived up to expectation. And that's really, the fact that they're where they're at is pretty remarkable given they haven't had much contribution from those guys. And none of that, but their bullpen right now is still looking for its identity. They did not have a good weekend in Arizona. The good news is Doval is absolutely, come out of the mechanic doldrums, and he's throwing the ball well. But I mean, you still have some ifs. You have too many ifs. You don't know what you're going to get from back. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get from a couple of guys in that pen that just are not pitching to their capabilities. So I think that as you're analyzing this team, you can afford to be a bit more patient because of the main four that are not living up to expectation. Manaea, Stripling, Conforto, and Haniger. They have to get better. But again, as I said, they're all veterans. They're all in their 7th year or more, and they all know that they can get out how to get out of this. They've come out of slumps before. So I'm not that worried about it yet. I do feel that more contribution is coming from all 4 of these guys. They're not hurt. I mean, that's the good news. They're able to go back out there, and so and you're watching Conforto now. He had a good series this weekend. He started with his home run on Wednesday as the Giants left to go to Arizona, and he had good at bats all the way through the weekend. So I sense him getting off the interstate soon. I don't feel that way quite yet with Haniger. I think he's still looking for it. And in regards to Manaea and Stripling, they're kind of in I was going to say limbo, but it's more like purgatory right now. They're not able to have a consistent set of mechanics that allows them to repeat an arm slot, which gives them the command that they need to be effective. So they have work to do, but again, they're healthy, and I think that they can do this because they've done it before.
Yeah, and Mike, it seems like we've been talking about health a lot this year with the Giants, of course, with Haniger and Conforto to start the season. But it seems like they are getting healthy, and like you said, Conforto is starting to swing the bat. I guess I'm more concerned about center field this year with the injuries to Slater and Yaz, and they've been kind of trying to use Bryce Johnson and Wisely and mix in a couple guys. What do you think about the middle of their defense in center field and everything that's going on in the outfield this season?
I don't feel bad about the center field position at all. I think Johnson's a great glove, and I feel the same way about Wisely. I mean, I don't sense that Wisely's an infielder playing in the outfield. I think he gets a pretty good jump, and he's a good route runner, which to me, and all that, he's got a better than average arm. So I think he has the components to give you a solid effort defensively wherever you put him. And Johnson is a natural center fielder. I mean, he's got a great first step. That guy can play. But what you don't have right now is the Yastrzemski bat. I mean, Yastrzemski's having a good year with the Wood. Losing him that's a tough loss. The good news is we initially thought it'd be 4 to 6 weeks, and it's going to be a lot less than that. You might even get him back on this homestand. So, that's a positive. But I don't worry about and really anybody in the outfield. Even Sable is looking to me like he can play the position now. He's getting a little more comfort in left field. But everybody else who's going out there, I have a confidence in their abilities defensively.
Mike, we got to ask about just, one of the quirks of baseball is the quirky stuff that happens through the years and injuries. And the Anthony DeSclafani piano bench injury is definitely on our list. We're like, whoa, wait, what? And that was a bummer. It's a bummer for him. He's such a good pitcher. I guess it's a couple questions. One, where does that one rank for you? The piano bench, when you're taking your kid off the piano bench, hitting your toe. And then 2, the toenail. We've heard from endurance runners and soccer players that say, yeah, dudes, wake up. We lose our toenails all the time. I don't know about you, Mike, your thoughts on the DeSclafani injury and the toenail, the dreaded dead toenail.
Well, it sounds funny. He's a right-handed pitcher, so it's better that it was the left foot rather than the right foot. If you're pushing off of a toenail that's giving you problems, you have a tendency to really adjust your motion to get around that pain. I don't think it's as dramatic as it could be when you have your plant foot. For him, his left foot, when that's affected by it. So look, I mean, they're going to go and take the toenail out, and they'll clean it up, and it'll be fine. But I mean, it could be worse. And weirdness, quirkiness, I give it a C. Not anything that's that eye-opening, but it is a little bit weird because you don't hear too many guys dropping benches on their toes. Although, hey, we watched the guy down there in San Diego drop a kettlebell on his toe, and it cost him a month. And so, look, it happens. Oh, yeah. It's a baseball. There's been, but as far as weirdness, how about taking off your socks and pulling your hamstring? I mean, that's happened before. So I give it a C. C for weirdness.
A C and a weirdness. Did you ever deal with the dreaded dead toenail falling off?
No, I never did. I was kind of lucky. I didn't have too many weird things happen to me physically. I mean, but you have to be lucky. There's a black cloud that surrounds every locker. Every day something funky like that could happen, and then because you play every day, you really don't have the days to hide it. I mean, football's got a week they can recover, and they do. I mean, if you take a look at who could play after a football game the day after, probably 60% of the guys couldn't. But they have a week to get ready. Well, baseball doesn't. You got to get ready the next day. So you get exposed.
Yeah, it's wild. And listen, I think the good news is they say, I don't think he's going to go on the IL. I think he's going to stick around. And by the way, speaking of IL, it looks like Alex Wood will make a start tonight coming back, so that's good. Going against a left-hander, his last name is Falter, who's 0-6 with a 5.75. He's doing a little too much faltering, so hopefully the Giants can kind of get him tonight. Just quickly on the Phillies coming into town, did you see the Bryce Harper incident with the Rockies yesterday, Mike?
I did. I watched it this morning, and it was, moderately entertaining.
Some lip reader said that he yelled, "You're a loser organization, every single one of you." I don't know. Does that rank as you believe something like that would be shouted from a Harper to a Rockies brawl?
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. I mean, I really do. I mean, only because if you say something like that, I mean, it's going to come back to haunt you. Only because you're going to be. I mean, Harper, he's going to be playing the next 9-10 years, right? Mm-hmm. Why would you enrage a fan base in an organization? So I don't put much stock in it. But again, when you get into the heat of the moment and emotion starts to fly, you never know what's going to come out of your mouth. Get ticked off enough.
Right.
I don't know what the guy from the Rockies said, but he definitely, showed him up, and he was wagging his tail as he was walking off the field. Which, what's the purpose? I don't get any of that, and they said, let the boys be the boys. Well, whatever. I know one thing. If I was Harper, the next time I'm hitting off that guy, I don't want to hit one out of the ballpark. I want to hit it off his forehead. I mean, I don't want a hitter having that mindset when he's hitting against me. I really don't, especially a good hitter.
And here's the thing, Mike. Bryce Harper has been tearing it up this year, and he's doing it less than 6 months coming off of Tommy John surgery. It's something that I've never seen before, a guy making his return that quick to baseball. How impressive has it been to see Bryce Harper come back in less than 6 months from Tommy John and do what he is doing at the plate?
That's absurd. I mean, that's half the time, less than half the time. And, it tells you a lot about the guy. Number one, he's got a threshold of pain. Number two, he wants to play. And, when you sign a guy to what was it, a 13-year contract, and he wants to play, he's hungry to play. I mean, that's what you want. That's what you want in the clubhouse. He's a factor. That's a guy that keeps everybody in check. That's a guy that, if you have a day where you're not feeling that great, you look over to his locker and you go, man, I better get my butt in gear and get out there and perform. That's a leader right there. I mean, I've never seen anything close to that. We used to marvel at somebody coming back in a year's time. And here he comes back in 6 months. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. So, he comes into town tonight, and the Phillies not having the season they wanted so far, so maybe you can kind of take advantage of them. A little homestand, Mike, Philly and the Marlins. I mean, what do you expect? If you're the Giants, you come home after losing 3 in a row. What's the mindset today in the clubhouse going into this home? You got a whole week at home.
Well, I mean, you're going to enjoy being at home, and you have to play your game. You have to play well. When you do that, you can beat anybody. I mean, they've been in just about every game that they've lost. They haven't been blowing out a lot. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, I mean, you've got 4 guys you're waiting for, 4 veterans. And when you have good players of the caliber of Haniger and Conforto, I always thought it was a good thing when a guy who was good and had reputation got off to a slow start, because they're going to get their numbers. Somebody's going to pay. And that's the one line that every great player I ever played with would say openly on the bench when they were struggling at the start of the year. Somebody's going to pay for this. And you know what? They would. At some point, somebody would pay. So I think that, right now, I look at Haniger and Conforto, I'm thinking somebody's going to pay. And hopefully the payback starts tonight.
Payback starts tonight. All right, Mike, we'll look forward to the broadcast very much, and we will talk to you Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, as the Giants come home limping, well, almost literally limping if you're DeSclafani. Somebody wrote in and said, did DeSclafani sneak diss his kid for the piano bench?
You're saying it's sabotage? The kid's like, Dad, I'm tired of playing piano. Here, let me drop this on your foot.
510 says, don't forget Affelt cutting the hand while slicing frozen burger patties.
So baseball has the most ridiculous injuries probably out of any sport.
Famously, Chris Brown, rest in peace, a former Giant in the 80s, complained about sleeping on his eyelid wrong.
How do you sleep on your eyelid?
There was once was it a Braves pitcher who was ironing his shirt while wearing it and scalded himself?
That's always a great idea.
Okay. You got any other ones?
You go to Jeff Kent washing his truck.
Well, there's that too. Bumgarner on the dirt bike.
Fernando Tatis on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, man, oh man.
I've heard guys
other sports don't have that.
No, I heard stories like guys like cutting their hand open, opening up a pack of bologna. Like there's all types of wild stories out there.
There's more. Like there's a whole I think there might be an entire website dedicated to trippy ones.
Weird and wacky injuries.
But I'm trying to figure out. So like we have, is it a piano bench, like a piano versus a piano bench? You know what I mean? But a piano bench isn't that heavy unless maybe the kid was kind of flopping down on it while it drove right into your toe. And it said it happened several weeks ago. Anyway, as Triple E points out, it's like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
It is.
It's like
it really is.
Bonk. Ow! Like a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner thing. You know what I mean? Maybe the piano bench was made by Acme. All right?
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. Well, listen. Hey, a couple of things. One, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. 2, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, is that handsome young kid you see to my left here on the screen. Because we are on a screen. KNBR Livestream is up on the KNBR app, on the phone, on YouTube, live stream, Twitch, whatever. What would be your preferred method of watching?
I'd probably go to YouTube.
Yeah.
Hit up a little Google Chromecast, get you on the TV in my living room.
Yeah, I was going to say, screen mirrored on the TV.
Shout out to the guy on the text line last week and said, hey, now I can finally watch you in my shower.
That was intimate.
That's an interesting approach.
That was intimate.
I don't know if it's going to do anything for you, but.
I understand.
650 says Glenn Allen Hill hurt himself dreaming about a spider. It's true, because he was fighting off a spider in his hotel room, and he fell off the bed and hit his head or something on the table, or stubbed his toe.
Dreaming about a spider.
Yeah, and he was fighting off a spider, and then came out of his bed and jammed his foot or something like that. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of them. I'm telling you, man.
Well, Murph, it happens in the radio industry too. Just a couple of weeks ago, last week I almost pulled my groin trying to help you spill your coffee.
Hey, one time Paulie Mack, and this is like little talked about because it was a low moment for Paulie, but with him being gone, we'll come after him. In our first month together, he rolled his ankle sitting in the chair. He did, and I had to push him through. I had to push him through the airport in a wheelchair.
Wow, he went full Triple E with the wheelchair.
That's a true story. Our first trip to Scottsdale.
How do you roll your ankle sitting down?
He said he was sitting in the chair and they like rolled it, and that was it. And then he was like, oh, and then we had to go to Scottsdale the next day. But he couldn't walk through the airport, so I pushed him in a wheelchair.
That's hilarious. Classic Paulie Mack.
650 says Kevin Mitchell microwaved a donut and hurt his tooth eating a microwave donut. It was somebody said a pitcher tore his oblique sneezing. The forbidden words Trevor Bauer, he hurt himself with a drone.
That's right. He cut his finger on a drone.
Yeah.
Did some other things too, Murph.
So, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm not going into that.
Somebody went to the other sport of football, Jason Pierre-Paul and the fireworks.
Oh,
Oof.
wow. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
What's your weirdest?
Yeah, what are we going, like Plaxico Burress shooting himself? Like, is that the road we're going down now?
Not either, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You got a weird one yourself?
Oh, off the top of my head, no, just pulling my groin last week trying to help you out.
One.
Yeah, that's the one I'm going with.
All right, here's the deal. The big hit, and it's all about the Warriors. Where do they go in the offseason? How did you process the pain of LeBron James balling out right in your face? Anthony Davis, not alternate days, playing like a monster, leaving questions about Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and the future of the Warriors.
That's a great question.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors season is officially over after losing Game 6 on Friday night to the LA Lakers. So to see the top takeaways and the future plans for the Dubs moving forward, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning.
Hold it now. This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Oh, hey, that's a saltine dry rejoin.
Hey,
wow.
now.
That's Triple E.
Hit it.
I got a weird injury coming your way when we come and throw a chair at Triple E for blowing the rejoin into the big hit.
Yeah, we got a piano bench around here I can drop on his toe or what? I need something.
Are we going to get the package?
Are we going to get a music bed?
Are we vamping?
Hello, is anybody out there?
You just let... I know my references are very dated, but in the movie 16 Candles, when the geek takes Jake's car out of the garage, this is you giving him the board. Is Jake giving the geek his dad's Bentley out of the garage?
I thought I'd give the kid an opportunity to showcase his skills, Murph.
Well,
get him on the board.
I think we're seeing the skills being showcased right now.
That's probably why they took away that little box on the camera.
Here we go.
Hit it.
Waterboy, Triple E.
We got a package.
Little Tony's just sitting in the pen like Camilo Duvall, ready to come in right now, Betty. He's ready to come in.
You know what he's looking like? He's looking like Casey Schmidt hitting behind David Villar the other day.
Shot blocked by Hachimura. There's James. Another terrific defensive play from the Lakers. James backing in on Wiggins. Across the lane, lays it up and in. And the foul. James snatches the rebound. Here he goes. James pass Hachimura. And the Lakers pouring it on right now. A 22-point advantage. LeBron James, highest scoring game of the series, a 30-point, 9 assists, 9 rebound masterpiece.
And such disappointment for the Golden State Warriors, whose season will come to an end here in Los Angeles against a very familiar foe.
Oh, it sucked, man. It sucked bad, and it's our big hit as the Warriors take stock of a season that did not end in a championship. There's a million things to talk about, and we'll talk about them for days and weeks to come, and obviously leading up to the draft on June 22nd because, there's a lot of decisions to be made by then, starting with Bob Myers. But let's start with Friday Night Waterboy. I hated it.
Yep.
I hated every bit of it. I hated LeBron playing great, by the way. LeBron played great.
Yeah.
And Anthony Davis played really well.
I'm grabbing 20 boards.
And I got to say, I think the moment that hurt me, maybe the moment where I started to face the Reaper was Austin Reeves hitting the three right before halftime. Because I felt like the Warriors had the ball down 7 and we're going to cut it to 5 or 4 and go into the locker room with a little seed of doubt in the Lakers' head. And instead, Austin Reeves put a big old tree of doubt in my head here, and then they just never got it. Right out of the gate, third quarter started. I think they gave up 5 right away. And
because that was the thing. The Warriors actually had a decent offensive third quarter. I think they put up 31 points, but they let the Lakers score 35. So just overall, just bad effort.
I know
we're on live stream right now, and I got to watch FCC regulations. Had you been live streaming me in my living room screaming, "Get a bike and stop!"
Please.
Oh, my God. Defensively,
Somebody.
they just collapsed.
Anybody.
Absolutely collapsed on defense. And the Lakers, I didn't think the Lakers had it in them, man. I still believed in this play-in team that started 2-8 and everything. Were 2-10. What were they? Were they 2-10 or 2-8 or whatever?
They started the season 2-10.
I know it was a totally different team.
Yes.
They blew it up and they brought in the pieces they needed. And credit to Rob Pelinka. But I truly believe. I didn't think. Remember the big story that when LeBron broke the scoring record, that Anthony Davis didn't stand up to cheer. They're like, "Oh, look at this," and. I bought into that, like AD's not all in and LeBron's getting old and all that stuff. The Kings were a better team. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I bought into it, Murph, and I bought into the Warriors being a better three-point shooting team than the Lakers.
I said the Warriors were a better team.
Dude, and here were the Lakers hitting 13 for 26 on Friday night, shooting the lights out.
Yes, they kept making their
They were making
threes.
everything, and the Warriors had a lid on their bucket from the first quarter to the entire game. It was bad, Murph.
808 KNBR is the phone number. We take calls in the big hit of how frustrated you were, how philosophical. Was any part of you philosophical about it? Like, there was a part of me, after sort of the third quarter passed and I sort of came to grips with it, I wasn't enraged at the end of the game. I actually went a little philosophical and I said, listen, if you, in my gut of guts, like deep down in my soul, did I think they were going to repeat? I know deep down in my soul, it was going to be so hard to repeat. And was this the team to repeat? And I kept saying, I won't believe it till I see it. And then I saw it.
And that's the thing. When you have Steph Curry on the court, still playing as well he is at this age, when you have Klay Thompson making the most three-pointers he's ever made in a season, and you got Draymond still a top 5 defender in the league, it still gives you that hope, Murph. And that's why we all believed, even being down 3-1, I went and threw in a bet at plus 385 odds.
Yeah, because we never saw a Steve Kerr team lose a Western Conference place. It's kind of like the Bochy thing going into 2016. Boch has never lost a postseason series with the Giants, and they're playing the Cubs, and they got that one game, and there was 2-1, and if they could steal it and go back to Game 5 with Cueto and everything, and I'm not going to believe it till I see a Bochy team lose, and then that 9th inning happened.
I mean, think about it. We were even talking last round against the Kings when we were worried about the Warriors' regular season road record and the fact that they only won 11 games during the regular season. We're like, yeah, but they've done it 27, 28 consecutive series. Guess what? That streak is over. It stops at 28. The Warriors did not win on the road in L.A., and it kind of sums up the season perfectly going back to that regular season record.
That's a great call. And Jordan, it was interesting, among the many things I read, and including we'll play a lot of them for you, was that Kerr said that he thought that the Warriors' road woes at the start of the season were linked to the punch, that they were still a lost team early in the season. He thinks they did eventually find them. Draymond reasserted his voice, but they started bad on the road because of the punch. That played a role in everything, and it maybe played a role in how bad Jordan Poole was in this playoff compared to last year's. If you go back, you pointed this out earlier this morning, Waterboy, in the leadoff spot, when Steve Kerr said this was not a championship team, you're like, wait a minute, it's almost the exact same team. The number one difference was Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole 2022 versus Jordan Poole 2023. Huge difference. Not to mention Klay. But here we go. Let's start with some sound. And 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on how you felt and where you want to go from here. But Kerr, first comments after the game.
just want to also say how proud I am of our guys. It's been a long and difficult season in many ways, but our guys hung in there. And to be here, to have a chance, in the conference semis, when for much of the season we were kind of adrift, it shows the character of our group and how they stuck together. And I want to really salute Wiggs for being there for our guys tonight. He's in a ton of pain, and he did everything possible to be available and did everything he could to make an impact. And it's been a difficult season for Wiggs in a lot of ways, but he's always there for us, and that's why we love him and need him. But our guys hung in there, and we had a shot, and we just couldn't quite do it, but the better team won. And as I said, couldn't be more proud of our group.
Well, there's a long quote, a lot of stuff in there. First of all, it is important to mention Wiggins, and it's one of those things that gets totally lost in the shuffle. 28 minutes with a broken ribs, only 6 points, 2 of 8 from the field, 0 for 3 from 3. Just too hard.
But the fact that he was even out there.
I know, incredible.
And playing beat up. And I know everybody says, oh, it's the playoffs, everybody's beat up. But you look at Wiggins, you look at Gary Payton, who I think never really got back to full health. Then you throw in the off-court stuff that GP2 was dealing with the trade in the Blazers. And then even Wiggins dealing with the stuff with his father. They went through a lot this year, Murph.
Yeah, Steve Kerr, though, this is the big quote. Where he said pretty much, this is the first quote I saw on Twitter right after the game about Kerr says the Warriors are not a championship team.
I think this team probably, ultimately maxed out. I think, we were barely in the playoff picture for most of the year. So to make that push, to get there, to win an epic first-round series, and then, to give the Lakers, a fight in this series and have our chances, that puts us in the top, among the top, 8 teams in the league. That's probably where we should be. This is not a championship team. If we were, we'd be moving on. So you can look at the year in total and see all the ups and downs, and there was all kinds of stuff that went on and adversity that hit, but our group stayed together and competed till the end and made a pretty good run.
Well, that's a really interesting quote. Did this group max out? Steve Kerr said so.
Yeah.
That's interesting to hear that Steph, Clay, and Dre max out was final 8, top 8, elite 8. Because we think the Warriors maxing out as a championship,
Every
right?
year they get to the finals,
so
it seems like.
What's different? Okay, Wiggins is different. Missed 25 regular season games. That affected their seeding.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you wouldn't have to start on the road in Sacramento. B, the punch and the way it started with Poole. C, Poole's performance in the playoffs.
Yeah.
D, the lack of sort of that Otto Porter, Bielitsa guy in Kuminga. And the Warriors never trusting Kuminga.
That's the thing that got me, was this story about Jonathan Kuminga already coming out, and apparently he might be looking for a trade next year if he doesn't get a full-time role with this Warriors team. When you got a 20-year-old like Kuminga questioning his playing time, when we needed Steph Curry to give an inspirational speech before getting on the bus to go up to Sacramento, I think that's what they're talking about not having that championship mentality, even though they won last year. If you need that from Steph Curry, if you're complaining about minutes on a title run, you might be the problem.
This is not a championship team.
Well, it's interesting. So, yeah, because he's not saying Steph's not a champ.
No.
He's not saying Dre's not a champ. Now, he could, Clay's performance, and here's Greg in Sacramento checking in on Klay Thompson. Greg in Sacramento, you're on KNBR. Good morning, man.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Greg.
Yeah. I just want to make a point. I mean, I'm a big Warriors fan, and I'm just thinking they need another anchor player, like a KD type or a Jimmy Butler, to always be there. Okay, we need 25 to 30 plus points. Thompson, I think he's now showed you can't rely upon him. He's just too inconsistent.
Well, that's an interesting call, Greg. What would you think about if I said Wiggins could be that guy?
Well, Wiggs, you could probably get 17, 18, 19, and that's great. But, right, remember, a couple of years ago, but for KD, I don't think they would have won 2 in a row.
Interesting. So you think Clay, you don't think Clay made the more 3-pointers this year than anybody in the NBA?
counted, what happened?
All right, Greg. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. And way to rep in sack, by the way.
Yeah,
Some Sack Kings fans checking in. A little glee, I think, from some Kings fans, right? But they all saying, join us on hating the Lakers.
Yeah, exactly. We were all teaming up to beat the Lakers, and now they're the California champs, outlasting us, the Kings, and the Clippers.
The freaking Lakers again in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Enough. Go Nuggets.
Nuggets.
And then, I don't know, man. You think the script is in, huh? Lakers, Celtics?
No, it's sounding like it, Murph.
Script might be in.
That's what Eddie Griffin told us the other day.
Oh, man.
Nuggets.
Steph Curry about the championship medal of this team. Was it a championship team?
Did you have a feeling that this wasn't a championship team during the season?
I mean, we lost, so it's like a hard truth at the end of the journey. It's not anything you allow yourself to. No competitor believes that until you're proven that you're not a championship team. That's what, getting beaten in a playoff series means. Basketball is over for this year, so felt it in the fourth quarter with about 7 minutes left. Just really never heard that from us before in terms of trying to make sense of, losing a series like we did unless, it's been in the final. So got to accept it, move on, and try to be better next year.
So he went kind of more literal, like, we're not a championship team because we just got knocked out of the playoffs.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
And it happens. Tom Brady's Patriots didn't win it every year. Joe Montana's Niners didn't win it every year. Derek Jeter's Yankees didn't win it every year.
Exactly. Michael Jordan. It goes back to the Giannis quote from a week or two ago on whether or not winning the championship
Do you
means
consider
your
this Warriors season a failure?
I think they failed to accomplish their goal of winning a championship.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to call them a failure when they were 44-38, were flirting with a play-in.
And
they eliminated the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, and
we're one of the last 4 remaining teams in the West, at least.
Repeating in the NBA, man. Repeating is extremely difficult, and it always nagged at me like, man, can they do it? Can they do it? Can they do it? We'll see. I mean, as I always say, I like to always fall back on this one. Only one team ends happy. Yeah. Celtics, Nuggets, Heat, Lakers, 3 of those teams are going to be doing the same shows we're doing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So, more Draymond. Are the Warriors a championship group?
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it. So, sucks. But that's our reality. That doesn't mean our core changes. That doesn't mean our core can't do it again. They said we couldn't do it again last year. We did it. They said we missed the playoffs this year. We did it. But guess what? We don't do moral victory, so we lost. And this was not a championship group as it stands. But we have champions, and we're made up of champions. And when you are a champion, when you have that mindset, you just go back to the drawing board, retool, refigure it out, and go do it again. And that's what'll be our focus. But it wasn't a championship group. As we can see, we're sitting here and the season's over. So
now, of all the sound we've played, that one is the most meaty, I think, because Draymond's saying he's back, basically. Now, whether you believe it or not, I don't know. Maybe negotiations are different. Money talks, BS walks. I don't know, but he has the option to come back at $27.6 million. There's been talk of. And a lot of everybody, the whole series, look at the way he hugged LeBron and was smiling with
smile
LeBron
on his face, yeah.
But then he goes, and people are like, he's a Laker, he's a Laker, he's a Laker. And then he just goes, that was pretty firm words from Draymond saying, we didn't do it this year. We're going to go make another run next year. Mm-hmm. He was like, we're doing it again. And he had said something interesting. He said, we didn't win the championship, but we still have champions, and we can retool, remake, and go for it again. He's like, that was within a half hour of the game ending. They were basically saying, October 20th or whatever. See you at Chase Center.
Basically, Murph, welcome back to the Warriors Invitational.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational.
We'll be back next year. Exactly.
Dave in Antioch thinks Kuminga was a talking point. Dave in Antioch, you are on KNBR. What's up, man?
Yeah, I think Kuminga is a polite young man. If you see his exit interview, he gives it up, to all the established players when they asked about his diminished time. He recognizes his deficiencies. He says he wants to learn to rebound like Loon. I think he's an earnest young man that's getting smeared unnecessarily. If you look at the Warriors, there could have been some times when, he could have been inserted and, pushed his force against, like, taking it into the paint against Davis or LeBron or any of the other young Lakers. The Warriors lacked height and athleticism on the team this year.
Yeah.
And they missed the fire of JTA and a couple of the other guys that that brought the force in.
Yeah.
I think they need to give him another give him more opportunity.
So you'd like to see more Kuminga next year?
Yeah. And give it up to him. He's a young man. He's
a young man.
Cultural differences.
Yeah, extremely young, far away from home, the whole deal. I'm with you, Dave, and thanks for the call. And some of the reports, you go to the beat writers you trust, your Slaters, your Kawakamis, your Thompsons, your Latornos, your Holmeses. Everybody who wrote about it said that the people they talked to in the Warriors building want Kuminga to be the guy. Now, not as certain about Poole. Not as certain about Jordan Poole.
And I think that brings up the questions on, are we still doing this whole 2 timeline thing? I think that kind of got sent out the window when you shipped off James Wiseman. Yeah. Now we don't know what's going on with Jordan Poole.
I think right now the timeline is Curry's timeline.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the timeline you're on.
I don't even want to think about the timeline after Curry.
No.
Guy hit me with the Orlando Magic Saturday night.
Oh, that's a bad time.
Yeah, I didn't want that. Jordan Poole himself, he spoke. I did not hear this sound. I want to hear this. Jordan Poole about the punch, and did it affect everything?
Do you feel like maybe the events in the preseason impacted the whole season? Did it feel like it lingered to you, and what was the impact that it had on this year?
I mean, we read it to the second round of the playoffs. We had a good season, and guys stepped up. We had a lot of exciting moments. So I don't think there's anything that was, changing any of that.
Okay, pretty simple. Poole's never been a big press conference guy, all right, but he sort of avoided the question, but said, I think his answer was, hey, listen, we won 44, we knocked out the Kings, we took the Lakers to 6. He was basically saying we got past it in a way, but he did not. Something's got to explain his performance in the playoffs.
And something,
it's not a pool party. Yeah, it was not a pool party.
And something changed the entire season. And who knows if it does stem back to getting punched in the face by Draymond, or if it's him trying to live up to the big contract extension he got in the offseason. But there were times this year where it looked like he was trying to be Steph Curry. I got breaking news for you, Jordan Poole. You're not Steph Curry.
Well, when he started, he was a different guy. He likes starting. He likes playing. His numbers were so different.
But that goes back to the whole argument about Steph Curry needing to give these guys the inspirational speech. Like, you're playing with a dynasty. Yeah. You shouldn't have to.
I'm okay with the speech. So I know you're coming after the speech today. They just lost Game 6 at home. It was a brutal nuclear bomb of a loss. And speeches happen all the time.
I get that, but I guess it's more the message Steph was saying. Like, if you're not with us, don't even get on the bus. Like, that shouldn't even be a question at that point in the playoffs.
Well, I know, but he was basically, because I think people were down and out. I'm going to defend the speech because it was one of those moments where they were doubting. I think they were doubting themselves. I think he was basically saying, don't doubt it. We're going to win. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But there's something to be said for what you're saying right there. Mm-hmm. I want to get to this Draymond cut because this guy's like, people are like, oh, Draymond's a Laker. Listen to this from his podcast. Sounds like he's a Warrior.
A lot of people saying the Warriors dynasty are over, which are the same people that said it was over in 2019 when KD left. 4 years later, they're still saying it's over. Great. They're always wrong. It's not. Those same people are the same folks that said I'd never make it in the NBA. Those people are the same folks that said they're a jump shooting team and they won't win. It's those people. But also know and pay attention to who the people that are saying the dynasty are over. It's always people that have never been a part of a dynasty. You never really see Shaquille O'Neal, the great Shaq, my favorite player as a kid growing up, say, oh man, it's over. You know why? Because that man understands what it's like. He gets it. But there's always people that run and say, oh man, it's over. You don't even know how it feels to start it.
Yeah, so he's going like, you can't talk dynasty unless you've been part of a dynasty. He sounds like he's staying.
He does.
You think he's staying?
I think he does. I listened to the entire Draymond podcast last night when I was driving home from Rockland, and he talked about being under the same agency as LeBron James, working with Rich Paul and all that stuff. But it sounds to me that he is still buying in that this core of players can win a champion still. But then that goes back against what he was just saying about the team being maxed out. Sounds like he's talking about the role players.
I think they want to make some moves.
And the strength in numbers
I think he's saying
out.
Our core, if we get different pieces, it sounds, And if I'm betting right now, I don't think Jordan Poole's on the team in October.
No, and here's the thing. You look at what the Lakers did at the trade deadline this year to surround LeBron James with talent. people are saying the Warriors are old. How old is LeBron James?
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
38, but you look at the talent
AD's a
around
little
him.
older, too.
And exactly, he's up there. But when you have Steph still performing at an MVP level, when Clay leads the league in three-pointers, and Draymond is a top 5 defensive player, yes, the window is still open.
Except for you just talked about Steph and Clay, and Danny in Richmond wants to call him out. Danny in Richmond, you're on KNBR. What's up, man?
Hey, Murph, thanks for taking my call. Thanks, Waterboy. Yeah, I just want to say, man, the Splash Brothers were the Trash Brothers in the biggest moment on the stage. They did not show up. And you add that in with the choke job by Jordan Poole, who I call Jordan Peele, because I think I trust Jordan Peele with the ball more than I would Jordan Poole. With the choke job, that he put in, I mean, it's the biggest choke job since David Carradine. So you put all that stuff together, and that's what you get at the end. If the Warriors want to get back, they're going to have to make some major moves. I'm thinking the Greek Freak. Thanks for taking my call, you guys.
Danny, nice call. First of all, Splash Brothers were the Trash Brothers.
Ouch.
Jordan Poole, I trust Jordan Peele. He came with takes.
And honestly, Murph,
He came with material.
I mean, when you look at the Splash Brothers number, them shooting 6 for
really
26 in
really
games.
bad.
Yeah.
Do you go with the live by the 3, die by the 3, or do you say they choked? They can't shoot in L.A.
See, that's the thing. I don't know if it's them choking or them just running out of gas.
And legs by the Sacramento Kings series, and then every other day in the Lakers series.
Every other day.
But LeBron's legs looked a little too, but he wasn't shooting threes. He was taking it to the rack.
Yeah, exactly. And they got that extra rest for closing out Memphis in 6 games the first series.
Steve Kerr on Clay, Steph, and Dre. Is there gas in the tank?
I think it's probably too raw right now for me to think about. The one thing I will say is that Draymond, Clay, Steph, our core guys, they've got plenty left to offer. There's still plenty in the tank. I thought they all had great seasons and may not have ended on a high note, but all 3 guys are still high-level players, and I still feel like this team has championship potential. We didn't get there this year, but it's not like this is the end of the road. But the organization has some decisions to make, and we'll eventually get to that point.
Well, it sounds like Kerr's sticking around. He thinks all 3 are sticking around. All these guys. I mean, the other thing, I read these quotes from Kerr, I think it was in the Kawakami column, where he's talking about Kuminga and Poole, and he was like, they're still so young.
Yes.
And in the NBA, it takes a long time to become a winner. Like Jason Tatum hasn't won an NBA championship, you know? Jimmy Butler hasn't won an NBA championship, you know? So it takes a long time to get. It took Steph, he was drafted in 2009. It took him 6 years.
Look at someone like Chris Paul. He's still chasing one.
Right. So that's interesting. More Kuminga. Steve in Albany checking in on Johnny Kuminga, or Joku, Waterboy, as you like to call him.
No.
Steve, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Great job as usual. Really appreciate you guys.
Yes, Steve. Thank you.
I was baffled by the non-use of Kuminga during the playoff, the 2 series. I think you could make a case that during the second half of the season, he was one of the most improved players in the league, that without his contributions, the Warriors wouldn't be within a Hubble telescope view of the playoffs. And then to sit him for 2 series and not give him an opportunity was totally baffling. I wonder whose call that made. Yesterday I looked it up because I was curious, how many minutes did he play in the playoffs? In 13 Warrior games, he played 62 minutes.
Wow.
And most of that, it was like 6.0 minutes, 1 minutes per game. And I don't understand it.
Well, Steve, it's a great question. It's Kerr's decision, obviously, and he spoke loudly, and we appreciate the call, man. Thanks for tuning in. And he spoke loudly. I mean, sometimes actions speak louder than words. He's like, he did not want to play the guy. And, I mean, I'm with you, Steve, is that, God, you keep thinking about the athleticism. They didn't like his rebounding. They didn't think he rebounded well enough. They didn't think he understood defensive maybe alignments in the postseason situation. But, man, it is... He just sat his rear end on the bench.
And that's the, I guess, questionable thing about it, because he's right. When Andrew Wiggins was away from the team, it was Kuminga in the lineup almost every single game. Yeah. And then his rotation minutes just disappeared in the postseason.
That's maybe he's Kerr open for criticism there. Hey, I know we got long with the big hit. I want to do 2 last things. I want to take one more call because somebody actually coming in defending Jordan Poole. This is Reed in Concord. coming in on Jordan Poole. Reed, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, so I want to say, where were all the Jordan Poole haters last season? I mean, he's had an off season for the most part, definitely off playoffs compared to last year, completely night and day. But like you said, he's a young player, so who's the real Jordan Poole, last year or this year? I think it's just a little too early to tell, and it's so easy for haters to come out once people start playing bad, like Clay and Poole. But, I mean, we know Clay's a good shooter. We know Clay's a good player. He just didn't really have a good postseason. And with Poole, who knows? We don't want to be in the same situation with Wiseman where we trade him and all of a sudden he goes off, and now all the other haters are saying, why did we trade Wiseman? It was too premature. So we can't have the same thing happen with Poole. I don't know. I just think it's got to give him a little bit more time to see what he has.
It's a good call, Reed. We appreciate you calling and defending him, presenting the other thing. The other part is the money.
Yes.
And Joe Lacob saying, I'm not going over $400 million, and now you're going to have to ask Clay to take a pay cut, and you're looking to shed some dollars. It might be a money thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Jordan Poole, we all know, got the big contract extension this offseason, and the big difference was he averaged 20 points a game in the playoff run last year on the way to an NBA title. This year, averaged 10.3.
He is so young. I was talking to a buddy who said he would trade Poole for Austin Reeves right now, one-on-one. And I said, he goes, what are we going to do with him? I said, maybe he grows physically, because defensively he's such a liability.
That's it.
But can he grow physically, get stronger? Can he work on his defense? Can you stick with him and be patient like Reed wants to? Last quote, and then we got to get out. And we will, of course, continue this talk with the Dose and Connor Letourneau coming up. But Draymond Green saying, no, man, I'm not going to be a Laker. I'm going to be, as the great Monte Ellis would say, a Warriors.
We'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys, for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are with our worst season as a whole since 2014. And yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems. But, those are some of my priorities. Travel a little bit, refill the cup, possibly play FIBA. We'll see. And work my ass off and be better next year. It's my priorities.
He was very good after the game. He was long, expansive, thoughtful. So, man, oh man, the next few weeks are going to be, there are going to be some future big hits on the Warriors, I'll tell you that, as these decisions start to happen. So, there you guys go. A big, long, extra long, big hit.
The biggest of hits.
The biggest of hits. Shout out Paulie Mack. By the way, somebody said, shout out Paulie Mack. Where is he?
Where is he?
He's in New York for his stepdaughter's graduation. He'll be back Thursday. Waterboy's filling in.
Yeah.
Looking good on the TV.
Hey.
On KNBR Livestream, on the app, on YouTube Livestream, on Twitch. He's waving. He's saying, hi, Mom. Going,
hey, Mom.
Number one.
Number one.
Okay. Quick cooler of content, and then back into this Warrior speculation. We see everybody calling in. We'll talk to you guys about what happens next for the Warriors. But first, the obligatory and always entertaining cooler of content next on The Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Casey Schmidt stopped by Talking Baseball this weekend with Marty Lurie to talk about his first week in the big leagues. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
We got listeners in the 415. They found a TikTok leak of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. It's a commercial that somebody found in the leak. It's Magic Johnson said, "You're going to know the difference between champagne and pain." And Bird is wearing his ring, said, "Who's going to take it?" And it says, "NBA Finals start June 1."
Oh, no.
This is your generation. Do you believe this?
Here we go. I'll bust out the tinfoil. I'll make hats for everybody.
I showed you this. What do you think?
The fix is in. I mean, it looks a little sketchy. It looks a little suspicious.
It
does. That's interesting.
I mean, they didn't do one with Dan Issel and Dwayne Wade previewing a Nuggets Heat.
That's interesting.
They didn't do it. They didn't do one with Carmelo Anthony and Ronnie Cycli.
Oh, the scripts have been leaked, Murph.
The script is
out.
All right. Anyway, just letting you know what's out there, man. People, we got people scouring the interwebs. Okay, guys, scouring the interwebs. Jason Tatum scored 51, broke Steph Curry's record.
Baby.
And I guess Kevin Hart is the face of the comedian Kevin Hart, the very diminutive comedian Kevin Hart, friend of the show, been on the program. I guess Tatum trolled him a little bit. So here's Jason Tatum coming after Kevin Hart.
I know we beat the Sixers today. I got a special shout out to Kevin Hart. I want him to still answer my phone call, after today. No hard feelings.
Okay. Just calling him out. Special shout out to Kevin Hart. Well, Kevin Hart then, I guess, responded. Is it a gracious, takes a shot of vodka in honor of this? Oh, take a listen here.
Yeah. All right. I'm hurt. The world knows it. I don't have to hide it. But I'm not as a sore loser. It's not about how you win, it's how you lose. And I'm going to lose like a man. I'm going to stand on mine. Jason Tatum, I hate it, but I got to give you props, brother. I got to congratulate you. A friend you are, but a true competitor you proved to be today. You showed up. You showed out. You put your foot in our ass. I'm hurt. My city's hurt. It's okay. We'll be fine. We'll figure it out. When? I don't know. But we will. What I'm going to do is celebrate you, brother. You already know what I'm about. I'm about hard work. And you proved to put in the work, which is why it paid off, brother. So this shot goes to you. You, Jaylen Brown, and Boston Celtics. Congrats. Congrats on your win. Hard work tastes different. Congrats. I hope you guys go get it done. Do whatever you gotta do. Hope you're proud of yourself.
There you go. Hey, how do you feel about the sportsmanlike toast to your conqueror? Waterboy, you doing that? You weren't toasting Tom Brady after the Tuck Rule game?
No, and I can tell you I wasn't toasting LeBron James on Friday night, but I was definitely drinking after watching that game.
It'd be tough for me to pour a shot for LeBron.
Yeah, no way in hell you're catching me doing that.
Somebody said, I saw something on the web said Ben Simmons cropped up with a petty take about the Sixers. He went low. He went the low road on the Sixers. He posted a photo of him at home watching the game with a bunch of wine. So he went low.
Ooh, fancy.
I've been known to go low. I think Michelle Obama needs to talk to me. But Kevin Hart went high. All right.
It's not about how you win, it's how you lose. And I'm going to lose like a man. I'm going to stand on mine.
All right.
Well, here's the thing. Good. Since Kevin Hart is Mr. Philadelphia, he's becoming pretty familiar with losing lately, Murph.
This is true. Speaking of, how about Joel Embiid? Now, again, does this come off the wrong way? I don't know what he's saying here. If you're a teammate, how are you feeling about this here?
You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just, try to keep finding ways to get better and, we'll be fine.
Damn. Sixers like, bro.
Yeah, will they be fine?
Not going to be fine after you just told me I couldn't carry my jock. You know what I mean?
Not since James Harden wants to lean.
If you're PJ Tucker, Tobias Harris, Tyrese Maxey. If you're any of these guys, you're like, whoa.
You can't stay here. Yeah, we're cleaning house.
PJ, I got Harris going, I got 19. You know, I mean, I saw you only had 15, buddy. You know what I mean?
Where were you the last couple games, Joel?
See Tyrese Maxey going, I got 17, you had 15,
Yeah, what
buddy.
did you do, Joel?
I know, exactly.
Yeah, keep polishing off that MVP trophy.
The MVP went for 15, 8, and 1.
Yeah, I saw people on Twitter, Philly fans, saying we got to get rid of Embiid. Trade him. The process is over. We can't even trust it anymore.
And the last one, we're going to go a little sentimental here. I guess Sunday Night Baseball last night was the Cardinals. Lars Nootbaar. The Cardinals are awful. But Lars Nootbaar, who's his mom. His mom, remember he played for Team Japan.
Correct.
Is she Japanese?
I believe so.
Okay, well, they surprised him. They were interviewing him after the game, and they were, what does Mother's Day mean to you? And he's talking, and then poof, they showed mom on the screen saying, hi, I love you, and we have a little Mother's Day moment here.
How important is she to who you are?
Yeah, she's everything to me. There's my mom right there, man. She's everything. She's everything to me, really. She's my rock. She's my everything. She's my best friend. And is this live right now?
This is live right now.
Oh, my gosh. You get me emotional, man. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know why I'm getting emotional right now, man.
Thank you for the flower. Special
Absolutely.
delivery.
Thanks for everything.
I love you, baby.
I love you, too. Man, you guys are messing me up, man. That's my best friend. You guys are doing this to me, man.
I know. He's a crier. He cries a lot.
I only get emotional when I see her. That's. I love you, Mom.
There's your Mother's Day moment.
That's awesome.
Pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Way to go, Tripoli, on finding that one.
That's a great moment, but if I could riff for a second.
Yeah, please.
When Lars Nootbaar hit me with, oh, is this live? I thought it was Triple E when the big hit started.
That's pretty good.
No music bed, no nothing. Are we live, boys? Yeah, we're live.
Better yet, Waterboy at the parade. Yo, is this Murph?
Am I on here?
By the way, breaking news, no parade. No parade,
I still got the confetti in my wallet.
There we go. Okay, hey, we got to comb through all these excellent texts that have come in. You guys have many thoughts on the Warriors. Calls are coming in on the Warriors.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
The Daily Dose is coming in on the Warriors. And Connor Letourneau of the Chronicle with some big thoughts, big picture thoughts on the Warriors. All coming up on the rest of the Murph and Mac show with Waterboy in for Paulie Mac. We dissect the frog that is the dead body of the Warriors, if that makes any sense. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Man, you guys are messing me up, man. That's my best friend. You guys are doing this to me, man.
I know. He's a crier. He cries a lot.
Now back to Brian Murphy and Paulie Mack, better known as Murph and Mack. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We're back. Yeah, there you go. Triple E. I saw this guy Saturday night. Some guy wrote in, he goes, hey, I heard what you said about Fronte. He goes, yeah, he's been pretty much playing the same tune for the last 30 years. He goes, pretty good tune, though. Comes out barefoot, and he's just all about, yeah, he's just doing his whole thing, man. So anyway, it was fun to see him on Saturday night. It's all about sunshine, Waterboy. It's like a Mad Lib. You could just cut right in sunshine and love and you and life. So if you're if I need sunshine in my life, I will love you. Or if there's love in my life, there will be sunshine with you. Basically, just take those 4 words. I understand. Life, you, sunshine, and love, and then kind of jumble them up. And I think you got 4 different songs right there.
And you got a hit, Murph. Just like
you come out barefoot. You know what I mean? And then you just tell everybody, put your hands up. Candace had to go lunch. She goes, I feel like I'm at a stick-up. You know what I mean? We can put our hands in the air. I'm doing this all the
wave them like you just don't care.
We had a really good time. So shout out to my boy Winnie for getting us in there on Saturday night. Other than that, guys, it is time to tell you that we are sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. You want to call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And more Warrior Talk today with Michael Thompson joining Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. You want to listen to that for sure. Mm-hmm. We've just got so many reactions on the Cass Creek text line, so many reactions on the phone lines, but just going to give you a sampling here. Do you have the Dave Grohl over there, buddy? You don't?
No. I only got Bruce Bochy on my board.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Okay, shoot me a text. 415, first one says, I was at Peace Friday night. Last time Curry said, we'll be back, was in 2021. Remember that? After they lost to me, he goes, and they won the championship. So I'm looking to the front office to deepen the bench and get some bigs to help Looney.
Ooh. How about you bring in a Nas Reed from the T-Wolves, huh?
I'll take him for sure.
Yeah.
I'll take him for sure.
Sign me up.
Here we go. 408 says Murph with the Ronnie Cycli. I tried to sneak that one in there. I was hoping somebody got I was going to Old Miami Heat there for you guys. 408, guys. I think regarding Jordan Poole, I think people will realize the shots will be missed, but it was the choice of shots he took. So he shouldn't be the first option when you get your other shooters out there on that team. Waterboy, you were on it, and I was trying to be big picture, game 1.
Yeah.
I said, I'll live with that shot. Waterboy said, I don't want to live with that shot. History is shining favorably on your take.
And that's the thing, because you can go back in this series, and a lot of people are defending Jordan Poole, saying, yeah, he's been dealing with an ankle injury since the Sacramento Kings series. But we saw what he did in game 1. And we saw those last 2 shots of the game, 2 shots was not a fan of.
I definitely was not a fan of the first one. Yeah. I agreed with you on that one when he drove the lane. But I was thinking he's out there to shoot the 3. He did shoot it a little early in the shot clock.
Yeah.
I think history.
My basic argument was when you have Steph Curry on the court, he takes the last shot, not Jordan Poole.
Yes. 949 says, what's the difference in the NBA and the WWF? One pays the scriptwriter union rate, the other one pays non-union. Because we said before when 5 texted in, somebody leaked an NBA Finals commercial with Magic and Bird. It's no joke. It's on. I'm not making it up. You saw it.
Yeah, and we're sure this is for this year, right? I would assume.
I hope so.
Maybe this is an old commercial. No,
because Bird looked kind of currently old.
Yeah, I think you're right. We'll investigate.
I mean,
for all we know, Murph, it could have been AI.
Dude, very good.
Who knows?
408 says, hey, I'm a Laker fan here, and I was really surprised at the lackluster performance by the Warriors on Friday. They didn't really show up to play.
No.
That's very true. It was a disappointing performance on Friday night.
But, Murph, are we surprised? Because we've seen it on the road all season long with this Warriors team.
917, our core, Steph, Clay, and Dre. The sad thing is they did not perform at crunch time. It was not the subs. It was the core who let us down.
Yeah, Steph missed a couple big shots. Clay missed a couple big shots.
What was it, 6 for 26?
6 for 26. And that's the thing. Like, we were talking a lot about Steph's triple doubles and stuff like that. The last 3 games of the series, Steph from 3-point range shot 3 of 14, 3 for 11, 4 for 14. Murph, my quick math, I believe that's 10 for 39 over those final 3 games.
That's pretty good math for a guy who doesn't talk about his academic record much.
I'm not a mathematician, no.
559 says, Warriors have no bigs in the front court behind Looney and Green. They're always going to lose that war of attrition. Wiggins is their only above-the-rim player. Need to train Poole for a big. That is very true.
Yeah, but Murph, they got JaMychal Green poking the LeBron Bear James. LeBron James Bear. Thank you.
949 says, I came out of the Lakers series more convinced that you should have kept Wiseman.
Yeah,
I
me
love
too.
Loon, and no one works harder on the floor, but the lack of size inside is huge.
And that's the thing. You needed a big man who could space the floor. That's James Wiseman.
Oh, man, but it wasn't him, man. Guys, here's somebody coming in on Franti saying, you got a little shout of respect. The guy got a full basketball scholarship to UCSF. Or USF, pardon me, UCSF. He's not a doctor. USF here, too.
Nice.
408 says, no, it's not a fix, guys. That commercial's been online for weeks. It shows a whole bunch of other guys other than Magic and Bird.
Yeah, but it fits our narrative better if it is fixed.
Exactly.
Come on,
dude.
let us have a good time.
Thank you very much. And then finally, we'll close it out with Michael in Santa Rosa. He's calling in at 808 KNBR, talking about the Warriors' future. Michael in Santa Rosa, good morning. You're on KNBR, man.
What's going on, boys? Happy Monday.
Yeah, buddy. How are
Great
you?
Show.
What's going on, man?
Tremendous, man. It was, the Warriors had the game. You got to, go for the assists. And instead, they just confront the Lakers, and what they're good at is being big and run those plays. You got to pass the ball to Clay when he's open, right? Not he's got somebody on.
Darn it, Michael. Yeah, you get bad sell up there. I think he was saying they weren't moving the ball enough, is what I think he was saying. And ball movement, they were jacking a lot of shots and got a little bit away. They did get a little out of character. It's something about that LA building.
Yeah.
What is it, man?
But that's the thing, Murph.
Come on.
Nobody was hitting shots. They went 13 for 48 in that last game. They shot 27% from three-point range. When Clay is struggling early on, he was trying to get shots up. When Jordan Poole has like 4 fouls and no points in the first half, who do you pass the ball to?
Yeah, true story. 209, though, says, guys, see, I'm a big believer in misery loves company.
Yeah.
It's like when you're down and out, you got to find somebody else down and out. 209 says, hey, guys, could be worse. Your superstar could be Ja Morant.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, hey.
That's one hell of a story.
Sometimes you got to look around and be like, hey, we're not those guys. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Sometimes that helps.
It could be worse.
All right. 805 says, you got to add hoops to the Michael Franti Mad Libs lyrics thing. Sunshine, love, and hoops, because he played USF basketball.
Nice.
So there you go. All right, guys. That was a little check of the text line and the phone line. Daily Dose with some sound. We haven't heard from Clay yet. A couple deeper cuts from Draymond. And, of course, the Warriors move forward. Huge question marks. Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Bobby Myers. The Western Conference landscape. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last robot. I just did it. Come on, Waterboy. Do it on camera, baby. Do it on camera.
See, that's the thing, Murph. I usually break out the robot when the Warriors win, but today's the last dose.
This is the last dose. I can't robot because they're gonna clip this and show it on. We're on YouTube and live streaming KNBR app and KNBR.com, and Waterboy's roboting like crazy.
That's it.
This guy should not robot.
It's the last robot.
I showed you that guy who looked like me dancing at that festival.
Yeah.
That's how I dance, buddy. Well, I just have to tell you, man, 707 making me laugh, man. They're bringing it all together. They said, non-Warrior take, but does Franti miss a set if his toenail goes down? That's a really funny text. That's a high-level text that melds Anthony DiSclafani with the Franti barefoot take.
Nice.
That's an incredible text.
Yeah, maybe DiSclafani should pitch barefooted. Maybe have more success.
415 also says, just curious, Mark, did you ever shoot Bochy that text? And the answer, if you're a P1, you know I did. And he ghosted me for like 3 days.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
And then conveniently responded when we were leaving town, like, oh, hey, sorry, I was out getting some salmon. So anyway.
Palea, boys.
By the way, he did lose one to the Rangers. I mean, the A's. The Rangers only got 3 out of 4 when they came to town.
The A's won a game?
That's got to be considered like a crisis point if you don't sweep the A's,
yeah,
right?
If you lose to the A's, that's bad signs.
So anyway, I thought those were really funny texts, guys. Thanks for doing those. Okay, into the daily. Is this our last dose?
The dose.
So what are we going to do with our time?
Make it a good one, Murph.
We're going to riff and not robot and have fun. So make it a good one. There is no Key and Peele war whoop. There is no beautiful basketball, beautiful. And guys, I have to tell you all, to you, Waterboy, to you, Triple E, to you, Little Tony, to Double D, Danny Dunn, no more Skinny Boy.
No more calls.
Skinny Boy. No more calls from Q.
You think he's laughing at his phone like, ha, that punk Brian Murphy ain't calling no more.
Based on the script that we're going to see, right? Huh?
Yeah, right.
We found that thing got digitally altered.
It's AI, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I got to be. So anyway, this is the quote here that just came out within like 30 to 45 minutes after the game was over Friday night. And it sucked. I hated it. I hated every bit of it. All right. This came out from Steph, and I was like, dude, these guys are ready to go again. So here's Steph Curry, like, signing up already for 23-24.
No matter how different it looks, I think we understand each other, what we all bring to the table, the trust that, we're just going to compete until the wheels fall off. And, that is something that should not be taken for granted in this league because we've proven that we can do it. And even in this series and this year, like, things were looking bleak at one point in the regular season, and you find yourself in the second round trying to just scratch and claw your way out of it. So we're going to fight and we're going to compete, and we believe in each other. And that goes up and down the roster, and hopefully there's belief in us to be able to lead that. So I feel like that's a two-way street, and that's the progression of the stage that we are in our careers to keep doubling down on it. So I think we're excited about that opportunity, as terrible of a feeling it is as it is right now. I feel like we can come back.
How about that? That's our mindset. I feel like we can come back.
I believe him.
He's already said it. We're coming back.
I mean, here's a dude that's 35 years old, and you can make the argument maybe playing the best basketball of his career.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
I think he is.
Which is crazy to say.
That is an incredible thought. And listen, Tom Brady reversed the aging of process. The athletes today, no more. LeBron, 38.
Yeah, there he is.
I mean, no, he wasn't perfect, and he had the foot injury and everything, but he was damn good Friday night. How's he going to be against these Nuggets, man? Maybe LeBron at elevation. Is that a story, by the way?
Yeah, right. Because do they have the same schedule where they're still playing every other day, every 48 hours?
So. I do believe so.
That's gonna be tough. Up in Mile High, that's a lot of extra minutes.
But how does that go with the script, though?
Yeah, it doesn't fit the script. It doesn't fit the narrative.
All right. Bob Myers will be the first one.
Ooh, yeah.
First decision, because you can't make the decisions until the guy making the decisions makes the decision. Does that make sense?
I understand.
That's like one of those those nesting dolls where you take the nesting doll off and there's another nesting doll underneath. Like
I understand.
You can't make the decision until the guy who makes the decision makes his decision.
Yeah,
All right.
It's a recycling circle, round and round.
It's like Baltimore Oriole hat with the Baltimore Oriole wearing the Baltimore Oriole hat.
Ooh, or the dolphin on the Miami helmet.
Although the
dolphin helmet.
You know
the dolphin.
You know that they've cleverly squashed that. The dolphin on the helmet is wearing a helmet that has an M on it.
They changed it.
It's not the endless dolphin.
I want the endless dolphin.
No, but there is an endless Oriole.
Nice.
There is an endless Oriole. Anyway, here's the endless decision of Bob Myers. We go to Adrian Wojnarowski, ESPN. He's got thoughts. Yes.
With his contract expiring at the end of June, Bob Myers told me last night that he plans to take a couple of weeks to make a decision about his future running the Golden State Warriors. And it's a decision that he said he is torn about, I think in large part because of his relationships, he said, with the core three of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and his coach, Steve Kerr. 4 championships under Bob Myers, and an organization where he just carries a tremendous amount of weight, respect. You heard all the key players, their coach, talk about how badly they want Bob Myers back. He's not there yet on a decision. He has built a Hall of Fame resume in Golden State, and I think very much the future of this organization, a lot of it revolves around his ability to kind of shepherd them through the next phase of it. But right now, Bob Myers is uncertain whether he'll do another contract with the Warriors. So,
man, oh man. I mean, we got to spend a minute talking about Bob Myers.
100%.
This is, gut instinct. I think he might be gone.
He might be.
And that presents a whole nother book of problems now.
And to be honest with you, Murph, I think, like I said this morning on the leadoff spot, there's a lot of talk about the Warriors dynasty and if it's over. If you still got Klay, Dre, Steph, and Bob Myers calling the shots, it's still alive. But if Bob's gone, there goes your middleman. Yeah. There's a guy that connects ownership in Joe Lacob to Steve Kerr. Yes. We know the relationship with Draymond Green.
Yes.
We know the relationship with Klay and Steph. So if you want to continue this for the next 3-4 years, you would think Bob Myers has got to be the guy making those moves.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
Well, they're saying, Draymond's so close to them. If Bob Myers leaves, would that Draymond be more inclined to leave?
I would think so, yeah.
This is going to be a big one, man.
Yeah.
And I know Bob a little bit. Shout out, of course you do, dude.
Of course.
We scaled the mountain together, dude, in 95. How could you ever forget, dude? We trust him with our life, dude.
Always by your side, dude.
Like a Sherpa going up Everest, dude. By the way, I just read some Sherpa just went up Everest. Ready for this?
What?
For the 26th time. Are you freaking kidding me?
26?
Are you freaking kidding me?
25 wasn't good enough?
These guys who go like, yeah, I just did the Western States endurance run, 100 miles all night. Some Sherpa going, yeah, I just did Everest 26 times, mother blanker. All right, dude.
Who is this guy, the LeBron James of climbing Everest? I'm here back for my 20th season.
By the way, we had a great text from 707 saying, hey, guys, you make fun of data and analytics and load management. Have you thought about the fact that load management might be responsible for Curry and LeBron playing so great?
Take that for data.
Maybe, but I'm asking, did that Sherpa work on load management? That's my question.
That's a good question.
All right. By the way, I also have to respond to 805. I always take issue with these people who get in our face about a cut that we supported. Said, well, what did you expect Curry to say? That he thinks the roster needs a makeover and that Green is toxic and Klay doesn't have it anymore? Hey, 805, that's pretty much what Joel Embiid said.
Mm-hmm.
Joel Embiid said, I can't do it alone. Mm-hmm. I need more help. So 805, Curry said something different than what he could have said.
Yeah.
Which is, I want to run it back with these guys. Steph Curry has the power and juice to say, guys, we got hard decisions to make. We got to look inward, and we got huge changes need to be made. Yes, he could have said that. Absolutely, he could have said that. So anyway, I just wanted to respond to that text because sometimes you got to listen to what they say.
Yeah.
And Curry chooses his words carefully.
He does.
So anyway.
Like he mentions the rest of his team and talks about retooling, but it all comes back to the main message. The big three. Kerr, the guys who have done it before, Murph.
Yeah. Klay Thompson. We haven't heard from him. We haven't heard from him. It was not good. It was not good at all. That was a really tough way. Now, it's the two ways to look at it. Klay Thompson made more threes than any player in the regular season this year. He made 500 threes in the combined regular season and postseason. What game did he go 8 for 11? Was it game 2? He went 8 for 11, right, from 3?
I think you're right, yeah.
Well, guys, I'm looking at the box from Friday night, 2 for 12.
Yeah.
But Klay was one of those who was saying after the game, we may not have done it this year, but he wants to keep going.
I fully believe that, and it stings real bad. It's going to sting all summer. But, I mean, first time in a long time that Dre, Steph, and I were healthy and not making the finals. So it's rare to be off during this time of year, but I can tell you we gave it everything we had, and it just stings. But, I mean, I believe that we have greatness in our future still.
Uh-oh. You know, I've heard that one before. The greatness of the Warriors is in its future.
You're damn right, Murph.
Oh, man. And
we'll be back better than ever.
How'd that work out from 1983 onward?
Oh, Murph, I don't want to go down that road, all right? We're doing the daily dose, all right?
Oh, man, oh, man. By the way, great text from 707 saying, Dre, Klay, Steph, and Dre about to bring Bob to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, take him back out. Wine him, dine him. Whatever you need to do to keep
They've done
Bob.
it before. Oh, no, by the way, breaking news from P1 Chuck, and he is our Mid-Atlantic correspondent. No more Endless Oriole. The Oriole now has an O on his cap.
They got the Oriole.
They stomped the Endless Oriole.
Murph got Steph Curry as the greatest shooter earlier this morning, and they got the Baltimore Oriole.
I did. By the way, there was a smattering of people joining me on that one, saying, Murph, maybe you guys bring some. Anyway,
all right, Murph.
Speaking of not the greatest shooter ever, Klay Thompson on going 2 for 12 in the big game.
I don't think I was pressing. I just think shots didn't fall. Even tonight, I got so many great looks. That's why it hurts, especially early. Got a lot of wide open looks. I don't know if that's fatigue, mental fatigue when I was shooting it short, but it's not the end of the road for me. I still know I have, greatness ahead of me. This was the first full season in 3 years I've had to make it through, start to finish healthy. So that's a positive, and I know I'm going to come back even better next year.
Well, that's been kind of his thing since the Achilles and the ACL. I'm going to come back. That's a tough one for him.
Yeah.
He did not perform. He mentioned mental fatigue.
Yeah.
If he had lets in on that, I'd go with physical fatigue, too.
I think both, yeah.
If you're a jump shooting team like that, you need your legs.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And, you can look outside of Klay, obviously the Jordan Poole struggles, but again, Steph, 10 for 39 those last 3 games from three-point range.
10 for 39.
These are the Splash Brothers. This is the greatest shooting backcourt
We had a guy
ever.
call in. Danny from Richmond said the Splash Brothers were the Trash Brothers. How fast they forget.
Yeah, right.
4 rings. That's Joe Montana. He won 4 like Ronnie Lott and Joe Montana.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, they do. Next thing you know, Ronnie Lott. Next thing you know, he's in the real uniform. Yeah. By the way, there was AFC West riff from Lasso. Are you up to speed yet? Okay. Well, I'm not. It's not a spoiler alert. But there is a riff. Lasso at a critical moment in this latest episode, a critical moment, emotional moment for the team, tells an elaborate story about the Denver Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow, what?
Yeah. And the locker room is as baffled as you are.
Oh, isn't he?
Because they're all English footballers. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Isn't he based out of Kansas City?
Well, he's a Chiefs guy.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and he tells a whole story about this guy at school who was a Broncos fan. And it's pretty funny because it's a very long, heartfelt story. And in the telling of the heartfelt story, he says, he goes, I should have been there for him, even if his team is the trash-ass Broncos, is what he says.
I might need that drop. might have to put it next to Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's rock.
Actually, I was no joke. I actually thought about using that as sound. That's pretty funny.
We'll
there's another sound, too, that Beard makes a riff to on the Grateful Dead and Fish, too, that we might have to get in there, too.
Nice.
Hey, here we go, guys, here's a guy we haven't talked about, Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh.
He's exactly the kind of guy you need to win a championship.
Dude, he was like the only guy making shots on Friday night.
So here's the deal. He has a player option next year for $4.7 million. He played very well this year. Mm-hmm. And the people around the NBA say this guy has played. He can opt out and get more money.
And he probably will, Murph.
Yeah. Real talk, buddy.
Yeah.
Money talks. The other thing walks.
It does.
But here is DDV on his situation.
I ride with Jordan till the wheels fall off. To be honest with you, the amount of attention he has, spotlight that he has on him, I've seen him come in every day and never change his work ethic, never change the type of person he is. And, for that I have a great deal of respect for. But the thing is, he's still willing to learn. He's still willing to accept, different voices for him to get better. But the one thing about JP that I admire the most is his confidence. It never wavers, and we're definitely going to need that to go forward. You can't have people out there that, second guess themselves or their confidence isn't at an all-time high. I love sharing the court with Jordan. And like I said, no matter what happens with him, he's going to come in the next day and always be Jordan.
Okay, by the way, I apologize. That was the wrong cut. I thought it was about DDV's future. It was about Jordan. But he kept saying, we need him. Like, oh, you staying around? Because I'd like to have him.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
A lot of we.
I know Connor Letourneau's coming up, but let's get some Looney in here real quick. Kevon Looney so what's the difference between last year and this year? I mean, yeah, we know Otto Porter, we know Bielitsa, Iguodala, a little bit, right? JTA.
Yep.
By the way, a guy sent in a text earlier he goes, what was the purpose of Lamb? Pretty good text.
That's good. I'll hit him with a Gabe Kapler.
That's a great question.
I don't know.
But here's Looney. So what is the difference between a 2022 champ and a 2023 Elite Eight exit?
It's always harder to go back and do it again. We had a little bit of different group. We had a little bit more less experience. We had a lot of adversity this season with guys being in and out of the lineup. We never had a time where we really were just all together. I think last year we had a time where at the beginning of the season where we all was locked in and we all was all healthy at the same time, and we wasn't healthy at the end of the season, but we still had that experience that we could pull on from the beginning of the season where it was all healthy. I think this year was a little bit more in and out, guys missing and different things like that. So it was tough to build that chemistry and that camaraderie that you need to win a championship. I think we did our best job of dealing with the situation, and I think we got the most out of our group.
Yeah, I mean, every journey is different. Every team is different. And so Wiggins missed 25 games, right? Down the stretch. I mean, Curry seems to get hit. I'm going to look at the games played this year here on these guys here.
But Murph, how many times this year did we joke about the Warriors taking the first 60 games off, taking the first 80 games off? The gravitational pull of 500.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the darn... Why can't I find this stupid thing? Here it is. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Games played. So Curry, games played. Poole played 82.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that right now.
No, not at all.
Draymond 82. I mean, Looney 82.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
Draymond 73. DDV 72. Clay 69.
Nice.
Steph 56. Wiggins 37. So Clay, Steph, and Wiggins all played less than 70. So to his point a little bit there about sort of not mixing and matching that chemistry.
Yeah,
by the way, Andre Iguodala played 8.
Yeah.
8 games.
But also, by the way, most of these guys were on the team last year when they won a championship. So what went wrong with that chemistry, Murph?
Well, yeah. It's also just, Poole played, the biggest difference was Poole played significantly worse this spring than he played last season.
100%.
That's the number one on-court difference.
Yes.
Also, Clay. Did you look up Clay's shooting percent? Actually, I did before the show. It's weird. His shooting percentage from 3 wasn't that different this year from last year. Maybe bolstered by that 8 for 11 game in game 2, or maybe some of the didn't he have a really hot Kings game too?
Mm-hmm.
It was
that
tough.
game 5, I think he was about to explode before they took off and won by double digits. Yeah.
So, and maybe here's another one last one, and then we get to the Letourneau and this is the one I kept flirting with the entire time. Bad matchup with the Lakers. Anthony Davis, a big. They don't have a big to combat him.
No, and they tried drawing him out of the paint, but
it worked, and then it didn't work.
And then it just came down to them not hitting their shots.
It's a tough matchup. When AD is engaged, he's one of the best players in the world. And in their road to the championship last year, they didn't have to play a guy like that. I mean, they played Jokic, right?
Yeah,
Didn't they?
Yeah, but he was without Jamal Murray.
Yeah,
he
right.
Really didn't
he was
have any
without
help.
Jamal Murray. That was huge. And LeBron played great, and AD played great. I saw one quote. Clay just said, AD's a monster down there.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, we got to look at that. I mean, we talk so much about the Warriors. At some point, you got to say, Anthony Davis and LeBron James, when they're engaged and active, and then when they're making 13 out of 26 threes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in this day and age where it's all about the 3 ball, Luka's in the Western Conference Finals, a couple bigs, Nikola and AD, some old school basketball.
So you're talking to an old head here. I like that. All right. Connor Letourneau has many thoughts on the future of the Warriors. He's the great Chronicle writer for the Warriors. We'll talk to him next on The Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors season is officially over after losing Game 6 on Friday night to the LA Lakers. So to see the top takeaways and the future plans for the Dubs moving forward, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
What a resurrection this season. The Lakers opened 2-10. They were 8 games under 500. They retooled at the trade deadline, and they're on to the Western Conference Finals. LeBron James with 30 points, Anthony Davis with 20 rebounds, and the streamers fly as the Lakers, the 7th seed, will face Denver for the Western Conference title.
Take a little piece of my heart, take a little piece of my gut, take a little piece of the Warriors' heart. There you go. By the way, 707 with a pretty good text saying, have you guys even discussed the desire factor? Like maybe the Warriors coming off a championship just weren't as hungry. I mean, that's something you can't quantify, but that's a pretty good talking point, really. I mean, human nature.
Yeah.
You know? So anyway, all sorts of stuff to get to. Then there's salary cap nature and mid-level exception nature. And you ready to talk apron? You ready to talk salary cap apron?
Oh, I can't wait to talk CBA taxes. My favorite, Murph.
Connor Letourneau does a great job writing big picture stories on the Warriors. He did it all through the playoffs, and you should read them this morning in the Chronicle. And Connor, thanks for coming on. The Murph and Mac Show. Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mac today. How you doing, Connor?
Morning, Connor.
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming on, man. And, let me start right there. I know we're getting into the X's and O's of financials, but when you watched this team, had you thought about the desire factor as they sort of ran out of gas down the stretch, that after winning a championship, maybe it just didn't burn as much?
Yeah, I think that a lot of their quotes post-game were kind of telling. They talked about being maxed out, how they knew this wasn't a championship team. I don't want to say they didn't want it, but I think that they had, on a deeper level, had an awareness that this team just didn't have the juice. And, if they somehow won this series, they probably weren't getting past whoever they were going to face in the Western Conference Finals. And I think when you have an awareness of that, or an understanding of that, or that you've bought into that maybe that affects your play when things don't go your way in a Game 6 on the road. Maybe it's a subconscious deal. I'm not a psychologist, but I think that might be more what you're alluding to more than anything.
And Connor, to me, it looked like it was a team that ran out of gas on Friday night. You can look at the shooting numbers, the 27% from three-point range. How much of a factor do you think the first series against the Kings played into this, with the Warriors having to play every other day for the past 2-3 weeks?
I think it was a significant factor. This is not one of Steve's deeper teams. Obviously Steve coined strength in numbers, but when you were talking about minutes that mattered in that Lakers series, he was really only playing 7 guys. And that's really because those are the only guys he felt comfortable with. He didn't feel comfortable throwing a Jonathan Kuminga out there. He didn't feel comfortable at times playing Jordan Poole in critical stretches. So when you combine that with the schedule, it makes it almost impossible. And I knew when I looked at that schedule against the Lakers, this was going to be hard, not so just because of the Lakers, but because of the back-to-back game, the way they are.
Yeah, we're talking to Connor Letourneau. It was a great piece in the Chronicle this morning about the biggest talking points facing the Warriors going forward, and it starts with Bob Myers. And he's done a pretty good job of guarding it, not showing his cards, at least to anybody in the media. So we're left to guess. We're left to speculate, to read the tea leaves. What's your read on the Bob Myers situation? Would he come back or would he not? And what do you think the determining factors are?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. My understanding is that he's been offered multiple offers by Joe Lacob to sign extensions, and all those offers, I believe it was 2 or 3 different offers, would have made him among the highest paid executives. I do think money might have been a talking point or a point of contention earlier in those conversations, but I don't think it's as much of one now. I think more than anything, it's just, does Bob want to keep doing this? I think he could probably, I haven't heard this from him. I think just kind of reading the tea leaves, it feels like he's kind of at a point in his life and his career where he's like, I've done this. I've gotten a lot out of this experience, but maybe I'm ready for the next thing. So I think that's what he's evaluating right now, and I think every human being can understand that. I'm sure we've all gone through that in our own professional careers where you just maybe feel like you're ready for the next phase of your career. But time is of the essence right now. The draft is June 22nd. They have the 19th pick. Not as important as the number 2 pick or number 7 pick, but like past years, but still an important draft for them. And then you have free agency right after that. So they need to know who's leading all those decisions. And so Bob needs to give them an answer on his future sometime here in the next, I would say, week or two. I know he's been taking some time to think about it, but my understanding is that he is in Chicago for the Combine with the Warriors, and he's supposed to speak to media sometime in coming days. So that kind of makes you wonder, like, does he have a decision in mind? But that would be speculation. I really don't know.
Some good stuff, though, there, Connor and Connor Letourneau of the Chronicle. So if indeed, let's go for the nuclear scenario where he leaves, is it just simple as Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Is that it? And if so, what does that mean in terms of a human dynamic with the veterans on the team?
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting. I think that if Bob left, they would 100% do an internal promotion. And there's a few people in-house that I think are qualified, who are capable, who could do it. But yeah, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is just the most logical. I mean, he's the assistant GM. He was groomed by Bob. He's a former, as you know, Bob used to be an agent. He was a former client of Bob's, very close friend of Bob's. And then Bob basically brought him in as a scout years ago, moved him from a scout role into assistant GM, and they've been working hand in hand on some of the biggest moves the Warriors have faced in recent years, most notably the sign and trade that landed D'Angelo Russell in Golden State, and then parlaying D'Angelo Russell into what became Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. So he was kind of Bob's right-hand man for all that. He's built a lot of equity in the organization. I think especially if you want continuity and you want to kind of keep up what Bob's been able to do, you would just tab Mike Dunleavy Jr. But there's other guys. There's Ryan Atkinson. There's Sean Livingston. There's a few other executives in the front office that I think they'll give a look or give an opportunity to. But if Bob leaves, and I don't want to be hyperbolic here, but when I was working on my off-season primer the other day, it really hit me. Like, if Bob leaves, the odds of the dynasty truly being over, to me, would spike a significant percentage because there's just so many sensitive conversations they need to have and so many important things they need to navigate to keep this thing going. And I really feel like Bob's the only one in the world capable of navigating those things. I mean, you need to ask Draymond to take a major pay cut at some point. You need to ask Klay Thompson to take a massive pay cut at some point. No one's going to be able to handle those conversations better than Bob.
And we know, and sorry to cut you off, Connor, but we know how great of a relationship Bob Myers does have with the core players, with Draymond, with Klay, with Steph, and even Steve Kerr, because they have a great relationship. Do you think there would be an impact on the future of Steve Kerr if Bob Myers decides not to come back to the Warriors?
That's an interesting question. As we all know, Bob and Steve are incredibly close. I've had people ask me, if Bob leaves, is there a chance that Steve would move into the front office and kind of pull a Brad Stevens and be the GM? And, I have no reason to believe that. But Steve's been pretty open that he didn't particularly enjoy his time as the Suns general manager back in the day. I think Steve really loves everything about coaching. My gut tells me that Steve will probably be around as the Warriors coach at least until Steph's done. But I don't know. Steve also only has 1 year left on his deal, and so he'll need to start having conversations with the Warriors about his future pretty soon here. But Bob is obviously much more pressing. He needs to make a decision here in probably the next week or two.
Connor, we could talk for hours about everything that's going forward. Let's go to Jordan Poole right away. I think it's 4 years, 123 kicks in next year. Is that right? And I'm wondering, I guess my simple question is that an untradeable contract, or would you see some NBA team saying, oh, yeah, we'd do that?
It's definitely not untradeable. I think it's, as I wrote in my piece the other day, I feel like he's the most logical casualty when it comes to this salary cap crunch. The big question was, was it going to be Draymond or was it going to be Poole? And right now it's looking like it's probably going to be Poole. Things can change. All this stuff is very fluid, but everyone I've talked to within the organization is very confident that Draymond's sticking around. They don't want to, they don't want to mess with the core. They love the idea of having those guys all retire as Warriors. So I think Draymond's probably coming back, but you got to cut a massive salary because otherwise you're looking at a total payroll of north of $500 million, and a $500 million payroll between luxury taxes and salary is just unwieldy for any organization, even the Warriors, who are the most lucrative franchise in the NBA right now. So I could see them trading Poole for like someone more experienced, someone who kind of fits this win now timeline better. There's been talk about OG Anunoby from Toronto, Kristaps Porzingis from Washington. I think that those are deals that are realistic for the Warriors, especially if they're willing to include someone like Jonathan Kuminga in a potential deal, which I think is also on the table.
And Connor, that's my question moving forward. Are we still doing this two-timeline thing? Because it seemed like as soon as they shipped out James Wiseman, now we're hearing reports that maybe Kuminga wants a bigger role. And we just talked right there about the maybe trade market for Jordan Poole. I guess what's the biggest difference from last year and the two-timeline difference? And more specifically, Jordan Poole going from averaging 20 points a game in the playoffs last year, getting rewarded with that contract extension, to only averaging 10 points per game this year. What's the biggest difference from Jordan Poole last year to this year and the shift in the two-timeline system with the Warriors?
Yeah, I'm not sure those two things are directly related, but in terms of the two-timeline thing, I think the trade of Wiseman to ultimately bring back Gary Payton II was the sign that the Warriors are kind of over that quote unquote two-timeline plan. I think they realized maybe a little belatedly that the only timeline that matters is Steph's. Steph's 35 years old. He's still playing at an all-NBA level. He's still an MVP caliber player. You need to do everything you can to maximize the few years Steph has left. And I think that they need to be of the mindset of do everything we can to win another title next year, and then, hopefully the year after that, and then figure it out. If it means they have a massive drop-off after Steph retires and they end up rebuilding for 3 years, fine, so be it. But it'd be worth it if you can win another title with Steph. So I think that you're going to see – I think they have one major rabbit in their hat this offseason. I think there's going to be at least one really big move, seismic move, that kind of helps change the trajectory of this franchise, hopefully for the better. And I really feel like Poole makes the most sense to be that trade chip. And I think if they do trade Poole, it'll be for someone, like I said, like OG, like Kristaps, someone who can help this timeline more. They can't worry about the young core as much right now. You got to win one for Steph.
Man, I've lived long enough to see the Joe Montana Niners and the Steph Curry Warriors, and what's now the phase that the Niners were in the late 80s, early 90s with Joe and Steve, and then Ronnie having to go. This is what happens. These huge questions come, and these are the huge questions facing the Warriors. So for us in the Bay Area, it's going to be a really fascinating offseason. Connor, I know you do a great job covering it. You've done a great job all year. We sure do appreciate you sharing some thoughts. Everybody read Connor Letourneau in the Chronicle. Thanks for coming on, man.
Of course, anytime, guys.
Yeah, okay, cool. He's a great. Dude, this is so. Sit down, son. Let me tell you a story about Joe and Steve. Yeah. Ronnie Lott leaving the Niners was a big deal. Roger Craig leaving the Niners was a big deal. They kept Jerry, and then Steve took over, and it's like it was just massive. Dude, when they traded Joe to Kansas City, Gary Radnish was on the tarmac at Moffett Field doing I remember watching this, a live hit. Gary, as Eddie's plane landed from Youngstown, and then they announced they traded Joe and everything. But I'm just saying that Steph's got 4, Joe's got 4. Clay's got 4, Ronnie's got 4. Draymond's got 4, Keena's got 4. And then at the end, you got to make these decisions.
Yeah.
And here they are.
And it's a reminder that not everything lasts forever, Murph.
Well, we used to have, old Peaches used to have a soundbite when Brett Favre left the Packers. He tearfully said, all good things must come to an end. And we used to play that a lot back in 08, 09. When did Favre leave the Packers? 8, 9, 10, something like that?
late 2000s, yeah.
Yeah, he got a tearful, all the good things must come to an end.
But that's the question, Murph. Is the dynasty coming to an end?
Well, I'm looking at this picture on Marcus Thompson's column of Steph, and he said, Marcus's column is the Warriors met defeat with defiance. Like, they're like, saddle up, boys.
Yep.
We're not done yet.
Run it back.
George Kittle style?
Yeah, run it again.
Run it again.
Run it again, and welcome us back to the Warriors Invitational next year.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Welcome back to the Nuggets Invitational, baby.
Run it again. Run it again.
Welcome back to the offseason, baby.
This is good for sports talk radio, though.
Yeah.
I mean, for those of you guys who love, I'll be talking about people who love the off-court, off-field stuff more than the on-court, on-field stuff.
Huh.
This next few weeks of the Warriors is going to be just primo speculation.
Buckle up.
Gossip, rumor, judgment on moves, trades, Myers. They call it, Waterboy, palace intrigue.
Yeah.
Palace intrigue.
And Murph, you know Draymond Green's going to be dropping podcasts left and right.
You're going to get this podcast.
By the way, I just saw some odds maker just sent an email to odds of Draymond's next team. I don't know what even, but they had the Warriors as the favorite, but the Lakers right behind.
Oh.
All right.
You're reading to that hug with LeBron James after the game?
That was you know.
A little too happy, Draymond. A little too happy. Come on. It ain't that cute.
Maybe wait a few minutes before we do
Can you
that.
hug out back? Come on.
It's not. It's a little cute.
It's a little cute.
It's not that cute.
It's just really not
All
that
right,
cute
the next
anymore.
half hour is the next half hour is open. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If anything Connor said moved you, Bob Myers, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. Pretty much the only lock is Steph.
Yep.
All right. And 808 KNBR is the phone number. The text line is 415-808 KNBR. And we're here for another half hour. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher in for Paulie Mack. You see that pizza I sent you, though, right? That pizza you
that's
sent?
good pizza.
What'd you think of those long sausages?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Did you-
sausages like that.
I know.
Huh.
Yeah. Triple E's going thumbs down.
Wow.
On a New York, New Jersey pizza?
Wow.
I'll eat. Give me your slice.
Yeah,
Give me
wait
your
until
slice.
Paulie Mack hears this.
Did you get that live? Can you get that live sound?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't send a live version. How do I send a live version? Help the old man out.
Yeah,
on
we'll
KNBR
figure it out.
104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
As they say, all good things must come to an end.
KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're going Gainer here? We're going I Will Survive? Meaning Steph or Clay or Dre or Poole or... I wanted Donna Summer's The Last Dance.
Yeah, survive what? They didn't survive the Lakers series.
I will survive. In fact, if you're going to use that root word survive, takes you to your show Survivor. Waterboy, do you have to do this to Steph, Clay, Dre, and
I mean, I did it to the Kings after round one.
Just lower that a little bit there, Triple E.
We had to snuff the beam. But now we're here on a Monday morning, and Jeff Probst is staring down Steph Curry, staring down Draymond Green, staring down Klay Thompson, the Golden State Warriors.
The tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken, Murph. Season's over.
That makes it official now. I really feel like it makes it official. Two things here. More Warrior talk. Kuminga, Warriors, Poole, Draymond. Marcus Thompson, nice. MT2, joins Papa and Lund today at 10:50 to answer these questions and more. And, of course, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. Just gratuitous shout-out. About a mile from the Marin Health Medical Center is the College of Marin Baseball Diamond, where I spent an incredibly enjoyable Friday afternoon watching a packed house. Paul, Waterboy, who says baseball's dead?
For high school baseball?
Overflow crowd for the Marin County Athletic League Championship and the Tamalpais Red-Tailed Hawks.
Nice.
Pulled it off. Great. The kids jumping around like crazy. What was really neat was I invited my team. I got 8 of my 12 hum babies there.
Nice.
And all the other teams too. The Red Sox were there, the A's, Yankees, all the kids were there. And so there's about, 40 Little League kids just hanging on the fence watching the big boys jump around.
That's
and I was
awesome.
thinking, hoop dreams, big league dreams. You know what I mean?
This could be you, kid.
Yeah, exactly. Did you, when you were younger, did you have like a moment of idolizing like a big old high school athlete who was just a stud?
His name was Troy Tulowitzki.
Oh.
He played in the same Little League as me. I played with his older brother, or his younger brother, I should say. But I remember being like in minor leagues, going out and watching Troy play.
Was he just
superstar? He was a stud at shortstop, a great hooper too. Was good on the basketball court.
Did you see what high school did he go to? Yours?
Fremont High School, my rival high school.
Did you ever see him play high school ball?
Went out and watched a couple Fremont High School games. Yeah, my dad would take us out to go watch
just
Tulo
a laser
all the time.
show.
Dude, you do want to talk about a Casey Schmidt cannon across a diamond? Tulo had a hose his whole entire life.
Guys, can we just take this Warrior morning right now to talk about Troy Tulowitzki's career?
Yes,
because I mean that's a guy who had like almost Hall of Fame level talent.
Oh.
I mean,
stud.
The curse of Denver, right? And then did he kind of did he get hurt?
He went to the Yankees.
Did he go to the Toronto?
Years. Yeah.
By age 30,
he dealt with injuries, yeah.
Yeah, by age 31, he was out of Colorado by age 30. God, he never let, but here, look at it, here's him at like his peak, 2009, Waterboy, when he finishes 5th in the MVP voting. 32 bombs, 92 ribs, 297 batting average. He won 2 Gold Gloves, a couple Silver Sluggers. He was a 5-time All-Star. I mean, the guy had a great career.
He was a 5-tool player, yeah.
1,391 hits, 225 bombs, career 290 hitter.
Yeah. Tulo could play some ball, man.
There's your guy.
Yeah, shout out Sunnyvale Little League.
Right? Well, Sunnyvale Little League knocked my ass out of the NorCals a few years ago.
That's right.
And then the guy says to me when we're shaking hands, he goes, "You going to talk about this on the air?" Cope's got hot about that. He's like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "I got something for this guy," and he was hitting the guy with all these negative.
We got some talker mother blankers down in the 408, Murph.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
You got to respect South Bay baseball, man. It's very strong.
Yeah, we got a lot of talent.
Very strong, dude. Mitch Haniger. Yeah, he's starting outfield for the Giants.
Look at all the Mitty kids that are in the league right now.
Mitty, Bellerman, Sarah, you name it. I mean, Sarah's not South Bay; it's Peninsula. I know, but anyway, back to
look at Jock Peterson, Palo Alto.
There you go,
Davante Adams.
Back to the Warriors, baby. Back to the Warriors. I'm gonna go to the Cash Creek text line. Shoot me. You want to play the Bochy for me?
Yeah, shoot me a text, Murph.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Somebody, 310 coming in with a Brett Favre Mississippi welfare take. I'm not doing that. 510 says the Warriors extending an aging Draymond Green would be like the Giants extending an aging Madison Bumgarner. The Giants made the right unpopular decision. Will the Warriors? I don't think Draymond's fading that bad at all.
Draymond Green finished top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year voting. He hasn't lost his fastball yet.
I think Draymond has value. I don't think that's a fair comp to Bumgarner. 415 says, I guess you can get the most for Jordan Poole, but I would like to see Draymond Green gone. I'm over his self-absorbed behavior at the cost of the team. He could have cost us the Kings series. So there's still people still out there, they don't like Draymond's temper.
Yeah.
They don't like his antics. They don't like his technical fouls.
Now, Murph, do you think there has to be a choice?
I ride with Draymond on those. I do. I know it's bad, but he brings such value.
He's our problem, but that's the question I have for you. Do the Warriors have to choose between Draymond and Jordan Poole?
Well, you just heard Connor Letourneau talk about this salary cap situation. Yeah. Listen, nobody got into this to be an economist. Is that the word?
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, nobody got in this to study bank booking. But you're talking about Lacob says, I want to spend less than $400 million. But if he keeps certain guys, they're going to go over that number. So he's talking about asking Klay Thompson to take a huge pay cut. How about that, by the way?
Yeah.
Calling Klay and saying, hey, how about you chopping your salary?
Yeah, Klay, you just made the most three-pointers you ever made in a season. Why don't you take a pay cut?
I mean, these are awkward as hell.
They are.
Conversations. That's why they say Bob Myers needs to have them.
Mm-hmm.
The new CBA is constructed to stop the Warriors.
Yeah.
And teams like the Warriors.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be about, quote, parity. They want the Orlando Magic and the Atlanta Hawks to have their moment in the sun. I don't.
Yeah, really? I don't.
Well, the Warriors used to be that team.
Yeah, true.
The Warriors were the Magic and the Hawks.
And now they're the box office team.
Yeah. Which is why you're thinking the box office matters, why you think the NBA Finals is all set.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
How do they fix it? Can they fix it?
That's a good question.
Can they tell Jimmy Butler to miss shots?
I don't think Jimmy's going to listen, to be honest with you.
Jimmy's the one-man fix beater.
Yeah, he's the one man that can save us, Murph.
By the way, I heard somebody on the way in saying it was Keyshawn Johnson. You guys feel like says he can't get behind Nikola Jokic because he's, quote, boring, unquote.
What?
Do you guys find Jokic boring?
What, him dropping 50 points a game? Triple-doubles, boring?
He's a scientist out there. His passing.
He might be the greatest big man passer ever.
I think his passes are highly entertaining.
And I think he's going to be a tough matchup. Of course, he's a tough matchup for everybody, but he's one of the guys that can draw AD out of the paint and beat him with size, what the Warriors couldn't do.
You know, I do want to spend a minute on this whole thing and say, one, I really liked what that guy wrote about desire, and it's funny, and all the things we talked about, I didn't really talk enough about that the human nature of winning it last year, I go back to the great KC who called us up when the Giants in 2011 and 2013 didn't repeat, and KC called, he goes, hey, Murph, I love boxing. I know you love boxing, right? Buddy. And he said, Marvin Hagler said, hey, man, it's hard to stay hungry when you're sleeping in silk sheets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's hard to stay hungry.
It's a great quote, yeah.
And so the Lakers were hungry because, well, they won the bubble one, I guess, but they haven't won the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. The Warriors just weren't naturally going to be as hungry. So that motivation factor was a big one. But the other thing I wanted to mention was the Lakers themselves. I kept saying it was a bad matchup. And then when the Warriors took the lead in the series, I'm like, well, maybe we're going to overcome that. And we've drawn AD out of the paint. We figured it out. Mm-hmm. Remember, we signed off Friday. We said they'd figured out Anthony Davis.
So we thought. And it was big. Draymond talked about it on his podcast this weekend after being eliminated. He talks about that Kings series and how the Warriors, in their minds, figured out the Kings and after a couple games said they're not going to beat us. He said in this series against AD and LeBron, the Warriors never solved the puzzle. They never had the exact game plan to beat this team.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
So when AD and LeBron got together, didn't most everybody say, oh, well, that's it. That's the super team, right? But then AD nullified that by his inconsistent play. That caused everybody to heckle him. Street clothes, alternate days. I mean, I read the LA Times. I remember at the start of the year, didn't AD say, I'm going to play all 82? I remember Dylan Hernandez of the LA Times just crushing him. They're like, bro, we're lucky if you play 8. Like, they were killing him.
Yeah.
And he answered the damn bell.
And that's the thing.
He answered the freaking bell.
Like, when he's on, he's on. He's one of the top players in the game, but that's why it's so confusing for Laker fans and just fans of basketball, why he does disappear in these moments, but when you need him the most, apparently he's stepping up.
Maybe he will disappear against the Nuggets.
Yeah, hopefully.
You know what I mean?
One can hope.
But the script doesn't go that way.
No, it doesn't. It's not in the cards, Murph.
408 says Troy Tulowitzki would have to be regarded as Santa Clara Sunnyvale's all-time greatest athlete.
Ooh. That's a good argument.
Well, he went Santa Clara / Sunnyvale. Do you consider them the same town?
Well, I'm also a Santa Clara / Sunnyvale guy, and just like myself, Troy Tulowitzki played for the Santa Clara Red Sox after playing Sunnyvale Little League.
Hey, Waterboy, you're from down there. How do you handle that heat on 9?
Oh, it's so hot, Murph. Wear a hat, drink some water. You'll be fine.
831 with a question says, is San Jose really the Bay?
Ooh, that's a terrible question.
Come on.
Yeah, I grew up 10 minutes away from Moffett Field and the actual bay. The water's right down the street from my house.
Oh, man. And 209 says, I'm going to need this video stream to be a new staple. Hey, we're here for you.
We're here.
Now, should we decorate the walls is the question.
We're still here.
Somebody came out and said they want it to be clean and not busy. I'd like a little decoration. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I almost brought in my McCovey poster.
But that's the thing. If we start decorating the way we want to, are we going to get in trouble?
And would we have to take it down when Papa and Lund walk in?
Say, are we shifting the whole entire room or we're grabbing stuff off the walls between breaks?
You know Paulie would have a steal your face back there.
100%.
And then have you noticed all these ESPN correspondents who do their hits from their homes have to artfully decorate their wall to show how cool they are?
Yes.
They have to always put like vinyl albums like Tom Petty and stuff, like to show that. You know what I mean? I'd come just show what a geek I am. Just like all the bad music I listen to, all the bad movies I like. So anyway. Anyway, guys, it's a hell of a morning to talk Warriors. It really is. Here's my question now. What do we do with the big hit for the next 3 months?
Casey Schmidt, here we come.
Tomorrow will be a quarter full. But it'll be fun to be. Listen, the big hit's a new feature on our show, and the Warriors kind of dovetailed nicely into it, and it took care of a lot, and then NFL drafts and all that. But it'll be fun to get creative with it.
Yeah.
Because there will be other things that happen. Maybe talk about other topics.
You know, Murph, maybe there'd be, 6 different stories to talk about.
Oh, my God. That's a mic drop right there, buddy. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Len with no decorations behind us. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at those sausages. Damn. That sounds actually better than I thought. So, Paulie Mack sends a picture Saturday evening from Jersey. I told him, I said, send me the pizza. And he goes to a place called Florham Park Pizza. And it's just
2 slices.
I mean, other than Amici's out here in San Francisco, you're just not going to get anything like this. And his buddy Rags is a legendary. He's been part of our show. You're the Eagles. You won 1 Super Bowl. And remember his whole top 5 reasons to hate the Eagles?
Yes.
And fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Wait a minute. Is the Eagle driving a car?
Yeah, how's he on the road to victory if he's flying?
Shouldn't he be in the sky?
They got a college fight song.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, Rags is one of the all-time great characters. You think Paulie's funny. Rags is like, Paulie learned at the foot of Rags. So Rags is taking one of those photos, and sometimes you don't realize when they're live, you're talking. And they didn't. I think he's just taking a picture of the pic, and he's admiring the sausages. And I realized I pressed the photo, and you can hear Rags. It's almost like an erotic whisper. Here it is. Look at those sausages. Damn.
You know that's going to be on the board for Paulie Mack sooner than rather than later.
Once again, I need to hear it one more time. Yes. Look at those sausages. Damn.
Wow. Look at those sausages.
Damn.
Look at those sausages.
That's Rags, not Paulie, I think. One more time. Look at those sausages. Damn.
Ooh. Are you sure that's not Paulie?
The way he says gut. Gee, damn.
Sausages. Damn. I think Paulie says, look at the sausages. Maybe Rags jumps in with the GD.
Let's hear it one more time.
Look at those sausages.
Damn. You're right.
I think that is Paulie.
We're going to have to solve the mystery.
We got to put Paulie on the board, put him next to his other sausage drops.
We'll solve them.
All your sausage and your meatballs.
There you go, buddy. That's the way to end it, right? That's the way to end it. All right. Well, Johnny Lund's got all the answers. He's in.
Yep.
He's got Laker answers. He's got Warrior answers. Hey, Lil Tony, great job. And Triple E. Not bad, buddy. Not bad. Waterboy, that was fun.
It was a fun show.
Do it again tomorrow?
I'll be back tomorrow, Murph.
And we'll try to figure out the big hit.
We'll be talking Schmidt.
All right. Well, maybe I'm already previewed tomorrow. Giants at the quarter pole.
There it is.
808
KNBR.
Listen. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This is not a championship team. If we were, we'd be moving on.
And as they say, all good things must come to an end.
He's a crier. He cries a lot.
Look at those sausages. Damn.
That's the end of the game. Stevenson's a block by Davis. Final seconds, Reeves. Little Canada goes. Oh, he puts it in from half court at the buzzer. James thought about a 3. The floater instead and passes it to Davis for the slam. James kicks it out. Walker wide open. Puts it in. Lonnie Walker LeBron James, highest scoring game of the series, a 30-point, 9 assists, 9-rebound masterpiece. And such disappointment for the Golden State Warriors, whose season will come to an end here in Los Angeles against a very familiar foe.
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it. So, sucks. But that's our reality.
Yes, thanks for joining us. The Warriors are out now. The offseason, lots of talk starts. We're going to do it with Marcus Thompson. We'll give you the entire guest list. The Giants lose 3 of 4. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, they're at the magical point of the season, 17-23, 40 games, quarter of the way into this whole thing, so it gives us an opportunity. Matt Barrows is going to join us later on in the show. Get going with the 49ers as well, and some observations from camp. John Morant, Jason Tatum, busy weekend. You look damn good. I like it. You got the finals hat on. I like it.
I'm wearing a 2018 NBA Finals when it was better days, because it was a rough one, obviously, on Friday night, as Steph Curry, first of all, got knocked out on Friday night. And then on Mother's Day, he got knocked out of the NBA record book, and Jason Tatum dropping 51 on Philadelphia. That was one of the most impressive performances. He looked like a combination of Steph and when James Harden was making the step-back daddy. Just an incredible performance. I think it will be Boston against Denver in the NBA Finals of 2023, and I think the Celtics will win their 18th NBA championship, John. But we'll get there. As far as Friday night, bitterly disappointing that they weren't more competitive. But it started out, Andrew Wiggins wasn't himself at all. I couldn't quite tell what he was wearing under his jersey. He looked like he had something high on his shoulders, but I think it went down to flack up the rib cartilage fracture, whether he took a pain-killing injection or not. He was in a lot of pain, and it got worse when LeBron James just decided to use Philadelphia's short yardage and goal line package on him over and over and over again. Just run right into him, just post him over and bang and bang and bang and go up and try and score. And James just took the game over, obviously. And the Warriors had no pushback, especially with Clay missing so many wide open jumpers early in the game and Steph. It was 27-10 at one point, and you thought they're going to get a run here. But they are the Warriors. They were able to get back into it. And then that play right before halftime, and we wondered, we found out about Andrew Wiggins and his ribs later. After Game 5, John, we didn't know what kind of Anthony Davis they'd have for Game 6. He was fine. And that block shot he had right at the rim at the end of the half, and the quick outlet by LeBron to Austin Reeves. It wasn't quite as far out as Jerry West's in 1970 in the NBA Finals against the New York Knicks. West made his more where Steph made his from three-quarter court against the Memphis Grizzlies in the first Warrior championship run. But and West actually, it was 2, obviously. There was no three-point shot. Then the Lakers, with that shot, forced overtime. That was a buzzer beater at the end of the game. They wound up losing that game. But Austin Reeves' shot from midcourt effectively ended the game on Friday night. And when he was running forward, that guy sitting in the baseline seat pointing right at him. And you knew that it was going to be the Lakers who would advance, and the Warriors' season would be over on Friday night.
And when it came down to, we can analyze this thing, and I know we're going to move on today, and we'll give you a guest list. We get a bunch of good people to analyze this whole thing, and stories are already coming out, but they couldn't shoot. I mean, they just that was their major advantage in this whole thing. The Lakers had the free throws, the Warriors had the shooting, and Steph and Clay, like you said, just couldn't shoot. Didn't matter if the difficulty was high, low, or in between. And you said this right at the beginning of the series, and it turned out to be prophetic, which is they don't shoot well in that building. Whatever it is, the theater, lighting, or whatever the case may be, Steph has never shot well in that building. So I think we just have to take a step back. Everybody's going to be emotional about Jordan Poole, and Clay can't play, and blah, 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 blah. And we'll get into all these kind of things, but you take a step back. I think the organization will take a step back. And then the other thing, and you and I have been talking about this a lot, Adrian Wojnarowski had this story yesterday. Bob is really torn. I don't have any insight into the situation, but if somebody's that torn, part of it is, or a lot of it is, you haven't come to my number yet. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Bob Myers, because, again, Bob came down and told Draymond Green, look, man, you ain't coming into a game like this. He's a free agent. They don't want an injury. So he wanted to go back in the game. It was already, a 22-point lead at that point. So, look, Bob Myers is important in this thing, and until he signs, it's going to be a big topic.
So Bob is flying to Chicago, or actually in Chicago today for the pre-draft camp. The Warriors do have their own pick this year, number 19 overall. He's not going to talk to the media this week, maybe next week. Steve, I think, is going to talk to the media tomorrow. So just by the timeline of it, John, the first domino that's got to fall because his contract expires after the last day of June the 30th. Will he run the Warrior draft this year? How does that work? And then he becomes a free agent like all the players around the NBA when free agency starts in July. So I don't know exactly what the timeline is on that, but that's the first domino that's going to fall is Bob's contract. As far as shots falling or not falling, it was a huge problem. That's why he got behind 27-10. He just couldn't make a shot. And for Clay, he had really good looks. You know, he started the season missing a lot of shots the first month of the year until he got to that 2-year anniversary of the back-to-back injuries, the ACL followed by the Achilles, actually the second-year anniversary of the Achilles, the same day they drafted James Wiseman. And right after that, beautifully, mysteriously, and somewhat predictably, he began to play much better. By the end of the year, he was very good the first 11 minutes of Game 3. After that point, he couldn't make a shot. And I don't think he forced shots in this game. I think he just took good shots. He couldn't make them. Steph was forcing him. He knew he had to put on Superman's cape and go, and he missed a lot of shots, but they were hard shots. So the missed shots are one thing, but they couldn't get stops. Every single possession when you were trying to get back into the game, it was either a score for the Lakers or a foul. And it's just, I mean, they scored 35 points in the third quarter and 31 more in the fourth quarter and got to 122 points. These are not the Sacramento Kings. These are the LA Lakers. They're a great defensive team. They're not a great offensive team. But you can't come from behind like that when Reeves makes that buzzer beater to close the half if you don't get stops. You can't trade baskets. You can't even go 3 for 2. You got to go 3 for none. You got to get on a run. So we'll analyze it, and now it is officially the off season, and they got hard choices to make, John. This team defensively right now is not good enough. They weren't good enough all year, and in particular, when they weren't good enough on the road. Curiously, they were better defensively at home, but they're not good enough defensively. They just are not. Clay's not the same player. Steph, it works hard, but he's a guy they target. You got to get into who's that perfect third guard. You know, Sean Livingston was for years because he gave you a combination of size, defense, and some post scoring. He's not a three-point shooter, obviously. I think where Clay is now defensively, and Dante is probably going to leave. We'll get into the talk of trading Jordan Poole in the offseason. I'm not sure what you're going to be able to get back for him. But you got to have a defensive-minded guard. You know, Malcolm Brogdon, look at what he has done for Boston's team. Giving him a pure point guard. Marcus Smart is not, but when you put him on the floor with Marcus Smart and the defenders they have in the backcourt, they can really guard you. The Warriors just don't have enough defense. So that's where this team won their championships, John. You know, as Doc Rivers said, the Warriors showed you their offense, and their offense was legendary, historically good, but they beat you with their defense. And to watch them just be unable to carve into that lead at all in the second half, the Lakers seemed like they scored every damn trip, John, whether they got fouled or scored or put an offensive rebound back in. The Lakers scored 122 points, and they scored 66 points in the second half. This is not a good enough defensive team.
No doubt. We will answer all the questions today. Okay, no, we won't. But we will try to help. Marcus Thompson is going to kick everything off at 10:50 as far as the guests are concerned, so we have a lot to discuss until that point. But Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 10:50. Of course, he wrote some great pieces. Susan Slessor is going to join us at 11:30, losing 3 of 4 to Arizona, and we are at that magical point of 17-23, which means 40 games, which means we can analyze what the Giants have done so far, and it's not a pretty picture. Matt Barrows with minicamp for the 49ers, some early observations. That at 12:30, and then Tom McCarthy, the voice of the Phillies, is going to join us at 1:15. So we got a ton to do. We'll keep it with the Warriors. Text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts. What do you think? We can go back to Game 6 if you want, or we can just run ahead to the offseason. Going to be lots of discussions about who stays, who goes, who signs, who doesn't. Bob Myers, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, all those different things. We'll get into all those conversations. We'll hit it up next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors come up short in L.A. They lose to a familiar foe. Is the dynasty over? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hello, business owners. I'm talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring and retaining top talent. You're handling payroll. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum while still keeping your employees engaged. So what do you do? Well, fortunately, there's Insperity. You know that they put over 35 years of servicing technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? You know this as a business owner, there's always going to be challenges to face in business, and no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
We'll all collectively kind of handle those in the right time. You know, I think obviously start at the top and working down in terms of trying to put together the best team possible next year, making sure all the pieces fit and understanding how we can retool to put ourselves in position to be a legit championship contender, because for us that's all we're worried about, and that includes Bob, that includes DG, other decisions that we got to make, but at the end of the day that'll settle itself.
I don't know if it's going to settle itself.
DG? Is that Draymond Green?
That is GG. I've never heard him called
Green
that.
DG.
Only his close friends, apparently. I've never heard DG.
Not Day-Day?
All right, so Steph brought up something really interesting there. And again, 10:50, don't miss Marcus Thompson. And real quick, before we get into anything, a lot of different ways to hang out with the show. We got the text line one open if you got some thoughts on the Warriors in the offseason. If you did not know, by the way, your wardrobe change on Friday was absolutely amazing, and the guys did a great job at KNBR.com, our tech guys, and they put up a your favorite Papa look, which was very
I love
cool.
that, Jeff.
I like that. I know you love that.
We're not going to comment on what I'm wearing every
No.
segment. If you're not watching, you're missing. Move on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still a radio show at heart,
Exactly.
right?
So what we've got is, if you go to KNBR.com, if you go to KNBR app, you can see the live stream, Twitch, YouTube, all those kind of things, and the text line is wide open. So lots of different ways, new KNBR app, et cetera, et cetera. All right, before we get to individual discussions about this whole thing, Steph hit on something really important there, which is the decision that obviously Joe Lacob has to make is first and foremost before we get into who stays, who goes, who gets traded, because it's he who holds the purse strings, and he'll decide if they're going to do something drastic or keep this thing together. And it comes down to a question of, well, what do they owe Steph? Do they owe Steph to just run this thing into the ground and go as far as they possibly can? Or does Joe Lacob say, you know what, I'm not going to pay for this anymore. We just got knocked out in the second round. I'm not going to pay this kind of a number. So that's the first thing they have to decide, right? What direction do they go?
All right, yes, without question, and he's the owner, and everybody else can have their thoughts. Steph's not going anywhere, obviously, but Clay and Dre and Jordan Poole and people around him and Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, they're all in a little bit of a transition, whether they re-sign and opt out and re-sign or stay in and worry about it a year later. But there's some history. This dynasty, obviously started in Oakland, and Charlie Finley was the owner of the Oakland A's. And with Vida dying last week, we're feeling a little emotional about what his career could have been had Charlie not been such an a-hole with him. And after his magnificent year where he won the American League MVP and the Cy Young Award, he decided to take a stance and not pay him because he didn't lead the league in wins or strikeouts that year. And, Vida's whole year got screwed up. He didn't come in and pitch till May. And what happened was one of the great dynasties in the history of American sport, that may have rivaled any dynasty the New York Yankees have had, got broken up because Charlie O just didn't have the financial wherewithal or didn't think he had it, whether he did or not. And baseball was changing with the Messersmith-McNally ruling and what Curt Flood did in the reserve clause, and free agency came into be. So that team could have won. Who knows? They won in 72, 73, 74. It got broken up prematurely after winning 3. And then years later, you get another Oakland A's ownership group, Steve Schott and Ken Hoffman, that come in after the great Walter Haas, and they never even won. And he breaks up what could have been Mulder, Hudson, Zito, Tejada, Chavez, Long, Ramon Hernandez. We can go around. That dynasty never got going because Giambi left and went to the Yankees, and he wound up selling off his pitchers with Billy Beane, doing the work like pieces of a stripped-down automobile. So do you want to be aligned with that? Joe does not want to be there. I know that. He wants this to run the course. But there's some economic hardship that he's facing that other league executives have never faced. The one thing he could look at for a history standpoint are the two best combination of football acumen executives and obviously in Bill Walsh coaching the sport has ever seen. And certainly in the Bay Area, and you could put other people there, Brian Sabian, what he accomplished, but Al Davis and Bill Walsh really are the yardstick you look at for how you make tough decisions like this. And for Al Davis, he would never let his players leave. He just said, I cannot let them go. They've done too much for me. I can't let them go. For Bill Walsh, it was the opposite. They almost all left. And his theory was to let them go a year or two early before they were no longer productive to him. Marcus Thompson's going to join us. He literally wrote the book about, dynasties, the 10 GOAT teams that changed the NBA forever. And really, it should be one and the other ones behind it. It's Bill Russell and Red Auerbach and the Celtics that really were the dynasty that everybody points to. 8 consecutive championships, 11 of the 13 years that Russell was a player. Red Auerbach had a hard time. He was more Al Davis than Bill Walsh. He would not let his guys go. And with this particular dynasty, it evolved over the Red only won, he won the first 9 as a coach, and then Russell came in and won the next 2 as a player coach. The last 2, Bob Cousy was there for only the first 6 of the 11, and then they went to Casey Jones, Sam Jones in the backcourt. The point is it evolved, and who ran the team. Red was still the GM, but that dynasty took on many different forms. The later dynasty that he had with Larry and Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish, that was the one that was hard for Red. And that was the one where he was more like Al Davis, where he just could not let them go. Now, Larry had a bad back. It was hard to trade him. Robert Parrish wound up going with other teams later on, but that was, just because of the finances of the game. And McHale obviously never played anywhere else. So I think that's what Joe Lacob, John, has got to look at. Not so much. These men will guide you, and you need to know history. Your situation is different, but you have an aging team, a lot like Red Auerbach had, with Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Dennis Johnson, Danny Ainge. He decided not to break that team up, and he decided to let them grow old, and they grew old, and the Celtics were awful. He had some heartbreaks, obviously, with the draft pick that he died. That he chose, a young man that passed away, had a heart attack and died. But the Celtics were bad for a number of years. So, Joe, I don't think obviously nothing's going to be done with Steph. I think Clay happens organically. Do you give him a contract extension after this year? Probably unlikely. You let him go into a season next year. And I think he even said at the end it would be a great motivator for him this offseason. That tough call is going to be Draymond Green. Really, and what he does with Draymond. And we've already gotten the reports, and Marcus will amplify what Sham Sharani and Anthony Slater reported on Friday night that the Warriors will engage in a contract extension for Draymond Green. The first big call is going to be Bob Myers. And I don't know exactly what's going on with Bob. I've read that he's offered him a contract extension, a couple of them. Is it just not enough money for Bob? Does Bob want to pursue other things? He told Woj that he's going to take a couple of weeks and then make his decision. But, right now he's Bob. He's at the pre-draft camp in Chicago, getting ready to pick number 19 and doing his Warrior business right until June the 30th. But I think the broad strokes is, does Joe Lacob want to be more like Bill Walsh and make the hard choices, the tough ones? These guys have hung banners, made your franchise go from $500,000 in value to $6.5 billion in value, or half a billion, $450 million they bought it for. So, it's tough for him. And I know he's going to build statues for all these guys, including Andre. I don't know if he has much of a choice, John, with Steph's not going anywhere. Clay's going to stay at least one more year. I can't see them reworking his contract. The tough one's going to be Draymond. And it sounds like they want to redo that contract. But then, are the Warriors just an older, more expensive version of what we saw this year? You can move the pieces around and trade Jordan Poole. What are you really going to get back for Jordan Poole? And then how do you fill out your roster now that the CBA is completely different? You don't have the taxpayer mid-level exception anymore. So these are constraints, that Red Auerbach didn't have, that Al Davis didn't have. Bill Walsh, free agency came into play to make some of their decisions, John. But this is one where you have to really think with your head and your heart some, because these guys have meant a lot to you. But you got to think with your head, and obviously in his situation, his pocketbook, because financially, you could be looking at a payroll close to $500 million.
Marcus Thompson will help us answer the questions at 10:50. There is one question that can, I'm not going to say answer all, but certainly point you in the direction that you're going to go. We'll tell you what that question is coming up next. Marcus joins us at 10:50. Text line is wide open. YouTube, Twitch. You can watch us as well as listen on to the radio as well, and we'll get to all those.
You don't even know the word of the medium anymore?
Say that again.
Terrestrial radio.
Terrestrial. I've never heard of it.
You were lost.
Well,
all the new media you forgot.
Walter was talking.
Radio.
I had to say something. We were talking off the air.
Oh, is that
Pop and Lunch sponsor today by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Started in cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balances, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now. redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. The one big question. And Marcus joins us at 10:50 only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, hello, friends. You've heard Papa talk about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and he had CLR and kept coming into the studio and saying, look at me, I can see everything. I don't need glasses anymore. And at some point, I finally went, fine. Because I got sick of going into restaurants, and it was dark, and I'm turning on my iPhone. And I used to make fun of people like that. Look at that guy over there. He's got his iPhone flashlight on. What's wrong with that guy? Well, he had issues with his eyes, and so did I. I didn't want to admit it, so finally I said, okay, what'd you do? Well, he went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and so did I. I had CLR, just like Papa, custom lens replacement with Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team, and it was so simple. It is a simple procedure, doesn't take much time, and I've told you this before, the term is, to me, life-changing, and it really is, because when you can see, when you look down at your phone without going fumbling and finding readers, if you're driving down the road and you're looking at your instruments on your vehicle, you can read those without putting on glasses, taking off glasses. It's just a pain walking around the house trying to find them so you can look at your phone, all those kind of things. So if your eyes were giving you trouble like mine, all you have to do to fix it is call 877-GET-2020. It's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose. 877-GET-2020 to schedule that free consultation, or check them out online at bayarea2020.com. I'm telling you, it is a life-changing procedure. It is simple. You'll feel comfortable with Dr. Joe Ling and the entire team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Life-changing. I'm not overstating that. Call right now. Free consultation. 877-GET-2020 or online at bayarea2020.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think it's probably too raw right now for me to think about. The one thing I will say is that, Draymond, Clay, Steph, our core guys, they've got plenty left to offer. There's still plenty in the tank there. I thought they all had great seasons and may not have ended on a high note, but all three guys are still high-level players, and I still feel like this team has championship potential. We didn't get there this year, but it's not like this is the end of the road. But the organization has some decisions to make, and we'll eventually get to that point.
Obviously, Steve Kerr, after the Warriors lost Game 6 of the Lakers, and now all the questions are asked. Hit us up on the text line. You got questions, comments, anything that you want us to hit up on. Obviously, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole are going to be, and who they trade, who they move. But here's the one question that determines all of what what direction they go and what they do. And Steve Kerr kind of hit on it. He said he believes they've got a championship core there, and if Joe Lacob believes that, then they go in one direction. But Joe Lacob's the one fitting the bill. He's got the wallet. So if Joe Lacob believes they're a championship team at their core, then keep going. If he doesn't, that's when changes will be made. So let me ask you this. Is this team, as you look at the Western Conference and where teams are going, is this team still a championship-level team?
Obviously not. But the pieces around... So the bottom line is what they're saying involves Steph, Clay, Dre. This is Red Auerbach, Larry, McHale, and Parrish. The other pieces around that, whether you bring in Bill Walton one year to be the sixth man of the year and win you a championship in 85, 86, those pieces move around. But it's Steph, Clay, and Dre. And really, it's Clay and Dre. And really, it's Dre because Clay has one more year in his contract at $43.2 million. He kind of made overtures towards the end of the year when he was on a heater that he wanted to get maxed out. I would think that would be unlikely. But he's one of their core guys. I don't know what they do with him. The bottom line is Steph is under contract for 3 more years at $167.3 million. He's not going anywhere, nor should he. You should try to extend his contract beyond that so he only plays for one franchise in his career. Steph Curry clearly is one of the best players in the NBA, period. And there's no one who quite plays like him. Others have tried to duplicate being like him. But no one really is the genuine article that is Steph Curry. So he's the centerpiece. How do you build a team around him? Is Klay Thompson good enough to get the number of shots that he gets a game? Does he guard well enough? He's different than he used to be. He used to be Rocco. He used to be the point of your defense. The Bulls had the Dobermans. The Warriors, it was unleashing a Rocco, and Klay was Rocco. He took the ball all the time. Now he doesn't do that anymore. He could still guard effectively at times, but there was a time, John, when if he went 3 for 19 in a game and, he guarded James Harden into an inefficient night on the other end, no one cared. You did your job. Now he's got to make shots to offset what he's not giving you defensively. So, and then Draymond's still the hub of everything you do. So to me, the issue is more Klay than Dre, but Dre's the one, his contract is up. He's got the $27.6 million buy-in this year, opt-in, whether he opts out and they redo the contract, which it sounds like. The bottom line is, why did this season go so badly? I really don't know. Remember last year when they won the championship? We thought they're going to get better. Klay Thompson's going to be one more year removed from the injuries, and I think he was. I think once he hit the 2-year anniversary, and that's a bad way to say it, the 2-year timeline of when he tore the Achilles on draft day, 21 it was when they got Wiseman, 21 or 20, let me know what it was, that, he started to play better, and he did, but then at the end of the year, for whatever reason, he missed shots. I think we know who Klay is, but the real bottom line is here, how did, and I don't know this, I have no idea. I read it, I've seen guys fight in practice in a lot of different sports, and it's gotten ugly. And, you move on. This one, there was a video and a TMZ, and it got out there, and Steve said the biggest crisis of our time here. And, how did that impact Jordan Poole's season?
Greatly.
Why?
Because you could just tell. I mean, he wasn't the same guy. And then he was
and it was
asked
all
today,
because he got sucker punched in practice in October?
But the mental part of it is just as big as the physical part of it. And he just never got over it. I don't think he ever felt part of it, part of this whole thing. And then he was just asked what his relationship is with Draymond Green. And he said it's purely professional. It's a basketball relationship. You can tell it's strained. Now, is it strained to the point where he has to go somewhere else? I don't know. But, whether you trade him or not is easy because there's only a limited amount of players that you can trade him for. It's a flawed player for a flawed player who needs a new atmosphere, a new environment. So you're looking at guys like DeAndre Ayton, who Phoenix may want to move. There's a handful of guys who you could move him for, or you can move him, but then you'd have to include something to incentivize, like a Kuminga. That's the only way he's moving. You can't just say you're going to trade Poole for somebody who's flawless. That's not going to work. But it sure seems to me that there's something beyond, because he's never come out and said, "Oh, we're cool, we're good." That was an issue all season long. I don't think there's any question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he was miffed by it. Their lockers were together all year. When I watched them on the floor, I didn't see a problem. I think Draymond works with him in the offensive end the way he works with Steph, dropping the ball to him, constantly seeking people to pick off as a screener. I see where their games coexist. If they don't like each other, we guys work it out. What do you want me to do here? So, I mean, I'm not going to trade him for a lesser, commodity coming back. But the bottom line is you may have to move Jordan Poole because of the economics of it. You're going to be obscenely over the line, and you're going to have to pay close to $500 million in salary and luxury tax bill. That's just, who's going to do that? So I don't know.
By the way, on that front, this is why I think they're in a bit of trouble, because if we saw how Phoenix got out of this thing, because they really lacked. I mean, Chris Paul was hurt at the end like he always is, but they lacked bench. How are the Warriors going to fill the bench out? They have the 19th pick in the draft, but they can't afford DiVincenzo. They can't afford. Part of the reason they traded Wiseman was financial. How can they fill out? I don't think they can afford JaMychal Green. Those guys that they've got in the past who stepped up and helped them win championships were invaluable, even though we focus, and we should, on Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green. But these players that they've had, the strength in numbers and those kind of things, they can't afford that. They're going to go minimum guys. The 19th pick has to play. It's going to be really difficult to do this because and they're not going to have a mid-level exception. So now to get a veteran, you're going to have the veteran minimum because they're so far over the number that not only do you get penalized for that, the NBA now is starting to enforce things that hinder your ability to add depth, to make trades. That's the problem they're going to start running into, is this thing gets beyond the finances now.
Yeah, it's a problem. I understand that, and that's why they have to make hard choices here. I mean, if you ran it back with the same roster and paid close to $500 million in salaries and luxury tax bill, are you good enough to win? I don't know. As I say, you're not a very good defensive team. You're lacking defense.
And as you age, you don't get better in that category. So I would say,
well,
no.
You do as a team. There's individual defenders, no, but team defenders. And as far as why Phoenix lost, Monty Williams, they've got to find a way to share the basketball and move the ball. As good as Devin Booker is and as good as Kevin Durant are, and they're two of the best on the planet playing one-on-one basketball, you can't win that way. That's why Durant's time is here. He was here 3 years and won 2 championships. It's like he learned nothing. He just wants to go into the mid-post and go one-on-one and take fadeaway shots. He makes a lot of them, but those are hard shots to make. And Devin Booker, look at the way Denver moves the ball and how Jokic catches the ball late and scores. So I think Denver's, it's just more of a schematic issue. It'll be interesting to me to see what Phoenix does with the opening coaching position. Jalen Rose floated the ridiculous idea yesterday on the pregame show, NBA Countdown, before Game 7 of the Sixers Celtics, that Steve Kerr would go down there. And I understand the lure to go to Phoenix, but he and Kevin Durant, that Steve would demand Kevin Durant do exactly what I'm talking about, which he's been reluctant to do. The one thing the Warriors have lacked, and you saw what Steph was saying, we didn't have that in-between game. They shot up so many threes. It was hard to score around the rim against Anthony Davis. What they missed was the mid-range game of Kevin Durant. And that's why I go back to the decision that they did not make last offseason not to more aggressively pursue Durant when he was available. And I'm not sure he would have come back here or Steve would have wanted to coach him, but you work it out. Seemed like Steph wanted to do it. There was a point there where a lot of the pieces now that are not fitting as well, you could have moved to get Kevin Durant. And then you definitely would have been able to beat the Lakers in this series because they couldn't guard you that way. Now, Durant's got his own issues, and that's separate. But as far as how the Warriors get better, I don't know. They're going to have to find cheaper labor than where they've gone off the mid-level exception to round it out. They're going to have to get veteran players on minimum contracts to come in here. And when you're a team as good as the Warriors have been in the environment here, you do get those kind of players. It's easier with the mid-level to be able to pay them more. But I don't know. And I think the first thing is, when Marcus joins us at 10:50, Draymond sounds like he wants to come back, and we'll see how they work that out. But what happens with Bob Myers, John? Where is he at? I mean, it's May the 15th. He's under contract for 6 more weeks. He's in Chicago at the pre-draft camp, still doing his Warrior job. What were the offers that were made to him that he says no to? Would he ever go somewhere else and be a GM? You don't think the LA Clippers and Jerry West would like to bring Bob down there? You don't think the Phoenix Suns would like to bring him down there? And then if that's in play, where's Steve Kerr? Steve is going to enter next year the final year of his contract. It was amazing to me that it was not discussed enough that Bob was in the final year of his contract. If Steve goes in to a lame duck season next year, how big of a story is that going to be? So the players and the restraints because of the new CBA and all of that are a problem. But at the top of your basketball hierarchy, before you even get to Steph, is Bob and Steve. What happens to them long term?
All right, let's ask Marcus Thompson about it coming up next. Of course, he's got a great piece out looking at the offseason. We'll get into that conversation, whether it's Bob Myers, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, all these different things. And, of course, Joe Lacob will decide all. How realistic does he have to be? Is this still a championship contender? How much do they owe Steph Curry? So we'll get into all those conversation points with Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by Truett & White, trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hard to prepare for the things that happened in the beginning of the season and then bounce back from that. But we did. It's hard to prepare for all the injuries that we dealt with throughout the season, for, missing Wiggs, for the time that we missed Wiggs, and, all the things that's going on. And saying that, there's no excuses. It happens throughout every season. And, if you win the championship, it's a battle cry, and it's like, yeah, man, we went through that. We went through this, and we got through it. If you lose, you don't go back and blame all of those things and say, oh, man, this is the reason we lost. No, every season is made up of events. Some are great, some are not. I think for this team, more of the events that aren't so great were so public. And, that's not something that you normally deal with. And so the world knows, the tough times that this team's had. But there's tough times, in every season,
That, of course, is Draymond Green, one of the bigger question marks, certainly in the top couple, $27.5 million option. Does he opt in? Does he opt out? I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen there, but let's talk to Marcus Thompson about it. He'll join us momentarily at Thompson Scribe. Make sure that you, of course, follow him for great insight into the Warriors and his latest. The Warriors met defeat with defiance. Now comes the tricky part. Make sure you check that out in The Athletic. And Marcus now joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Fatigue. That's what's happening.
Right on. Do you have a vacation
You
plan?
too?
Yeah, really. You do anything? Going anywhere?
I didn't.
How'd you
I
take
didn't
care of
have
Mama
a
yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't have a vacation plan, but now I can plan one. But first, I got to recover, man. I got to recuperate. It's been a long, long year. Yes.
Wow.
The life of a scribe is tough. Long nights, bad food. It's rough out here.
All right. Well, you got a number of months to recover before next year. But what Draymond's talking about, and he hit it right on. He was asked what happened this year, and he talked about the events that happened in training camp. And John and I are not around the team. You are. You're in that locker room. You feel it. So now that they've lost, it's easy to say, well, the whole thing came down to Draymond, Colcock, and Jordan Poole in the training camp practice, and TMC got the video, and they just never put it behind them. How big of a deal was that in the ultimate story of the 2022-2023 Golden State Warriors?
I mean, it's obviously like a big deal. I mean, if you just look at what happened with Jordan Poole afterwards and whether or not Jordan wasn't as good because of that or not, to me, the reason it was such a big deal is because their roster was pretty flawed. And so they kind of needed, like, the chemistry. They needed that togetherness to overcome some stuff. They had some issues with the roster, and they just didn't have any room for error. Like, we saw it once. Like, once the one thing they had didn't go well, that's it, right? They didn't have much by way of overcoming stuff, and that's what they did in the previous years. They had veterans, they had people who could fill in, and they had a sense of camaraderie. But to me, they were too flawed to not have it clicking like they did the previous year. So that's where it really hurt, because when it came down to it, they really need Jordan Poole. They really needed some of these young guys, and you got to wonder how much did that punch and the drama that followed prevent them from being one unit. They said they all got together, it clicked towards the end of the year. Was that too late? Was not enough done in the meantime? Will they not be the 6th seed if they clicked earlier? All those questions come into play, I think.
Marcus Thompson joining us, obviously talking Warriors offseason after getting ousted by the Lakers emphatically in Game 6 in L.A. All right, so I think the number one question is, and this determines the direction and all the other things about, Draymond and Bob and Jordan Poole and all these different things is, can this team still win at that level? And what do you think?
Yeah, of course. We also have to look at, like, these other teams. Like, who's great? Denver looks great. The Lakers look really good, but I feel like they could have won this series. I think towards the end, the Lakers wore them down, and it got to be a lot. But I mean, if Clay makes shots in that game, it's a different ball game. Or if they don't like completely wet the bed in the fourth quarter of Game 4, like it's different. I just feel like the Lakers were a tough matchup, and if somehow they got through that, they'd have been just fine. I think this team could still win, but they obviously still need some tweaks, right? Like they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they could plug some of those holes that they created after losing some guys from the championship team. If they do that, I feel like they're good enough to win. As long as they have one of the best players in the league. So, I mean, what they really need is a number 2, and I feel like that's probably a little tougher to get. But somebody's got to emerge as a number 2 to help Steph. But if they don't get that, they need a lot of guys to play really well, which I think is possible.
And the number 2, obviously, is Jordan Poole. So he just wasn't himself at all. And I think the one game that cost him everything was the Game 6 home loss to Sacramento, being forced to play Game 7 at the trickle down, and they lost Game 1. Game 1 was a game they needed to win, and Poole played well in that game, but he missed the 31-footer at the end. So I want to go back. So after the Draymond Poole situation, they're going to make a call on Jordan's contract. They give him the money. It hasn't even kicked in yet. It kicks in now for 4 years, $123 million. The fact that they never suspended Draymond, do we know exactly what caused Draymond to hit him? We saw the video. It's a silent tape from TMZ. We saw him go at him. But was there more there? Is Jordan Poole more culpable in what Draymond Green did than just the video shows, Marcus? Do you have any idea?
I don't. I would have written it if I did. I don't have it strong enough to say anyway, for sure. I don't. There was clearly other things at play. I know when it was reported that it had to do with George's behavior, there were people from the Warriors who quickly went to shut that down. So, I mean, if I had to guess, there were definitely other factors at play. It wasn't just like that situation, but as all situations like that are, right? So it's a culmination. It's an accumulation. So I do think that's it. To me, though, like while that was a big problem, I think the greater issue is that I don't think Jordan Poole is the number 2. I think Draymond or Clay is the number 2. Andrew Wiggins needs to be number 2, and the kind of weirdness of the position he plays and what we watch from Steph Curry, there was an expectation for Poole to be the number 2, but really that pressure should be on Klay Thompson. It should be on Andrew Wiggins. It should be on Draymond Green. And from the sense of like on the court, but also in the locker room too. Like they had to rally to build that. So to me, if there isn't chemistry, it's on them too, right? This is their role. So I do think this next year, now that they've gotten past this, I think you'll see a more focused veteran group of like, hey, bringing these young guys along, because it's very clear them by themselves, they can't handle this by themselves. Like they can't just go dominate the league anymore like they used to. They actually need the pieces around them. And if Jordan Poole's got to be one of the pieces, you got to like bring him along, right? You got to work with him in that situation. To me, I don't think as an entire group they did the best job of creating that cohesion, and obviously Draymond's punch made that incredibly difficult.
Marcus Thompson is joining us, obviously talking Warriors offseason after getting ousted on Friday night by the Lakers. It's Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. There's no doubt in my mind that Draymond Green will opt out because I think he can get more money. I just don't think maybe the AAV is going to be there, but I don't know, $375. I don't know exactly what the number will be, but is there any doubt in your mind that he's going to opt out?
No, if it makes the most sense for him to opt out, give the Warriors a little break now in order for the long-term money. The difficulty, and, Rich Paul is his agent, right? So that's got to be a factor. But the difficulty is what happens if somebody else suddenly decides they really want Draymond, or if they feel like they're a Draymond away. That might kind of tweak things, which is why I think it might happen fast, whatever goes down. He's obviously got to opt out before the season ends, but I think he opts out. They give him more money and stretch it, and it's a little bit less money than what he would be making if he stayed there for the 27, but he gets the guarantee. It's just tough to see the benefit from the Warriors if he can't cut some salary, because if they end up having to keep Poole, And if they just say, hey, we're keeping everybody, then Joe is paying a salary that is just ridiculous that he said he wouldn't. And obviously he can, but he said he wouldn't. So it would be a definite change of course.
You mentioned Rich Paul from Clutch Sports, obviously with LBJ and the Lakers. So we've been wondering about that for years. I'm not sure they need him now defensively. He would help them, but he may upset their locker room too much. The one team, and I would defer to John on the salary cap in Sacramento. Just watching the Warriors and Kings, I kept thinking, what if you flipped Draymond Green from blue and gold to purple and black? This series would flip. And I know HB Harrison Barnes' contract is up, and then the other part of it is how do you deal with them in the locker room? Well, Mike Brown's there. A few other guys from the staff are there to be able to keep him in play. Vivek, do you see Vivek and Mike Brown making a hard push? Do they have the financial room, guys, to go after Draymond Green?
I was saying this to Kings media when we were down there. Oh, they hated it. They were so mad.
Because they were in the middle of getting beat on him and stomped on by him. He'd be perfect for them, wouldn't he be?
He'd be so perfect. He's got the guards, right? They've got the shooters. They've got all these players. And one of the issues Sabonis had was once you took away the one thing, the little dribble handoffs, like you didn't have another option. Where, Draymond been doing this for so long, you take away the dribble handoff, he'll find another way to get his guys involved. So,
fake the DHO and drive it to the rim. That's what he does.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he'd be perfect for them. I mean, just perfect in many ways, especially, like, how do you win? Like, how do you get through a tough series? Obviously, he's older, but they're young, so they could use some age. It makes a lot of sense. Now, I don't know if they pay the money. And here's the bigger thing is if the Warriors are on the table and he could stay with Steph, it's going to be hard to swap Steph out for De'Aaron Fox if you Draymond. The money would have to be crazy because, Steph is going to keep him here. He's going to stay with Steph. So if he's got both on the table, he's choosing the Warriors all the time. But if the Warriors are saying, hey, man, we only got 20 for you, and Sacramento's offering the max, he might not have a choice. But I don't think he'd prefer Sacramento over the Warriors. But you are so right. I mean, he'd be perfect on that team. He's exactly what they need to get to the next level.
Well, what's interesting is, and again, the Warriors aren't going to help anybody out and do a sign and trade with Draymond, but the teams that have cap space, the Rockets, the Magic, the Spurs, the Jazz, OKC is going to have cap space. Detroit, his hometown team, but I don't think they're winning anything.
Sacramento doesn't have enough, John?
Sacramento, they don't. And they could renounce some contracts and everything. I'm looking at their number right now. I mean, they could project to be if they move some stuff around like $20 million, but that's not going to get Draymond Green. So really, realistically, the only teams who have cap space without the Warriors helping somebody out and facilitating a sign and trade, which I don't think they would do, would be bad teams: Houston, Orlando, San Antonio, Utah, Detroit. And by the way, Oklahoma City, that's an interesting one, but I don't think you would go there. So there's not teams other than bad teams who have space.
Well, let's see who wins the lottery.
They would have to give him a max.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The other thing is, Marcus, I mean, Draymond's obviously an early domino to fall, but that's not the first one. It's Bob Myers and his contract that expires on June 30th, because that may impact Draymond's decision. It could impact Steve Kerr, who does not have a contract beyond this coming year, which is interesting. Bob is in Chicago for the pre-draft camp today. He's doing his business as a Warrior exec. That's the way he is. They're going to draft June 22nd, but 8 days later his contract is up and no longer the Warriors don't have him under contract anymore. So what do you know as far as the offers that have been made to Bob? Is it strictly a money deal from Bob, or would he like to go do something else, or do the Warriors want to move on from him?
I don't. It's not a money deal, though. Money is a factor, right? It's not money, but money alone ain't it. I think it's like a quality of life thing. It's a family thing. It's a status thing, right? If you look at the Warriors, he's been essentially in the same job since 2011. It's like there's nowhere to go up. There's no change. It's just him, and he's the one who answers to Joe. And, Bob is a thoughtful guy. He might want to do something else. He might want another challenge. He might want to leave this all together. I think it's going to take the Warriors to say, hey, here's some no-brainer money in order to get him to say, all right, I'll do it. Or he just won't be able to leave Steph and Draymond and them. Like, to me, it's going to come down to that. But, I mean, if Ballmer throws a bunch of money at him and say, not only do you have the money, but, like, you have the clout, you have the control, you have the power, you have whatever you want, you can create the life you want. I mean, that might be appealing. Or he might just go off with Obama and start something. Like, I just feel like this is a crossroads in his life and career where he's trying to figure out what does he want to do. And appreciation is going to matter. Like, money's going to matter. Opportunity is going to matter. Like, all that stuff is going to matter. And he's got to figure it out. But the difficulty is he'll have so many options that it's going to be tough. In the end, I think he's got to sit down with Stephen Curry, with Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and Kevon Looney, and Steve Kerr, and look them all in the face and be comfortable saying, I'm leaving you for this. And it fits in their relationship, right? Like, there's some things that he could say that for and they'd understand, but there's some things they'd be like, what? You're abandoning us for this? I don't think he would want to do that. So, to me, it's a little bit of everything. I don't think money's the main thing, but I do think it's the thing.
Well, when I look at his situation there, all over sports, there are clearly GMs who have a lot of power. And then it seems to me that the Warriors is kind of a collaborative effort. And so, I don't know what he's being offered, but it seems to me that logically you'd say, well, maybe Bob wants to run his own ship or do something different, because it seems to me that while he's GM in title, there's a lot of different people that have a say in what the Warriors do. And does that also then kind of give it part of maybe why he's not paid the way that he believes he should be paid?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at other GMs around the league who he's beaten or who hasn't had the success he's had, right? You look at Tim Connolly, who got, like, ownership stake and all that stuff, right? And you got Daryl Morey, who essentially is the governor of the team. Like, it's hard to tell what Bob wants. Like, if he wants that, I'm not sure he fully knows what he wants, but you can definitely look at other situations and feel like he could say, why I don't have that. I mean, I feel like Daryl Morey is going to be one of those ones, right? He's beaten Daryl Morey every year, right? There's no rubric or metric where you could say Daryl Morey should make more money than him or have more power than him. But it's kind of those situations. But I also think there's a part of Bob that's like, if he is bothered by that, he probably asking himself, why does that matter to me? Like, maybe this means I don't need to do this. But stuff like that matters. Like, it does matter. I'll be curious to see what he says it is and what makes him stay in the end. Like, if he comes out and says, I'm staying and here's why, like, what changes from that aspect? Because what's going to change? It's like Joe and then him. Like, there's nowhere else to go but up. And I don't think he wants Joe to not be a part of the process. Like, I think that's one of the things that makes the Warriors valuable, is that Joe is locked in. So I don't think it's that. So what is it then, actually? I don't know if he knows. I know we certainly don't know for sure.
Well, Bob is in Chicago today at the pre-draft camp, so he's not going to talk to the media, and he's going to be there all week until next week, is the word. Steve Kerr is supposed to talk to the media tomorrow, Marcus, and the other side of it is the relationship between Steve and Bob is so tight. And Steve only has a contract beyond this next season. Is there any talk about extending Steve Kerr beyond, or would that hinge on whether it's Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy Jr., who's the GM?
I'm pretty sure if Bob leaves, Steve will have some say in who the next GM is, or, some form of input. Steve is like sneakily one of the most powerful people in the organization. So I do think there's a universe where Steve will say, I love Bob, I wish he'd stayed, but I understand why he's leaving, and I like this guy we're getting to replace him. I'm re-signing. In the end, I think he loves it too much, and I think he loves Steph Curry too much to leave with Steph Curry's on the table. To me, that's the one major thing. You have Steph Curry. It does not get better than Steph Curry. Like, where are you going? And this is your franchise face, right? This is the guy who not only is playing on the court for you, but you get to deal with off the court. I think that is a huge factor. I would find it tough for we to go into next season and Bob Myers and Steve Kerr have both, and Draymond Green have all left Steph Curry here by himself. I just find that really difficult to grasp. So I do think if Bob leaves, Steve will be part of the process of picking the next GM. It might be Mike Dunleavy. He might already have a good enough relationship with him so they can kind of keep it rolling. But I do think Steph Curry is a major draw for everybody involved.
Marcus Thompson is joining us. This morning, Sham Charania and Anthony Slater have a piece out, and I think this part's obvious that Jordan Poole obviously is another name that could be gone, and he writes he's the likeliest option. But the other part of it is Jonathan Kuminga, and I think that he and his agent are probably going to sit down, and he's going into his third year, and I understand that these minutes have to be earned, but I'm sure he wants an opportunity to play and was frustrated. I think Moses Moody is looking at this thing going, wait a minute, you trusted me in the playoffs, but you didn't trust me in the regular season. You played Anthony Lamb. So how does it work with these young players, and what do you expect specifically to happen with Kuminga?
Kuminga's tough because I do think he has like a lot of value. He's pretty much an unused, 20-year-old, like with so many miles left, and he hasn't played enough for you to say he can't do this or he can't do that. There's still like the star potential on him. I think Poole might be tougher just because of like the negativity that's been surrounding him, but he's still only 23. And to me, this is going to be a trickier part. I feel like if you're going to make a move to, number one, cut salary, but also like really upgrade, those might be the pieces you use. Like if you're looking at the Warriors and the Warriors have something you want and you want something in return, it's probably going to be Kuminga, Moody, and Jordan Poole, or maybe Wiggins is the other option because his salary is so amenable, right? So team friendly.
Plus $109 million left on that deal. I mean, I was looking at that this morning saying you wouldn't want to move the guy, but $109 million when you're having financial issues. Whew.
I mean, it's tough. I feel like I have a hard time seeing everybody back. I do think they make the concession and they keep the big guys, the big three, staying here, but that means somebody else has to go, and it's just hard to see unless Joe just says, "All right, I'll pay $480 or whatever it is." And also now you got the question of, is that team good enough? Is this team Asking Prize good enough? The answer is no. I mean, Steve Kerr said they're not a championship team, so they have to do something. And what is that something? Is it just banking on Kuminga coming back and being better? I think they did that this year, and it wasn't the case. So I feel like somebody is going to be moved. The smart money to me is on Kuminga just because he is the most valuable piece they have, and the one they have the biggest issue with because you got Wiggins and you got Draymond, and those are the two positions he plays. So where are the minutes going to be, right? Where are the fourth quarter minutes going to be? That's the difficulty with Kuminga. He's got to rebound well enough to justify playing over Draymond, right? Or he's got to score well enough to justify playing over Wiggins. It's just a tough two positions for him to fit in on. So I feel like they need a rim protector. Like, how you going to get it? Kuminga is how you get it.
You know, in light of them losing on Friday night, Marcus, I went to the bookshelf and I pulled out your Dynasties book, the 10 GOAT teams that changed the NBA forever. And the one thing people need to realize, and you did all the research, is that those teams changed. Russell Celtics changed. I mean, obviously it was Bob Cousy for the first 6 and not the last 5. Even Red didn't coach the team the last 2. You got Sam Jones along the way. You know, Magic had Westhead for the first one, Riley for the last 4. He had Bob McAdoo backing up Kareem, and then later Michael Thompson. They changed. You know, Michael went from Ho Grant and John Paxson to Dennis Rodman and Steve Kerr, and, you know, Kobe went from Shaq to Pau Gasol. So the bottom line is, I mean, the Warrior Dynasty, they didn't win this year, and those teams didn't win every single year, not even Russell Celtics. They lost 2 out of the 13 years. You don't win every year, so they may have to reinvent themselves. But how is it, if Steph stays by himself, is it still a dynasty? Do you need Steph and Clay for it to be the dynasty? Do you need Steph, Clay, and Dre? Andre's gone now, so what do they have to do? Do they have to keep the 3 together to call it the original dynasty?
I'm going to say at least 2, right? You got to at least keep – they at least have Jordan and Pippen, right? Magic and Worthy.
Right.
I don't know, I feel like you need at least 2. Otherwise, you just change the whole dynamic, right? And it just becomes a Steph dynasty. But I just think for, the viability of it and the salary cap constraints and all that stuff, I think they need 2. It'll be tough to get rid of Clay and Draymond and still be a championship team. I mean, they could. There's a couple moves out there that might make that happen. But those would be some tough moves, and I think it'll drastically change. Like somehow they ended up with like Steph and Giannis. I mean, that's probably a new dynasty, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Is
Like
Steph going to Milwaukee, or is Giannis coming here?
Right, exactly. Either way, so that's a whole new ballgame right there. I do think people are like crazily overreacted to the Warriors losing in the playoffs, right? Like this stuff happens. You retool, you change some pieces, you come back. Like if they win next year, this year won't nearly look as bad. It'll look necessary. So I do feel like they're a couple tweaks away. I think they need a rim protector and another person who could create off the dribble, and they'll be right back. They'll be right back where they were. So I feel like the dynasty is continuing. But if they got to make a move, you got to give me at least two of them. Come on, you need at least Splash Brothers.
Steph and Dre. It's got to be Steph and Dre.
I feel like it's got to be Steph and Dre. I feel like it's got to be Steph and Dre.
Clay's only got one more year in the contract anyway, so.
Yeah, what Clay does feels like it's a little more readily replaceable. Like you need a shooter, you need somebody who can get a bucket and play some defense. Like you can kind of get that, where it's just really tough to get what Draymond does. Like they've been trying for years. It's just really hard to find one of the all-time great defensive players and also a facilitator. So. I don't know. I hate to diminish Clay. Clay is obviously Klay Thompson, so like that's tough to replace too. But to me, you got to have at least two, and then you got Steve Kerr. I think that counts too. That helps keep it a dynasty, right?
No doubt. Hey man, we've appreciated. I know we're going to talk to you throughout the season. I know we'll talk to you all the time, but your coverage and what you guys do over at The Athletic is awesome, man. Between you and Anthony Slater and Shams and all the different guys, Sam Amick.
Even Kawakami.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say, come on, you got to mention
absolutely.
Kawakami.
No, you guys all do an awesome job, and it's our pleasure to have you on all the time. We always learn a ton of stuff, and it's just cool having you on, man. So we appreciate it. We're going to do it more, and you're not going anywhere. I'm just telling you, during the NBA season, it was awesome. We appreciate it.
Oh, well, let's have some fun during this off season because this is about to be wild.
It's going to be incredibly wild.
Rest up, man.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get fun. Very fun. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
You too.
Thanks, Daddy.
All right, that is the great, not even mean great, Marcus Thompson, and they do a really nice job. And this morning, Anthony Slater, Shams Charania, they did have some stuff on Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole and those kind of things. So we'll discuss that more. But we got to get ready for the Giants and Susan Slusser coming up at the bottom of the hour. Not great in the desert over the weekend, and we're at the 40-game mark, so we can actually start assessing things. We'll do that coming up next in preparation to talk to Susan Slusser at 11:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Mike Kruk joined Murphy Mac this morning to discuss the hot start of Casey Schmidt and the disappointing start for some of the Giants' big free agent signings. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, it was a rough winter for many of us, the heavy rains and dangerous driving conditions. And unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. As we all saw, people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, and sexual harassment cases But now that the weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion, that's with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Headquartered right here in the Bay Area, they live here, they work here, and more importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
They're seeing that their free agents haven't done anything. They're seeing two middle of the order bats that are hitting under 200. They're seeing two guys that were penciled in for the rotation that are ERAs are double digit. Stripling, Manaea, Haniger, and Conforto. They have not lived up to expectation. And that's really, the fact that they're where they're at is pretty remarkable given they haven't had much contribution from those guys. And none of that, but their bullpen right now is still looking for its identity. They did not have a good weekend in Arizona.
That, of course, was Mike Krukow. The Giants lose 3 of 4. They win the first one, and then they lose the weekend to Arizona. And they don't play anybody in the NL West the rest of the month. Get into it a little bit more next month, but that's the new schedule for you. We'll get into that. And then Susan Slessor joins us at the bottom of the hour. Pop and Lund today brought to us by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Pretty accurate there by Kruk this morning.
Harsh, accurate.
Right on point.
Mike he wasn't in the mood to put any spin on it. He called out the 5 guys that they signed, and I would say Michael Conforto, and I think Mike would agree because he mentioned it when he hit a home run over the weekend and a couple. He's had 2 homers the last 3 games. Conforto is clearly coming out of it. He's 5 for 14, a couple of homers and a double, and he's walking more. And he hit a bomb yesterday to give him the early lead. So I think Conforto starting to lock in. Haniger, I don't want to say I'm getting a Chris Bryant vibe, but I'm getting a little bit of a Chris Bryant vibe with him. Hopefully he'll turn it around. Obviously he's had some issues off the field that have derailed his start. Ross Stripling just gave it up, John. Just ruined the game the other night. And I don't know what they do with him. Minaya, is he going to start again? And then, Taylor Rogers starting to throw the ball better than Tyler gave it up yesterday. So we wait until the 40-game mark, and here we are. And Susan will join us in a few minutes, and we'll get her quarterly poll, her quarterly update on what's going on, the quarter poll. But they're 17-23. They won the first game in Arizona, getting the Casey Schmidt positive vibes, and now all of a sudden Mighty Casey is chasing and striking out, and they lost the last 3. The one thing you could say all year, and you were saying this all year, be thankful you're in the National League West and not the American League East, where Tampa Bay starting to come back to the pack a little bit, but they were off to an incredible start, 31-9, now they're 31-11, or the National League East because the Braves are playing so well, and all of a sudden the Dodgers, they just swept San Diego again. They've won 5 in a row. They are 26-15. They have not only the best record in the National League West, they have the best record in the National League, even better than a half game over the Atlanta Braves. And now you are 8.5 games out in your own division. So now, realistically, that's why this Phillies series coming in tonight, and Bryce Harper got back as quickly as you could ever imagine. Trey Turner's not having the kind of year you thought he would have. He made a sloppy year yesterday trying to turn a double play. They're merely a 500 team. So you're looking, John, at not the division winner. Say Atlanta wins the East. Probably Milwaukee will win the Central. I think St. Louis is going to get back into this race at some point. And now you got to deal with Arizona. Obviously, it looks so much more athletic than you do. Their whole outfield's incredible. And then the Padres are slumping offensively, but you got to figure they're going to turn it around at some point. So not only are you now 8.5 back in the National League West, at least last year you stayed in the race. You made a push at the end to get to 500. You wound up, 6 back of the Phillies, who wound up winning the pennant. Now, John, this first 40 games of the year, you are burying yourselves not only in your own division, but in the league.
No doubt. I mean, look, they're 17-23. It's the same record as the Nationals, only the Rockies at 17-24, and the Cardinals, who I agree with you, they're just too talented to play like this, at 16-25 or worse. So they're near the bottom of this thing, and what Mike Krukow said is 100% on point, as it always would be from him. But they're lucky to be where they are, and they're 17-23. So they're having major problems. Even the top 3 in the rotation, who are really, really good, they don't have a good record when those guys start. Stripling, Minaya, as you pointed out, the bullpen's been horrendous. The defensive metrics are bad again. There's a lot of problems with this team, and a lot of things need to be turned around. Let's ask Susan Slusser about it coming up next from the Chronicle, who joins us every single Monday. Major problems within the Giants to this point, and it's 40 games in, so we do have a little bit of a sample size to discuss the quarter point of the season. Let's ask Susan all about it and what's ahead. Also, do remember back to the Warriors, our good friend Champagne and Nuts, of course, Michael Thompson. He's going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50, and two sides of it. I'm sure he's happy his employer, the Lakers, are moving on, but Klay Thompson struggled, so we'll get his viewpoint on that. Again, Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. But Susan Slusser in the meantime to talk some Giants at the quarter point, only here on the Sports Leader. Summer starts here. Where? Of course, Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. That's right. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day, which is awesome because remember, you drive by lots during the pandemic, there was nothing. That's not the case anymore. So what you do is you check out the new incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You can even pick out the one you want and reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Now, Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965 and has grown every year because they take care of you, the customer, which I know firsthand on many occasions. That means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's time to get out, enjoy the nice weather, and summer starts here with great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. Big trucks are chock full and loaded with new Toyota. So come get yours with no dealer markup. So now's the time to get that great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota. It's where I get my Toyotas. My son is now home from college. He still has his Toyota from Modesto Toyota, which is an absolute miracle. I digress. Check it out online. The cars are arriving daily. No dealer markup. Check them out now at ModestoToyota.com.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
We need to start going like series by series, like just trying to beat them. I feel like if you win the series, you know, and you try to think that you can win the series each time, and I think it's a recipe for success. So we just gotta get back to that, and you know, it's close. It's not like we're getting our asses kicked every night. And I know the 2 nights before we hadn't won the best score, but it was just you know, we feel like we're in every game, and hopefully, it's a long season, right? We still got so a lot of games to play. So.
There is Logan Webb frustrated after yesterday. Again, he had a very solid effort, but the bats did not follow script, and the Giants lose again. They lose 3 of 4, won the first one, lost the last 3 to the Diamondbacks, and now at 17-23 at the 40-game mark. That is a magic mark because it's a quarter through the season, and now we can overanalyze because we're a quarter way through the season. By the way, this stat, the Giants are 12-13 in games started by Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and Anthony DeSclafani, and they've clearly been the best 3 in the rotation. So let's get into everything with Susan Slusser, at Susan Slusser. And, of course, not only follow her, but read her great stuff in the Chronicle to get your latest Giants news. She joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. We're better than the Giants. What's going on here?
Well,
yeah,
that's opinion.
Chasing 500 is not where you want to be. Quarter of the way into the season, that starts to be an uphill climb.
Well, 500 they would take, Suze. Right now they're on pace to lose 90 games.
Yep.
And I thought they were a 90-win team, maybe not a 107-win team, but not an 81-win team from last year. But right now they're on pace to win 68-69. So we do it, but I think Farhan and Billy did it for years, and David is you wait till about the quarter pole, about 40 games in to get an assessment. And the bottom line is the free agent acquisitions, the 3 pitchers, the 2 hitters are not doing well. The bullpen has underperformed. So how do you look at 17-23, the first 40 games of the year?
Well, underperformance can signal that there is better to come. I think that they would like to think of it that way. But, this next month and a half sets them up for, are they buyers or sellers? Certainly, if they're still in this sort of territory, they've got some assets that they could move and get back some decent pieces, and then really start to go young, which might be, if they feel like the moves they made with the free agents didn't pan out this year, that might be the best way to go. But we'll see. Certainly, we're going to see Conforto starting to heat up. Haniger kind of getting back to closer to full health. I think he'll be okay. Yaz has been out. The 2 free agent starters, they at least have tons of depth in that rotation. Alex Wood coming back, and he's been very good when healthy. So I'm still really not that worried about the rotation, but the bullpen is not good enough. They got off to a decent start last year and then fizzled. They almost seem to be doing potentially the reverse this year. If this is sort of their lowest point, maybe they're on the upswing, but I'm not convinced that 40 games has been enough for us to get a sense of this team. I'm really not. I still don't feel like we have a sense of them.
Susan Slusser is joining us. The Giants have the Phillies, and that would be big in the wild card chase because the Dodgers are starting to pull away with this thing. In regards to the free agents, and the one thing that in regards to them is health and everybody getting healthy, and I keep finding myself saying when they get healthy, I'm almost relegating myself to the fact this is an older baseball team. I don't know if they're going to be healthy.
Yeah, it's possible. Nobody has excellent health through a whole season anyway, so we expect that. It's kind of a little bit interesting that they bang Carlos Correa because of a bad physical and then go out and get Conforto coming off of major shoulder surgery and Haniger, who has a long history of injuries and who's already been out. You pay a little less sometimes for guys like that because of their injury history, and I think they're both going to be fine, and I think they're going to be both. The track records are so good for both of them, and the outfield is much better as a result. I'm totally on board with all of that. But yeah, how much longer do they have them if they continue to just kind of hover under 500, try to get back to 500, fall backward? I don't know. Either one or both could be a nice piece if they're hitting well.
Yeah, but the 2 starters to me are really the major problem. Conforto's starting to hit, and I think Haniger, because of the injury to start the year, he's going to get going. Hopefully, you kind of have to ride him out. Stripling and Sean Manaea, you don't. Now, Alex Wood, came back on Friday and pitched out of the bullpen. Interestingly, he'll start tonight. Alex Cobb, who right now is the ace of the staff and in line to not only be a National League All-Star, but maybe start the game this year the way he's pitching. But beyond that, Suze, what are they going to do? DeSclafani's got the toe issue now. Logan Webb has been fine. Do you see them making major alterations to the starting rotation? The one thing is Jacob Junis, and he got hit the other night. Why don't they let him start a game? It's always as a piggybacker behind a left-handed starter or a righty. Would they start Jacob Junis at some point?
I don't think that's a terrible idea. And, of course, we've always got the possibility of Kyle Harrison at some point. Probably maybe not until June, sort of, I would think, or late May. But if both of those two free agents continue to disappoint, sure. Manaea has shown flashes at times. He's looked a little more like himself. Both of them have been doing this going in and out of the bullpen. You talk to starters. It does throw them off a little bit. And hey, they're not going to make excuses. I'm not making excuses for them. They need to be better. Stripling and the home runs is baffling. I don't know how they get it fixed because they keep feeling like it's close and he's coming around and then boom, a couple more. Every time he makes a mistake, it gets hit out and it's really killed him. So, I thought both were pretty good acquisitions, especially Stripling, but it is definitely a question mark. But Junis is around. Jelly's around. They've got different guys potentially that could help out to fill out that rotation. And then maybe Kyle Harrison.
Susan Slusser joining us at the quarter point of the season. 17-23 are the Giants through 40 games, and we're discussing it as they have the Phillies coming to town and lost 3 of 4 to Arizona. So the main two areas, and we can't go back to the offseason, I understand that. It's all been well chronicled. But the two areas that they needed to get better was fielding, which, again, from an analytical standpoint, not good. And then the relievers, which, again, a 5.95 ERA. And, again, you look at all the analytics, and they're not good. Now, Luke Jackson did come back, and he's on a rehab, but Rogers has not been very good. The defense and the bullpen, the major thrust of the offseason, and they just haven't been better. In fact, in some cases, they've been worse.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure I would say the bullpen was a major thrust, but you're right. Luke Jackson coming back could be big. Taylor Rogers has been not performing as hoped. But how often have we talked about this? Bullpens are so hard to project. Relievers are so hard to project. And it's been almost everybody. They're in one of those stretches, like the one that really sent them south last year, where if they get a good starting pitching performance, the bullpen gives it up. Or if they score a lot of runs, none of the pitching's good. Or they're in a close game and somebody makes a mistake. It's just whatever can go wrong seems to go wrong rather than right. They really need to put together a good run here at some point. I think they've got it in them. I think they have some of the elements, but it's just not quite coming together. And that was what happened last year. We kept kind of waiting and it just never happened.
Since we talked to you last Monday, Suze, a lot has happened. Obviously, Casey Schmidt was brought up the very next day and hit a home run in his major league debut and lit the team on fire for a couple of days, continued it in Arizona. Got out of the strike zone a little bit yesterday with an 0 for day. Kind of the problem David Villar was having. So there's always a yin and a yang in a great story like this. Casey is up, and he's the flavor of the month. But last year it was David with the great September, and he was confiding in you before he was sent down. He's having a hard time hitting a slider and just really struggling overall. So as he goes back down, what does David Villar need to do to get back up here, Suze?
He just needs to really be get back to what he did last year. It's funny because the idea is that he's just getting pounded with sliders. He's actually not seeing really much more breaking stuff than he did last year. He's just not hitting it, right? Like his average when I talked to him was 120 on sliders, and he has shown he can hit breaking stuff. I think he's a little caught in between. He's working on his stance. Working on a few other things. He was having coaches stand 30 feet away and basically throw it in as hard as possible to see what he could hit. Like, that's beyond batting practice. That's sort of a hybrid between hitting, I know.
30 feet away and throwing fastballs?
Yeah, 30 feet away. Yeah,
wow,
exactly.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of a hybrid between, facing a machine and then taking standard batting practice. But I think a lot of it's mental. You get handed the starting third base job. He gets hurt during the spring, never really got going, and then you're kind of feeling the pressure. And J.D. Davis comes not out of nowhere, because we certainly know that the hitting skills, but my goodness, the defense so much better than anyone was expecting. That was kind of a no-brainer, but they'd said third base is David Villar's, and suddenly the season starts and nobody's talking about that anymore. That's kind of all got to be a little tough to deal with, and then the funk just continues, and it's tough to get out of.
All right, the Jeremy Affeldt Award of the weekend goes to Anthony DiSclafani. I mean, that's something I would do. Like, I'm incredibly unathletic, and yet you see athletes,
do you have a piano in your house, though,
athletes,
do you have a piano?
What the hell? What happened here? Yeah.
Yeah, and a piano bench. So that's weird. That's freak accidents are part of life. We all have them, but it sounded kind of, like he's going to lose the toenail and all that. That's not great. But he doesn't think he's going to miss any time. And when we saw it, we all thought, oh my gosh, it's that same ankle. It's the surgically repaired ankle. Oh no. So this is actually good news, right? It's just a weird little funky thing, and hopefully he's good to go next time. I think losing your toenail seems like something that's maybe a little more significant, but word is no.
Yeah, he does get the Affeldt Award, who sliced open a hand, cutting open some frozen burger patties. Also got hurt on the water with his kids and went on the IL. I remember one year, John Smoltz, who's at the height of his career, tried to iron a shirt while he was still wearing it.
Oh, no.
He's way too smart for that. What's the weirdest baseball injury you could ever recall?
The one that jumps to my mind, more probably just because it was fairly recent, was Michael Taylor, the outfielder from Stanford, when he was with the A's, hurt his arm throwing his gum away in the dugout.
What?
Yeah, yeah. I think he smashed the top of the dugout with his hand while throwing his gum in the garbage. So
bazooka? Wow. What was it? What kind of gum was it?
I don't know. There's always weird ones.
Oh my
God. That's a weird one.
Didn't Chris Brown have like an eyelash injury or something like that?
Slept on it wrong. Yeah.
Slept on his face.
Slept on his face wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like.
Who was it? Jake Peavy, John, that got hurt opening up a CD.
Oh yeah.
He took the plastic off the CD.
Yeah,
those
could have been tough back in the day.
It was one of those San Diego. It couldn't have been Jake because we would have buried him if it was Jake.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was one of those Padres, wasn't it?
Yeah, just weird. Weird. Anyway, they're world-class athletes. I mean, I don't get it. Susan, as always, great stuff. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. You're the best.
All right. Have a great one.
You too.
Welcome back, Suze.
At Susan Slesser, Reed Haller, great stuff. And, of course, John Shea.
Who else was on that staff? It was somebody else.
Somebody quirky and weird, I'm sure.
Well, because if it was Peavy, we definitely would have busted him because we hung out with him and Flan. You know what the ultimate was when I was doing A's with Reggie Jackson? Tom Tolbert came in, and Tolbert was still a player then. And he starts, somebody, I think that very day, had gone on the DL, and back then it was the DL.
Right.
Because they hurt themselves brushing their teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Who was that? So Tom starts with, one of those fluky baseball type of injuries, and Reggie picks up his head and just gives him a look like, are you saying I'm soft, dude? Who are you? I played running back for Frank Cush at Arizona State. I'll run up your ass.
That's
but it was
funny.
like, I've hit Tolbert, change the subject. Reggie's going to take you out. But Tolbert goes into, he got hurt on one of those quirky, soft baseball type injuries. And Reggie gave him the glare.
That's awesome. All right, we'll come back. We'll get you back into the Warriors at the top of the hours. We'll get you ready for, or if you haven't heard our thoughts on the offseason and what is ahead and the end of this season, and it was a flawed team, and we found that out in the end. We'll get into that conversation, and then where you and I are excited because there's been so much Warriors going on. We haven't talked a lot about the 49ers, and so they do have the camp going on, the mini camp going on, and Matt Burrows is there, and he's written a bunch of stuff about it, so who's looking good, and the rookies, and all that kind of stuff. So we will get you prepared to get a little 49ers going in about 45 minutes, so do not miss that. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday. I had to think about that for a minute. It is Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it, so sucks. But that's our reality. That doesn't mean our core changes. That doesn't mean our core can't do it again. They said we couldn't do it again last year. We did it. They said we missed the playoffs this year. We did it. But guess what? We don't do moral victory, so we lost. And this was not a championship group as it stands. But we have champions, and we're made up of champions. And when you are a champion, when you have that mindset, you just go back to the drawing board, retool, refigure it out, and go do it again. And that's what'll be our focus. But it wasn't a championship group. As we can see, we're sitting here and the season's over. So
there's Draymond Green. Obviously, his is one of the major decisions. I think he'll probably opt out of that $27.5 million. Then what do the Warriors do from there? Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga's name's coming up. Obviously, Bob Myers, who's going to be running all these things and making the decisions. Does Joe Lacob want to continue to spend money on a team that lost in the second round? That's going to be a big part of it, the taxes. But it's not only the taxes. They start penalizing you, making it more difficult for you to make trades, not using the mid-level exception. All those things come into play when you are as far over the tax and as long as it's been that the Warriors have been over the tax. So that's what the NBA starts doing. Give us your thoughts. Text line is one open if you want to hit us up on the video as well. Just go to KNBR.com and you can see the show live, also on the new KNBR app, Twitch, YouTube, all that stuff. Matt Barrows at 12:30, but in the meantime, if you missed us talking about the Warriors a little bit earlier, it is off-season and there are a lot of questions to be answered.
Yeah, to me, it's completely different because you had to add, you added Kevin Durant in the offseason after you had your heart broken after the 73-9 year. But basically, what Draymond's saying, what Steve is saying, is the core is championship caliber. It's the pieces around the core, and they're talking Steph, Clay, Dre. Andre's going to retire. Do you include Jordan Poole in that? It sounds like maybe not. Kevon Looney certainly is included in the core, and there are a few young pieces you'd like to keep. But when they got Durant, John, you wondered how the hell are they even going to put a 15-man roster and 5 guys on the floor. They had to get rid of Andrew Bogut. Now they went out and got Zaza Pachulia, and Bob did a nice job, and you're your wants and needs are different when you had Kevin Durant on top of Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andre. But after they won the championship last year, they had to make a lot of hard financial calls. Nemanja Bjelica, he went back to wherever he went back to, Europe. They couldn't afford him anymore. Obviously, Gary Payton II signed the big deal in Portland and left. Otto Porter Jr. gone. JTA gone. Wound up a Laker for a while. Damian Lee, a relative of Steph Curry, winds up leaving. Signs with the Phoenix Suns as a free agent, now hanging with Durant. Those are veteran guys that had to kind of scrape and claw to find their way in the NBA, and you replaced them with young lottery picks who were more entitled. That didn't have that grit factor, certainly of a JTA or a GP2 or even Otto Porter Jr., Bjelica as well, all of them. And I think that's where the year kind of got lost a little bit. And the Warriors always, gave the Heisman stiff arm to the two timelines approach, but you had the guys who were going to get statues, obviously, Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andre, with these young guys that are trying to find their way. And at one point, James Wiseman was the featured attract. I'm not even going to put Jordan Poole in that group, John, because he's clearly arrived and he already got paid. It was the young guys, Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, that had to kind of pick up the slack from those veteran players that, for financial reasons, had to let them walk. Those guys just didn't give you consistency throughout. Kuminga was in, he was out, he was in, he was out. I thought he was in at the end of the year, but they didn't like the matchup with Sacramento, and they didn't play him. I thought he fit better with the Lakers matchup and James. They never gave him a sniff. They didn't even give Gary Payton II a sniff early in the Lakers series. Where it flipped to me is when they finally decided to start him, and we were screaming for, why can't he shut down D'Angelo Russell? Well, he did, and he wound up starting, but they didn't go to him till later on. Moses Moody got into it later. So now what do you do with these young pieces, John? Because what they're saying is, Steve Kerr said it, Draymond has said it, Steph has said it. Now they are the core, and Steve has won championships with these guys. It'd be like asking Pop in San Antonio to get rid of Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. You're not going to do that. He never did that. He did get rid of Kawhi when Kawhi fought with him, but that's a different story. So now, what do you do with the young guys? Where can you pick up these young pieces, or older pieces, I should say, off the NBA scrap heap, now that you're not going to have the taxpayer mid-level exception anymore? But really, it became a younger team overnight because it had to financially. But then we thought they were just going to be better. We thought Klay Thompson was going to be better, another year removed from the ACL and the Achilles, and he was. But then at the end, ultimately, he couldn't buy a shot, after the first 11 minutes of Game 3. But it's, the Warriors won the championship, and we're wearing hats and T-shirts after last year, John. And this year, with the same core, now they were out to injury, and Steph missed a lot of games. Obviously, was down 2 different times due to injury, missed a chunk of games, and Andrew Wiggins did as well. But they missed games last year. Remember, Bob was saying, I just want my team. I want to see my team. Right when Clay came back on January the 9th after being out, 951 days, John, whatever it was. That very night, Draymond got hurt in the layup line. Felt his calf muscle. It wound up being a back. They pulled him. And then when he came back, Steph got the smart bomb from Marcus Smart. They didn't play together until the very end when it was time to go. So, they still believe in the core. How far do you extend the core beyond Kavan? And then how do you accent the core the way Bob did when they brought Kevin Durant in?
And then, of course, you're bringing the financial element of it, which is going to be a big play because Joe Lacob doesn't want to pay $500 million. So how does he do that? And just to go to your point, and if there's any confusion here, you run the team into the ground. In other words, you keep Steph Curry because you don't get Steph Currys, you don't get Draymond Greens, you don't get Klay Thompson. So if you look at the history of the league, whether it's the Celtics with Bird in that group, or whether it's the Spurs, or whether it's whether it's the Bulls and Jordan, you get these unique players so infrequently that you have to do this. So the core, as you said, is going to stay in place. So now it comes down to, how do you manipulate financially to bring this number down and yet get your team better? Well, that involves Kuminga, that involves Poole. If you're a non-core, I think you put Looney probably in that core as well. But if you're non-core, then you have to look at every situation, and there's a financial element to it, and there's obviously getting your team better and what you owe this core to have them win now. And this whole thing, and I think we can blow this finally out of the water, you can't do both at the same time. It's impossible. Wiseman's gone. I don't know what's going to be with Poole. Kuminga, I like Kuminga, but it's not going to be about the future of Kuminga. It's the present. And if he can, he's cheap. If he can do that for you, then fine. But probably more so, and I know Warriors fans probably don't want to hear this, but Jonathan Kuminga to a certain team is probably much more valuable, and you may be able to get the right pieces that you need back to help this core, and then that other team who's probably rebuilding gets a Jonathan Kuminga, and he can play 30 minutes a night, because I don't think you can do both. I don't think that they trust him. Now, Moody, to me, is different. I'm confused why Moody could earn the trust of the staff during the playoffs, but not during the regular season. I don't see what he's done wrong, but I don't know if he's going to be part of that too. But you have to decide, okay, we're going to keep the core together, and now we have to take these young pieces and take those things and financially bring our number down, but at the same time help this core win, and that's where the difficulty comes in.
John Hollinger, did you see his piece over the weekend in The Athletic? He said that the Warriors are old and expensive, and he doesn't think their championship core is there anymore. And that's the debate, whether Steph, Clay, and Dre can be 35-minute-a-night guys in the playoffs. They're not going to play that much in the regular season, more like 28 to 32. But in the playoffs to drive a championship team. I don't know if they are or not, but and we mentioned Red Auerbach and the Celtics, and he went, he just didn't want to get rid of his guys, and Al Davis was the same way, where Bill Walsh was cold and calculating, and some would say heartless, but he kept winning, and he did it with, different quarterbacks and losing Ronnie Lott and Roger Craig, and even though Bill wasn't there, he was the guy who put the teams together that George Seifert won with, the final 2 Super Bowls. But football's different because you can just cut guys off your roster and they don't play. In basketball, it is hard. Say you wanted to trade Klay Thompson. And honestly, I would have a discussion about trading Klay Thompson.
If he didn't have $43 million attached to him,
I think he's untradeable.
Yeah,
I would trade him. Yeah, obviously it's the salary's the major problem. He could still be a rotation player, and I think he's a fine player. But with the money component there, on top of the luxury tax bill, say you just wanted to trade Klay Thompson. Say the way Pop was forced to trade Kawhi Leonard, I'm going to trade Klay Thompson. Or the way Indiana was forced to trade Paul George. How can you? First of all, what are you going to get back for him? And secondly, and this is the major component, if you do it just to dump salary, you can't. You've got to take salary back.
Unless it's a team way under, and all those, like we talked about before, it's the Orlandos, Detroits. They don't need him.
They're not going to take Klay Thompson.
Exactly. They're not going to take that deal.
Maybe if Houston,
let me ask you this,
Houston wins the lottery, and they get Victor, the word is that Harden is going to opt out of his contract and go back to Houston.
Right.
Now, would they all of a sudden, if they get him, can you imagine the pick and roll with Victor and James Harden together, and you have a spot-up shooter like Klay Thompson? So maybe... but
you have to attach, though, and this is the same thing with Poole. You have to attach the ultimate pork chop to his neck. In other words,
I'm not talking about Poole. I'm talking about Klay Thompson.
What I mean is, if somebody let's say a young team, because teams do this. Let's say there's a really bad team and they're going to be bad anyway. They might take a Klay Thompson, but you have to put Jonathan Kuminga in 2 picks with it. You have to do something. That's the only way that you could do it.
So then I ride out Klay and then he retires.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he becomes a Laker.
Probably. But in your point, or he may just retire. Who knows what he's going to do? He's got to play better. He played fine most of the year, and he kept the team afloat when Steph was out to injury, and allowed you to get into the playoffs and not the play in or play golf. But there's too much in. He's not the same defensive player anymore, so you have to hide him on. He's not the focal point of your defense. He's not Rocco anymore, so he's just not a value. But if you wanted to trade him, I don't think they would do it. It would break everybody's hearts to trade him. He's virtually untradeable.
Do you want me to tell you the guy who makes the most sense? And I know you're not going to like to hear this, but Wiggins makes the most sense to move because.
And what are you going to get back for him?
I don't know, but the fact is, you owe him 109.
I need Wiggins.
I understand it, but he's a non-core piece, and so what you're looking at is he's owed $109 million, and if you want to do this in one fell swoop. I wouldn't want to lose him, but he's got value and he's young enough and he's shown that he's a championship player when healthy, and he had a lot of things go wrong for him this year. But if you're a team, if you're the Warriors and you have tough decisions to make, okay, you want to keep Draymond, he's going to opt out and you're going to give him like $3 and $75. Not as high AAV, but he's going to get money. So you keep him. You have to keep Clay. You're going to keep Curry. You're going to keep Looney. He doesn't make that much money. So now you're at 4 core players. Everybody else has to be, you have to discuss. And everybody's all emotional about Poole. I understand that. But if you can get him back on track for a guy who's young, he can be that piece who can be both ways. But Wiggins, to me, as much as I don't want to move him because he makes what he makes, he's a valuable piece to somebody. And you can't, like a young team, let's say there's a Detroit, an Orlando, or what, those young teams who have, there's an OKC, those teams have cap space and could take him. And you wouldn't have to take the money back. Look, I don't want to move him, but Oklahoma City has a boatload of number ones, for example. And you could get some picks back that you lost in previous trades, which is, again, cheap labor. And Wiggins might make the most sense because financially you've got to do something. And if you don't want to touch your core, then what are you going to do?
Well, I would move the core is what I would do, but it's almost impossible. Let's just see what Draymond does. And if Draymond does opt out, maybe do a sign and trade with him, which I would be much more open to than trading Andrew Wiggins. I would not, under any circumstance, unless I get back an elite player, trade Andrew. My main problem this year was I cannot stop dribble penetration. Could not stop it at all. It became a problem at the end of the year as well. And he's the one guy who can do that. He can guard LeBron James inside, or he can guard De'Aaron, inside the post, or De'Aaron Fox outside. Andrew Wiggins is a special player, and he proved his toughness just playing in this game. Whatever you thought of Andrew Wiggins, him going out there and doing whatever he had to do to flack it or shoot it or bolt, and then just have James pound on him all night long and keep coming back, he is essential in your defense. This team lost this year because they could not stop the other teams. They fouled them or let them score over and over and over again. He's your best defender. Draymond's there as well, but they're different. And I understand your point. That's a Billy Beane argument for making a trade, but I'm not playing that shell game here because I need him too much as a player. I don't know what they're going to do, though. I think the first thing is going to be Bob, obviously, how that impacts Steve. And then if Bob does go a different direction, then it's Draymond Green. And I don't want to trade Draymond Green either, but I could still see putting a deal together to get something back of value for Draymond Green. And I think there are other teams that would covet him. I think Sacramento would, and I think the Lakers would. And financially, could they make it work? There's a way to make it all work there. But I don't know. But Andrew Wiggins, John, I understand he's the most tradable, but there's a reason why. It's because he's a value, both his contract, his age, and most of all, his disposition in the locker room, who he is as a guy, and then how he plays, how he impacts the game on both ends of the floor. The problem is right now, with Clay losing as much as he has defensively, and Jordan Poole not making the proper advancements defensively and falling off offensively, the Warriors have become what the teams they could always beat, because the Warriors had two-way players and the other teams had one-way players. And they would pick on their other way, whether they're a great offensive player, their defense, or vice versa. Right now, you've got players that are not true two-way players. His nickname is Two-Way Wiggs. That's who he is. So to me, even Draymond, although he's a great offensive player, and in other ways as far as screen setting and passing and seeing the floor, his reluctance most of the year to shoot the ball is a problem. And then he just doesn't have the energy. He was so good in Game 5, John, right? The rip and run, the rebound. Did he do that at all in Game 6? It's hard to do at his age. To be able to clear a defensive rebound and drive it up the floor and score before the other team sets their defense to get them into a scattered court, that is hard to do. He can't do it for 82 games, certainly. And now can he do it for the 24 you have to play in the playoffs? Hit or miss. Not like he used to. So he's not impacting the game. Wiggins is just too valuable, but I'm at a loss except for developing your players, getting these guys better. Rather than trading Moody, make Moody better. Rather than trading Kuminga, make Kuminga better. Because they are cheap forms of labor. I think the big call is going to be on Jordan Poole. And honestly, I think they may be forced to look into a trade because financially. But how do you trade him, John, and just shed the salary without taking back somebody else's salary.
That's the problem. Because Poole is absolutely tradable. Like you said, Clay is close to untradeable, although somehow Chris Paul's contract a couple years ago got moved at like $44 million. So I don't know that anybody, but it would be really difficult. But like you said, in Poole's case, I could see a trade that makes sense. A flawed for flawed kind of a thing would work. I don't know if the Warriors want DeAndre Ayton, but I'm just saying he's become the scapegoat in Phoenix, like what Jordan Poole has become here. So I could see a trade like that working, but as you point out, that doesn't solve Joe Lacob's problem. You just traded contract for contract and money for money. You've got to try to find a team, some of those young teams that have cap space in this offseason who aren't very good, that would value one of your players for their championship level competence. And that you have to, in other words, you have to trade a contract for nothing in return or picks in return, and you can only do that with teams that are under the cap. So that's a limited number of teams, and you have to say to that team, hey, Orlando, hey, Detroit, hey, Oklahoma City, this guy can help you with your championship DNA, and we don't want to take anything in return. Those are hard trades to make.
So outside of doing a sign and trade with Draymond Green, how do they outside of even making themselves better?
That's why Bob's
trading
quitting,
Draymond Green does not make your team
he doesn't want to
better.
answer these questions.
How do you, if you have a mandate, all right, Bob, you can walk into that Sen Sutton and go do television, and Mark Jackson's going to be the new coach in Milwaukee. You could be on with Jeff Van Gundy and Mike Breen. Go do TV, do whatever you want. Go back into being an agent. Can you imagine Bob as a player agent now? How much money he would make in that realm with everything he's done building this roster. But my last directive to you is shed salary, like $100 million off my books, and still leave me competent.
Right.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
That's going to be the charge of the offseason, because I think there are answers to these questions. I just, like you said, everybody jumps on the Poole thing, but you have to take money in return unless, is there one of those teams, and maybe this is the case, there is one of those young teams who says, you know what, we think Jordan Poole's all right. We think he's the guy from last year who averages 20 points a game. We think that the playoffs were the issue, or that the team was the issue, or that Draymond was the issue with him, or whatever. So
I would trade for Jordan Poole.
He is probably the most tradable commodity of the group that you could.
But I got to take back like salary.
Unless it's to a young team. So let's say that it's that number of teams that I said. Would any of those teams who are trying to get themselves out of the lottery take Jordan Poole? And
let's just see who wins the lottery tomorrow night. Whoever gets Victor. That could change everything, right? If it's Detroit, if it's San Antonio, if it's Houston.
Those three teams,
you get that guy. You just landed Kevin Garnett, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Tim Duncan. I mean,
franchise changer.
Players like him would change it in 1 year. You go from, 60 losses to 60 wins in 1 year if you get that guy. All of a sudden, adding a Jordan Poole as a perimeter player with that guy's skill set. Let's just see who wins the lottery tomorrow night.
All right, hit us up on the text line. Wide open. Thoughts, questions, comments. What do you think the Warriors should do in this offseason? Run it all the way. Do something in between. Do you re-sign Draymond Green? What do you do with Jordan Poole, Kuminga? 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll read the best ones. Also, remember, go to KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. You can see video of the show as we are live on the Cam, YouTube, Twitch, etc. Make sure that you check it out. Papa is still doing the wardrobe changes.
Did you say live on the can?
Yeah, live on the can.
I am on the day as we do the show.
That is a beautiful place to be, by the way. It's very comfortable.
Cushy tushy. Very nice.
But you'd be missing the wardrobe changes. By the way, I don't know if you heard of this place, Pop. Tony's Pizza. Tony's Pizza in North
Gemignani?
Recognized as having the best pizza in the world, and I can confirm that. They've been making pizzas for over 30 years, all sorts of different styles of award-winning pizzas that you would absolutely love. New York, Sicilian, Detroit, grandma-style pizzas. And don't forget, of course, as Papa likes to say, the fresh pasta. Fried calzones, Chicago Italian beef sandwiches, which I absolutely love. You can check out the Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area and Levi's Stadium as well as Oracle Park, and we are going to give away a $50 gift card today at some point. Not right now, but when we call for it. Yeah, caller 10. Caller 10 at some point between now and 2 o'clock.
You always pick caller 10. It's always Garoppolo when it comes to Gemignani.
No, Zane Gonzalez is the new number 10.
That for now. Have you seen Jake Moody's number 4, John?
Yeah, he's got a big leg. Big leg, man. Let's see it. How could you give Zane Gonzalez Jimmy's 10? Can't you let that one cool off a little bit? I mean, a little bit.
I think you actually have to play in a game.
Oh, you do? To get
Will
the
he make
official?
the joint practices in Vegas and walk in with Ted and Jimmy will be like, really?
Yeah, because you don't want to hurt
You
Jake.
gave it to the kicker?
You don't want to hurt Jake the Snake's leg. I mean, And every Jake has to be Jake the Snake, by the way. I don't know what his nickname is, but
Money Moody.
Oh, is that what it is? Money Moody?
Come on, John.
Money Moody, 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 Moody.
Who's number 3 on this roster, by the way?
Number 3? CJ
You gotta
Beathard.
give the kicker number
CJ
3.
Beathard.
He's got to be number 3.
3 or 1. I mean, that's the only number I would.
No, we're
guess.
not. We're not in the extra point business. We're going for 2 every time.
Well, I like the extra point business. I mean, just go to touchdown. I like that.
Right. Let's go for 2.
Yeah. Jimmy Ward. Was Jimmy Ward 1 at the end? Yeah, Jimmy Ward was 1.
He was.
Let that one cool off a little bit, I guess. All right. Bottom of the hour. Speaking of 49ers, we're going to talk to Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows. I can't wait for the wardrobe change on that one. Matt Barrows is going to join us at 12:30 for mini camp. And
I've already got my Moody jersey, John.
What is he? Is he wearing 4? Is that what he's
wearing?
wearing? 4?
He's 4. Yeah.
Fall. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to get one of those.
There's got to be 3.
I'll tell you what. If he kicks a 50+ game winner this year, I will buy a Jake Moody jersey. A 50+ game winner. I'm talking at the Horn, like a 50+.
That's nothing for him. He made a 59-yarder at halftime at TCU.
Well, I think his biggest thing was that terrible snapper that he had right in front of the Niners. Right, they went to see him and he had a bad snapper.
That was all playing, John. Laces in, bitches.
Get that drop, please. All right, Barrows at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
In the Athletic today, insiders say the Warriors brass could consider moving Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole as well to keep the core together and keep Joe Lacob's pocketbook intact. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, from Moskowitz LLP, and we're all going through tax issues, and maybe the biggest one. Steve, what do we do if we can't pay our taxes?
Don't panic. Don't stay up all night staring at the ceiling with your stomach turning in a knot. Let us handle it for you. There's so many good options. Whether we ask the government to forgive most of it and let you pay a small part, or to pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone while you're suffering some hardship, and we'll get back to you later. But the bottom line is, don't stick your head in the sand and don't ruin your life over this. I've seen so many people ruin their lives, businesses, family life, spouse, and kids. None of that's needed. In almost all cases, we can do everything for you. You won't have to talk to the government, deal with them, having to do with them. We understand you can't pay your taxes. That's okay. We want to cut you a deal. And we're all done. You can have a normal life.
If you can't pay your taxes, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. It's 888-TAX-DEAL or online at moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Matt Barrows is going to join us, checking in from 49ers minicamp. Pop and Lund today, sponsored proudly, I'm sure, by Allworth Financial. Get your investment question answered at Allworth free in-person workshop. That's register. You can register right now at allworthfinancial.com. That's Allworth, like Lance Allworth, allworthfinancial.com. Allworth. Very good.
First AFL player to go in the Hall of Fame.
How about that? Real quick, I know we're going to hit up Niners here in a couple of minutes, but non-Warriors related NBA news, man, there's a ton of it. Jason Tatum was unconscious, scoring 51. That record didn't last very long, Steph. For Game 7, he got 51 over Curry's 50. Monty Williams out at Phoenix as their head coach. Wonder what direction they're going to go. They've got a brand new owner, as we all know. And John Morant can't stop carrying around guns, and so he could be in a major amount of problems. That according to Adrian Wojnarowski. So a lot going around.
Lengthy suspension for Ja.
Yeah.
It's beyond me. What he's possibly doing. He got off light on the first suspension when he went to see the commissioner. The commissioner went to him when he was at his rehab, whatever he was doing there, and then to be videoed again with another firearm. And even if it's not a gun, who would crop it that way and make light of that? So either way, I don't know how long he's going to get popped for, John. Gilbert Arenas got how many games? The rest of the year that year. So I don't know. Latrell Sprewell got, 68 games? I don't know. So, but the problem is, you got to suspend him for the entire year and the playoffs? Otherwise, he comes back and he takes part in the biggest, most watched part of the year, your NBA playoffs. So I don't know what they do with him. Jason Tatum was sick yesterday. I mean, he made 6 of those sidestep, step back daddies and couldn't miss. He just got into a roam. Jaylen Brown was so good. Malcolm Brogdon, they just rolled Philadelphia. And we'll see what the fallout is from James Harden maybe opting out, going to Houston again. How will that impact Joel Embiid in the pick and roll game? So the other part of it is it's going to be hard tomorrow night. That's why losing was hard on Friday night, but losing to the Lakers and now having to watch the Lakers play Denver in the Western Conference Finals is going to be difficult. And this is different now. When they met a few years ago in the bubble, there were no fans in Orlando. LA's going to have to go, and they're already there practicing. They're going to have to go play a mile above sea level, and that's a great advantage. Denver's never been the number one seed before. They've lost when they had home court. The Warriors beat them in Mark Jackson's first year, but in the playoffs. But that's going to be tough. So I think Denver will beat the Lakers. And I thought Game 7 yesterday in Boston, John, was the NBA championship essentially. I think whoever had won that game was going to win the title, and it's Boston. So I think it'll be Boston-Denver in the NBA Finals, and Boston will win their 18th NBA championship and go back on top of the Lakers 18-17.
All right, let's get into it with Matt Barrows. 49ers have minicamp. What has stood out to him? We'll get into that conversation coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday. Remember, text line is wide open, so anything on the Warriors you want to hit up on, we'll answer some of the best ones after we get done talking to our good friend Matt Barrows from The Athletic about the Niners, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Yesterday, a hard day. First Mother's Day I've had without Mama, Papa, Mother Teresa. But I was in a mood to have a little Tony's Pizza Napolitana to make me feel better, and my mom would love it as well. The one and only Tony Gemignani in the North Beach delivers every single time, whether you're a fan of New York-style pizza, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, St. Louis pizza. Tony Gemignani has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes all the traditionals like Neapolitan Grandma, like Grandma Papa used to make, and Sicilian pizzas as well. And he's got other restaurants in the North Beach besides Tony's. He's got Capo's, Detroit-style Chicago deep dish, and the Cracker Thin Tavern-style pizza. And it is Mother's Day, so you got to wet your whistle. He has a full bar, artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they also make other things besides pizzas: Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, Italian sausages, and you got to save room for Mama Papa's delicious Italian specialty desserts like tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time World Pizza Champion known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the Bay Area.
truthful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, so Coach Snyder really wanted me to have an operation, and we couldn't find a snapper that could work for like the little private workout. So we had to use the next best resort, which was one of our tight ends. That was kind of like our emergency long snapper at Michigan. And so, he's a great guy. I love him to death, but he's terrible at snapping. And so he rolled, half the snaps back, and the holder was doing the best he could to, try and get the ball up and down for me. And, like you said, the last one, he said, this is like a game winner. You got to make this one no matter what. And sure enough, the snap bounced, I think, twice before it got to the holder. And thankfully, he got it up at the last second, didn't kick his hand off, and made it.
All right, that's Jake Moody talking about his performance before the draft in front of 49ers special teams coach Brian Schneider. We'll get into that conversation, everything that we're seeing and hearing from minicamp. Steve Wilks over the weekend, getting acclimated to some of his defensive players and the rookies and the such. And let's talk to Matt Barrows about it at Matt Barrows. Make sure that you're following him and, of course, reading all his great stuff in The Athletic. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. Just digesting rookie camp this past weekend.
And we heard Jake Moody. They all met the media, and Jake was one of the highliners along with Jair Brown. So tell us what it was like meeting him, talking with him, and your story that you wrote a few Thursdays ago, I guess last Thursday, about when you talked to Jim Harbaugh about how he went from Money Moody to a Michigan legend. Harbaugh loves this guy, Matty.
Yeah, they all did, really. I talked to a number of people at Michigan, and Jay Harbaugh, who's Jim Harbaugh's son and the special teams coordinator, almost was apologetic that he didn't have anything sort of juicy to tell me for a story. And that's the book on Jake Moody. He is kind of constant. He's very low-key, doesn't talk a lot. And the bottom line is that he was very difficult to rattle. And that was from jump, from, the time that he arrived on campus as an 18-year-old, and they told the story about him competing with the upperclassman who was, even more highly recruited than Jake Moody was. And Jake Moody didn't blink. In fact, he started to edge out that player that season, and really didn't look back. And that's sort of what he's known for. He doesn't have. He's got a big leg. He doesn't have a huge leg, but what he's known for is just his calm. And I think that's what obviously that's what sold the 49ers on him.
Matt Barrows is joining us, and we've spent entirely too much time talking about a kicker, so let's move it to Drake Jackson. And you talked about the defense and Steve Wilks, and he's getting used to the guys that he's seeing. But one of the things I've looked at this entire offseason, and it's no offense to Robert Beal, the rookie out of Georgia, but I think that it's more likely that a guy like Jackson goes from year one to year two and is the guy that starts opposite Bosa. But one of the things you pointed out in your piece is he's got to get bigger, he's got to get stronger. He kind of tailed off at the end of the season. So what's the latest on Drake Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, that was the second name out of Steve Wilks' mouth. The first one was Javon Kinlaw, and it's because both of those guys have been kind of working out. Were there when Wilks came for his interview. I guess that was back in February. And so he's been impressed by the work ethic and the progress that both of those guys have made this offseason. I think that there was a bit of coaching going on. Steve Wilks is talking about them and basically putting them on notice that he expects big things out of these guys this upcoming season. And for Drake Jackson, I mean, I think you nailed it. I mean, I think there are a lot of candidates to be the bookend opposite Bosa. I think that's a spot where they think that this defense can make strides in 23. And I think Drake Jackson is sort of the guy that they're all looking to to be that bookend, to make that big rookie to second year leap. And, I think that's absolutely possible. I mean, we saw sort of the hints of that early last season. You see that sort of uncanny, flexibility, just sort of innate athleticism with Drake Jackson. With all these defensive ends, and I remember Jordan Willis telling me this last year, you've got to add a power element to your game. You need a bull rush. That's the sort of the foundation from which you build the rest of your moves. And so I think that's important for Drake Jackson to add. He certainly has the frame to do it. He's a big-bodied guy. He can be up to 275 or so and still have that athleticism. And I think that's what they're looking for. It'll be interesting to watch when OTAs begin next week. But I've heard only really positive things about Drake Jackson, what he's doing in the weight room, the weight he's adding throughout the off season.
Yeah, as you mentioned, next Monday, May 22nd, they move into Phase 3 of the organized team activities, so they'll be on the field and we'll be able to see them, and you'll be able to go in and watch practice. So last week when they had the rookie minicamp was the first day that Steve Wilks, the new defensive coordinator of the 49ers, was Q&A with you guys. And when he first walked in the room, you could just hear the overall command of him. And I did meet him briefly on draft night, and this guy is a former head coach in the NFL. People forget. And he beat the 49ers twice that year with Josh Rosen as his head coach. They won 3 games all year. But, Matt, just give me your thoughts, your opinions after meeting Steve Wilks about him. And then, is he the first former head coach that Kyle has had on his staff? He's had coordinators on his staff before, but I think he's the first former head coach, is he not?
Yes, I think that's true, and you're right. His presence was, palpable. I mean, it's the first thing that you felt. He was comfortable up there. I asked him about Drake Jackson and what he saw on film when he reviewed the 2022 tape, and he didn't mince words. He said, he needed to get stronger. He sort of faded away at the end of the season, and it struck me that's the most critical I've heard a defensive coordinator in several years. I mean, DeMeco Ryans would just never, say even a mildly critical word about his players. So already he sort of was distinguishing himself from DeMeco Ryans, and I think it's going to be tough love with Steve Wilks, and I get the impression that these guys already like him. I mean, Fred Warner has talked about it. I think it's going to be a more aggressive defense. He was talking about, Steve Wilks was talking about blitzing from the nickel spot and blitzing from the safety spot, more blitzing, more press coverage. Both of those are sort of a more aggressive version of the defense that we've been watching these past few years.
Matt Barrows has been down at minicamp at Matt Barrows. He's got some pieces up on The Athletic. Make sure that you check those out. What's just initial impressions? Jair Brown, what were your initial impressions with him?
Yeah, I mean, all these guys really kind of, you can't really assess it. It was all kind of 7-on-7 work, not full pads, et cetera, et cetera. They're just learning the offense. They're just learning the defense. But each of these guys passed the eyeball test really well. And, Brown was chief among them. I was standing next to Tim Ryan, and we were watching Brown go through warm-ups, long arms, thick lower body, was playing up around the line of scrimmage a lot during the practice. So the early impressions of him were good. And also the interview that we had with him. We got him on a Zoom call very soon after he was drafted, and really hard to get a good impression of the guy in that format. But when he came and spoke with the media, you understood why the 49ers, why Steve Wilks was so drawn to him. Got a very magnetic, very likable personality. You understand why he was a team captain, sort of the voice in the locker room, Penn State's version of Fred Warner. And I think in that way he's going to mesh very well with Fred Warner, with Javon Hargrave, all of the personalities on that team. I think it's going to be a very positive situation.
And you were talking about Jair Brown in your capsule leading up to the draft, so you kind of had that one circled, and also Jake Moody. So we spoke to you right after the draft, Matt, but we've not spoken to you since last Thursday when the schedule came out, and we know who the 49ers are going to play and where. We just didn't know when. So after you got a look at the schedule and a chance to digest it, what do you think of the challenges of the road trips this year?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that jumped out to me is the 49ers always request a couple of their East Coast games be back-to-back so that they can cut down on their travel. 5 trips to the East Coast, and all of them are independent. So it looks like it's going to be 5 separate trips, which is a big deal. And that pumps the mileage up over the 30,000 miles range, and that's a big number. I think the Seahawks have a little bit more than them, but it's not much. So both of the teams that we expect to be at the top of the NFC West are going to be doing quite a bit of travel. The one thing that did jump out to me, also 2 Thursday night games, the Thanksgiving Day game in Seattle. It's going to be a big one, but it does give the 49ers a bit of a nice run-up for that pivotal December 3rd game in Philadelphia. So the game before that is in Seattle on the Thursday night. It means that the 49ers have basically that weekend to rest up for the Philadelphia game, which I know is one that everybody has circled on their calendar. That's going to be the epic battle. Finishing the battle that was only just begun back in January, and then was obviously not much of a contest after that. So, I mean, that's what jumped out to me the most. A lot of travel, but a little bit of a mini bye before that game against the Eagles.
Plus, you have no holidays now. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's Eve day. Sorry, nothing for you.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't help the old family relation.
It sure doesn't.
that much.
Our family. I'm going to spend every holiday with you.
Yeah, how about that?
Happy about that? Come on.
That's right. Well, yeah, I was listening
to
family. I was listening to you talk about the Italian food, the pizza. I mean,
Tony Gemignani.
Exactly. If you could bring some of that,
yeah, that'd be good.
How
about those cookies?
Are you kidding me?
What are those cookies
I know,
you get?
Italian in Philly. Forget the cheesesteak.
Get those cookies you get for the holidays.
I'll take it to my sister-in-law's.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah,
those Gucciardati's. Bring some of those for everybody. Those
yummy.
are
Italian
beautiful.
specialty. You know, one word about the Thursday night, Matt, and I knew the 49ers had 2. Hell, their home opener is on a Thursday night. How weird is that? And then they've got the game you mentioned, Thanksgiving night in Seattle. They're the only playoff team from last year that is going to be scheduled to be on Thursday twice this year. Now, they're voting coming up, soon about, flexing teams into a second Thursday night. But how does that hurt the 49ers being the only playoff team from last year to be scheduled twice on Thursday this year?
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes the Thursday night game. The only people who like the Thursday night game are the advertisers and the owners because they make
Al Michaels
money.
Likes them too, I think. Al Michaels.
Yeah, well, there you go. The coaches, the players hate them. I would say that the flip side of the Thursday is what I just described, is that you do get a little bit of extra run-up for the following game. So you sort of look at who the 49ers are playing after those games. The Thursday night home opener, lots of complaints since the stadium opened about how hot it is in September, early October on the east side of that stadium. The Thursday night game would alleviate a lot of that. So at least no 1 p.m. starts while it's still kind of summer or summer-like this season.
By the way, I'm going to go back a couple of questions. Tim Ryan completely goes underground.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
You
hang with him
in the offseason.
I haven't talked to him since January 29th.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, he doesn't return text calls. He goes to Idaho like he's gone. So a Tim Ryan appearance?
Oh, big fist bump.
Wow.
Tim and I were watching the DBs and watching Steve Wilkes, who was working out with the cornerback. So that's going to be Wilkes' spot, is basically working with the cornerbacks during individual drills and then taking over the defense once it goes into a team situation.
Very cool. That's nice.
What's up, bro?
Hey, bro.
Yeah, I can report that the man pony is a
that's
little
what
longer.
I wanted to know.
Yeah, it's definitely longer this year. It hasn't been taken away. It's only grown in the off season, I guess we should say.
Amazing.
The man pony?
Just amazing.
How we call it the man pony?
I like that. Let's use that. Man pony.
Yeah.
I like the man pony.
All right.
Hey, bro, this Jared Brown, he's going to be good, bro. You watch him.
He did it for his inner Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers has gone all part on the side now. But
weird.
T-Rock is still dry. He's still rocking that man.
Yeah, he said Super Bowl or bust. He's going to keep rocking that thing.
Yeah.
His wife's, I mean, I can't remember. Did he say that his wife was all right with it or no? I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Matt, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
Happy holidays, my friend.
That is Matt Barrows, who you guys are going to hang with in the holidays.
Thanksgiving, Christmas,
Yeah, that's your
New Year's
family.
Eve. He's going to be tired.
Matt
man.
Barrows, Matt Bayoko, Cam Inman, Eric Branch. That's who you're going to say.
Yeah.
Happy holidays. You and that group. Tim Ryan.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, save the turkey leg
You've
for
only
me,
got
bro.
the one on Christmas night for the other two are on the road.
Yeah, those are roadies. I'll be home, unfortunately. Maybe I want to come with you in your suitcase. My family doesn't like
That'll
that.
be the game. Justin Tucker against Jake Moody. Undeniably the two best place kickers in the NFL. And it comes down to a game-winning kick for Moody. To give, what'd you say you're going to do, John?
I said, if you know what, that's another one. If he beats Justin Tucker and
All right.
somehow, I'll buy a number 4. I'll buy a Jake Moody. Wear it, maybe not in my house. Maybe I'll wear it nowhere else.
Well, I'm going to
but
get
I'll
it
buy
for you
one
for the holidays anyway at the team store. So he's going to make one before
That's my jersey.
Christmas night. But you know why you're going to love him? To avoid overtime and John
that's a good
Lund
point.
working until December the 26th. There's Jake Moody
Boy, I tell
from
you.
57 yards at the gun. It is money.
Oh, I like this. Money, 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 money. They're gonna play that. I'll tell you what. If the one holiday I'm thinking of, and it's not really a holiday, Thanksgiving, whatever, Christmas, whatever. They play
New Year's
Washington.
Eve
That's
is your
right.
holiday?
New Year's Eve day, they play Washington on a 10 a.m.
That's
start.
a day game. That's an early game.
He better hit one to avoid overtime on that game.
You're
that's
not working
the
till
game
10
I care
p.m.
about.
No, John. It's not a 10 to 10.
I know, but I like to get my drink on as soon as I possibly can. So let's go, Jake. Hit the game winner. Let's get out of here. No OT.
I'd like to get our eggnog on
Exactly.
Christmas. Come on.
No OT.
I know.
Then I'll buy his jersey. Okay. So I've said that like 3 times.
I always ask the Moody question and then John. Moving on from the place kicker. And it's not all about making field goals. It's about kickoffs.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
The sport is football.
We do have the foreplay. We will review not Game 6 itself, but all the off-season stuff. Steph talks, Draymond talks, JK talks. We'll get all those things for you at the top of the hour. You do not want to miss that. It is Pop and Lund on your Monday. Remember, we still got Tony's Pizza to give away. We're on the video on YouTube and Twitch, as well as KNBR.com, the new KNBR app. Make sure you check that out as well, because we have twinner hats on right now. We have twinner hats on right now.
You wearing the
people
same
can
one
actually
I got
see that.
on?
I got the black SF, and you have
your guy set me up.
Yeah, the tan and red is what you. That looks nice. That's nice looking, man.
How about all the baseball teams wearing these yesterday on Mother's Day?
I like those, by the way. Those are cool. I mean, I don't buy a whole lot of hats. My hats usually are just weird ones that promote alcohol, but the ones that I have a beautiful Tito Strucker hat that I think you'd like, but I might re-gift it to you. But these ones are.
You do like this hat?
I do. My point is, in a roundabout way, is I did like those Mother's Day hats.
Ours are better though. The new air are not as clean as these.
No, not at all. All right, we'll give you that foreplay. Get you ready for some discussion about the Warriors and the Lakers. You can hit us up on the text line. Best ones as well. We'll read those. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Theater.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors come up short in L.A. They lose to a familiar foe. Is the dynasty over? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Sleep Number, the official Sleep Number wellness partner of the National Football League. Trey Lance has a Sleep Number bed. Sleep Number smart beds individualize your sleep experience, making high-quality sleep effortless every single night. You adjust the firmness on each side so you can choose and change for your ideal comfort and support. So sleep next level. Unlock your special potential with a special smart bed that can perform as well as you do. And now you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get special home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That sale does end. What's today? Monday, May 15th. It ends today. So get on it right now. Only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Happy Monday. Hope you are well. We're going to hear from, in about 3 minutes, in your foreplay. We'll hear from Draymond Green about his future with the Warriors. Adrian Wojnarowski on Bob Myers' future with the Warriors. Jordan Poole asked about the incident with Draymond Green and how much it affected his season. Of course, the punch at the beginning of the season. And Anthony DeSclafani is a world-class athlete, but has problems with piano chairs.
He's not a piano mover, John.
He's a pianist?
Now, he doesn't play the piano. I don't think it's a player piano, but he's renting a home, and it does have a piano, and any piano needs a piano bench.
Right.
So he was getting his child off the piano bench, and he went all Jeremy Affeldt on us. Strange. And the thing was, he was pitching a beautiful game, wasn't he?
Oh, he was.
He went 5 scoreless. He's on a roll, and then all of a sudden he leaves the game. And I thought, like everybody did, it was his ankle going back a couple of years ago against the Mets, and they bring in Scott Alexander, and all hell breaks loose.
Wouldn't you lie if you were him? Wouldn't you go Jeff Kent and just lie?
I was washing my piano bench.
Something.
Is that what you do?
I was on the treadmill. I something relating to something athletic, and you hurt your toe. I don't know, something.
Well, I mean,
wouldn't talk about
depending
a piano
on what
bench.
you're doing, it could be a violation of the CBA.
Oh, that's a good point.
But picking up a piano bench for your child is not a violation. It's just he dropped it on his toe.
Yeah. That ain't great.
Weirdest baseball injury of all time. Chris Brown.
The eyelash.
Slept on the pillow.
Eyelash. Come on, man.
If he had a sleep number bed, John, that would not be a problem. I would assure you. They have the ideal firmness, not only of the mattress, but the pillows as well. You could adjust that.
See, I mean, obviously you don't buy that kind of stuff because I've sleep in all sorts of weird ways under all sorts of influences, and I've never had them eyelash, and I have long eyelashes.
Are you saying you don't need a sleep number bed, John?
No, I do.
Boulder Dash.
Absolutely.
Who's the guy that got hurt brushing his teeth? I got to go back in time. Somebody went on the IL.
Plus, it might have been Sammy Sosa, actually, now that I think about it. Sammy Sosa did a couple of stupid things.
Really?
Yeah, Sammy Sosa got hurt in a couple of weird ways that I'm not buying. Yeah, he was Affeldt, obviously.
Well, Affeld's had the frozen burger patties. He also got hurt out on the water with his children.
And he's got a big kid. That's what happened.
Pacific Northwest.
One of his kids is really big. His son.
So the first time we ever did TV together, he's such a hoot. He comes in to do Giants pregame live. So we stage it, and I told him like 5 minutes before the show, this is what we're going to do. And he does it because he's had some of the weirdest, injuries, non-playing related. I had him like carry something in the studio, and he did like a Dick Van Dyke, just a bit where he's tripping all over himself and falling, and he smashes into the camera and falls over.
I remember that.
He nailed it on one take. It's like, this guy, not only is he a good sport, he really is a goofball, and he's clumsy. It's amazing. But he nailed it. But Affeldt takes the award. But what's the one single, I think it's John Smoltz, who's a bright guy, not a great broadcaster, not very engaging. But he was late to get out the door one day, and he noticed his shirt was a bit wrinkled. So he pulled out the iron and lit it up, and he ironed his shirt on his body.
How could you think that was going to work?
Well, honestly, I've thought about doing that. I have honestly done that where you just want to do it around the collar, and then you think, I'm going to get hurt. I got to take the shirt off. And now I'm going to be late. I'm going to miss the bus, and I'm going to have to get a cab to the game, and blah, blah, blah. But I have thought of that. But that's John Smoltz. And then to admit to that, like to your point with Tony, wouldn't you make something else up?
Yes.
Like, I was out in the sun too long and I got burnt.
Just like an iron, but that's just ironic. How that happened.
Why that one spot that's shaped like a triangle? I don't know. I put an iron on my chest just for.
He's got to be drunk.
Or even tanning. I don't know. I
got to iron my shirt on my body. Like that's not a sober move.
You want Harry Carey there?
That's not a sober move, man. It just isn't. I just can't outbuy it. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader at Cumulus Media Station. Let's get it to you. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, a lot of big questions to be answered for this Warriors offseason. After they get ousted, they couldn't shoot in Game 6 in L.A., and they are done. Draymond Green's got a $27.5 million player option that I think he's likely to opt out of. Here he is saying he wants to be a Warrior the rest of his life.
we'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys, for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are with our worst season as a whole since 2014, and yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems. But, those are some of my priorities. Travel a little bit, refill the cup, possibly play FIBA. We'll see. And work my ass off and be better next year. It's my priorities.
Isn't his immediate plans to go to TNT and yap?
Is he going to in the playoffs?
That's what I thought he would do.
They put him right on the set. This is odd.
Usually do.
So was he doing this before when the Warriors didn't make it, like the year they lost in the play-in to Ja? Was he under contract with TNT then?
I think so. I think he went right into it.
That, I don't know if he was. They gave him a big contract. Then the year before that was the bubble. So I don't know. So they're going to put him right on the set. That would be.
So
right.
I
thought about Steph Curry doing that.
Because then he can rip Jokic again and all that stuff.
Oh, Draymond can.
And kiss the butt of Anthony Davis and LeBron James like he did during the series.
Where's Rich Paul? Jeez. He'll be sitting next to Rich Paul during every game.
Where he really was. What do you mean you want to be a Warrior? Did you mean to say you want to be a Laker or a Warrior?
He'll be right in the middle.
Yeah, who knows? One thing I will give him credit for, and I hadn't thought of it until he just mentioned that, Kevin Durant's contract season was a circus here. Nobody talked about Draymond Green, not a lot, about his opt-out. I mean, not like Durant. Like Durant, it was every single day.
Well, he did a 1-1 every season so he could leave.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about it the first 2 years when Draymond started yelling at him in L.A. We started talking.
Yeah, exactly. But that whole year became a circus.
We were talking about
because
Draymond
of it.
having an opt-out since he punched Jordan Poole. I mean, he's like he said, everybody knows I have an opt-out. I know I have an opt-out. Good. I hope everybody does. You should. It's your opt-out.
All right, let's go to number 2. Now, this one's interesting, and you and I have talked about this a lot over the last little while. Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday on the future of Warriors general manager Bob Myers.
With his contract expiring at the end of June, Bob Myers told me last night that he plans to take a couple of weeks to make a decision about his future running the Golden State Warriors. And it's a decision that he said he is torn about, I think in large part because of his relationships, he said, with the core three of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and his coach, Steve Kerr. 4 championships under Bob Myers, and an organization where he just carries a tremendous amount of weight, respect. You heard all the key players, their coach, talk about how badly they want Bob Myers back. He's not there yet on a decision. He has built a Hall of Fame resume in Golden State, and I think very much the future of this organization, a lot of it revolves around his ability to kind of shepherd them through the next phase of it. But right now, Bob Myers is uncertain whether he'll do another contract with the Warriors. So
what do you make of this? I mean, we all focus on the players and everything, but what do you make of this Myers situation?
I don't know. And I've not reached out to Bob. I'm going to in the coming days about another event. He's in Chicago, I know, right now with a pre-draft camp. I don't know. So Marcus Thompson said earlier at 1050, John, that it's not about money. It's not? Then what is it about? Lifestyle change? Does he want to get completely out of the business? He was a great agent with Arn Tellem and Wasserman years ago. Can you imagine Bob Myers now going the other direction and being a player agent after all the success that he's had as a GM? The kind of client list he would have. So he'd make more money doing that. But if would he ever jump to another team and be a general manager somewhere else? And the teams you think of right away are Steve Ballmer and the money that he has. Lawrence Frank is there now. Would he go to the Clippers? Jerry West is there. And Jerry West is a big reason why Bob Myers is the GM of the Warriors, because Jerry, when he was consulting with Joe in the early days, recommended Bob. So they're tight. Jerry West is not as prominent as far as them showing him every 2 minutes on camera, but Jerry West is still making a good salary, maybe more than Bob makes, to be a consultant for Ballmer. Would he bring him back down to L.A., being a UCLA guy? And then he had a great relationship with Kevin Durant. Ishbia in Phoenix, the new owner there, is blowing it up. He just fired Monty Williams, a highly respected head coach, and would he fire James Jones after James Jones orchestrated the trade to get Kevin Durant? And if he could bring Bob down there with his relationship with Kevin, that would be a concern. So does he want to get out of the business? Is it a lifestyle change with his young family? Is it money? Or does he want to go back to the agent business, go into television? He'd be a hot commodity on TV. And would he ever take another job? And those are two teams, John, in your division. What if he jumps the Warriors and goes to the Clippers or the Suns? That would be a problem.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I always believe that it is about money, and like I said, because it's a collaborative effort, I don't know that and maybe Bob doesn't care anything about this. You know him a lot better than I do, but maybe doesn't care who gets the credit. Maybe doesn't care about the money. But it would seem to me that if I was Bob Myers, I'd like to get more money. I'd like to run my own ship. And then the other thing you pointed out too, which is you can tell by Bob's personality. He was an agent and went to be a general manager. He's not afraid of change. So he could do a lot of things with his life. So I think if he's not correctly compensated by the Warriors, I think a lot of things comes down to money. The Clippers make a hell of a lot of sense.
That's scary because that guy's got insane money, obviously, Ballmer and Microsoft. But Marcus said it's not about money. And what is it about? Lifestyle? I mean, I would not be surprised if Bob just decided to move on. But it would surprise me because of his love for Steve Kerr and Steph Curry to leave them at the end of the ride here. But, Bob does things for his family first and foremost. So let's just see, John. But we may have to, talk about this for the next 6 weeks. Because with them going out, they're out on Mother's Day, not on Father's Day. We're used to working late into June here. So his contract is through the draft, which is June 22nd, and it goes all the way through June 30th. So when are we going to have resolution on this item?
All right, number 3 on the list. This one's an interesting one. Jordan Poole. We've talked about this today. It sure seems like something was amiss all season long for Jordan. So how much did the punch at the beginning of training camp have to do with Jordan's season? Here's what he said.
Do you feel like maybe the events in the preseason impacted the whole season? Did it feel like it lingered to you, and what was the impact that it had on this year?
I mean, we ready to the second round of the playoffs. We had a good season, and guys stepped up. We had a lot of exciting moments. So I don't think there's anything that was, changing any of that.
Okay, that's a stock answer, but I would disagree with him. And he said they have a good season. I mean, this team is judged on championships, and they went 44-38 in a 6th seed, and they got knocked out in the second round. So that's not a good season for the Warriors.
And I think the question, I think that was Alex Simon from the Bay Area News Group that asked it, dealt with him specifically, and it got answered more team-wise. So, yeah, they didn't have a good year compared to what they did last year when they were the NBA champions. So, no. And for Jordan personally, he had 2 40-point games. There are nights where it looked like it was not a big deal to me. On the floor, they coexisted. Guys don't like each other. Andrew Bogut didn't like people when he was here, didn't like the head coach. You still do your job. You got to be a professional. So I don't know how much it adversely affected him. His shooting percentage was down, both overall and on threes. His turnovers were up. He didn't play as well. And then in the playoffs, at times he became unplayable. So he's an interesting guy. He deflects a lot of it. But he works his ass off, and the team, his teammates like him, the coaches, because how hard he works. His way to combat all this is to turn out the noise and go work, which is what you got to do. The big question is going to be, what do they do with him in the offseason? And if they truly believe that his season went this far amiss because of that situation, that's not a good thing. I mean, that happens in pro sports. You got to move on. So I don't think it adversely affected him the entire way through. Maybe early in the year, but he showed some toughness to battle back, and there were moments on the floor I thought Draymond and Jordan played as well as Draymond and Steph did. They were just in concert together, and they had each other's backs, and passing the ball and screening for each other, but it didn't end well, that's for sure. So, and now just beyond all that, whether you want to keep him as a player, John, how do you financially afford to keep Jordan Poole?
Yeah, I mean, look, somebody's got to go. I mean, I don't think there's any question. No, the core isn't going anywhere. Clay's not tradable. Steph's not going anywhere. We'll see what happens with Draymond Green. I think he's going to opt out, but I think they're going to find a way to keep him around. But then you look at these other guys, and the guy, Kuminga, these guys like that who aren't making any money, Moody, I mean, they may get attached to deals. They may stay, they may go, but it comes down to, can you move Jordan Poole or can you move Andrew Wiggins? And I know how you feel about Wiggins, and I certainly don't want to move him either, but those are the two biggest contracts that can help Joe Lacob get under, not even under, just minimize his bill, his tax bill a little bit. So I think one of those two guys are going to go.
Yeah, I think Andrew's a part of the core. Yeah. I would not trade Andrew Wiggins.
All right, finally, one more before we get to Tom McCarthy, the voice of the Phillies. Phillies and Giants start tonight. Let's get to Anthony DeSclafani. So we talked about it. This is the piano bench, and he had to be removed from the game on Saturday. Here's what Anthony DeSclafani said.
I was just playing piano with my kid, and it's just silly, but I was playing piano with my kid and was trying to help him off the bench, and the thing literally squirted my toe up, like several weeks ago, and the toenail kind of finally just died, and just started affecting me today.
He sounds like Bill Belichick. Like he's a dead ringer for Bill Belichick.
I'm on to Miami in my next start.
Man. Seattle.
I'm not going to talk like him.
My God, every tone and everything. It was amazing.
So when the great Mike Murphy was here and Anthony would pitch on a Sunday, it was a Sinatra Sunday. I think in light of this, John, we got to go William Joel and Piano Man. Whenever he takes the mound, the warm-up music is Piano Man.
And you know what's funny about him is, He's not he didn't like the name Disco. Like, he's a very serious guy. I've seen lots of interviews with him and everything, even in spring training.
He's tough. Even after he throws a warm-up shutout.
Dude's serious.
Yeah.
So could you imagine if he did go out to the mound?
Play us a song. Hear the Piano Man. Please don't get hurt tonight.
Seriously, he'd go kill the organist.
We're all in the mood for a complete game.
I mean, that would be amazing if the organist the next time he
They got to.
Start playing Piano Man.
Be Piano Man.
It's got to be. But does he have the balls to do it? Because DeSclafani,
he's funny.
We'll start pointing at him.
Funny.
He's next. Funny. You're next.
Just don't play Disco. Play Billy Joel and Piano Man. He'll love it. Here we go. 5 o'clock
would be amazing,
Saturday.
Wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Man. He'd just look up at the booth like, I will get you.
Is it a 5 o'clock on a Friday or Saturday?
Oh, man. Anthony DeSclafani. You think you didn't like the nickname Disco? How about Piano Man? You're not going to like that one at all. All right. Tom McCarthy joins us coming up next, the defending NL
Why is
champs.
Bryce Harper so mad at the Colorado Rockies?
He got angry. Sorry, he was saying some personal stuff at them and called them a loser organization. My God, man.
Even you,
They're
Chris
crazy.
Bryant, you never won anything.
Let's talk to Tom McCarthy. Where are the Phils? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Kruk joined Murphy Mack this morning to discuss the hot start of Casey Schmidt and the disappointing start for some of the Giants' big free agent signings. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-1 with Bohm at third, and this ball to left field. Easy play for Kerr. And Jake Bird works out of it. So
someone else is going to get ejected. Bryce is about to get ejected.
Oh, man. Well, no, he's charging Bird. Well, Bryce Harper's yelling at Bird. Both teams now have emptied the dugout. Charlie Blackman's got a hold of somebody. Somebody's trying to get
Walker's trying to get into the dugout and the dugout.
I don't know if Taiwan Walker really wants to do that.
Wow. Phillies and Rockies get into it, and the Phillies come to town tonight. Connor Brogdon and Alex Wood are your scheduled starters. Let's talk all about it. Tom McCarthy, voice of the Phils, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. First of all, thanks for your time. We always appreciate it. Give us some more context there. What was going on?
Well, I think it was a frustrating day. The umpires had a really tough day yesterday, and I think it affected the Phillies a lot. It also affected the Rockies at one point, too, on a double down the left field line. And the Phillies were 0 for 14 with runners in scoring position, so that was part of what their issue was yesterday. But I think Jake Bird got a little caught up in, as he said, in the emotion of the game. Now, he's had a really nice year for him, but he threw so many pitches out of the strike zone yesterday that he was so fortunate to get out of that. And I think that was the oddity of what was going on, like why he was reacting the way he was reacting. So it's all good. I mean, I think it's awesome when stuff like that happens. I mean, Harper does not take a whole lot of stuff from anybody. So it's kind of cool to see him, kind of get involved like that.
Yeah, I wanted you to charge across the aisle and go get Drew Goodman, Tom. I know with your size, you can take care of him.
Yeah.
Probably.
Drew is a little smaller than I am, but he probably moves a little bit better than I do at this point. But yeah, it was interesting because the team has been playing so well that I think that when they went 0 for with runners in scoring position, it was kind of frustrating for them. But these things happen. I like it. I think it's cool.
All right, so welcome to town. Good to hear your voice, my friend. And you're 20-20 overall. But the real story is Bryce not getting run yesterday. But I saw your game on Saturday at a bomb in the 9th inning in Denver. But him coming back so soon, he was reinstated off the IL on May the 2nd. It was 160 days, Tom, after having Tommy John surgery. It's just unbelievable. His swing looks as good as ever. Can you say that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. I think his timing is down. I mean, lefties have given him a little bit of a tough time right now, but not righties. And that's the interesting thing is that he did not go out on a rehab assignment. What he did is the Phillies brought in 2 or 3 different minor league pitchers, including Jeff Hoffman, who's a former major league pitcher, who's now on our roster, and did these simulated games. So he had about 55 at-bats during these simulated games. And we kind of got a sense like a week before the Dodgers series that he wasn't going to go out on a rehab assignment. He's a pretty amazing person. He's, when he was with the Nationals, I remember when he was young, I had this sort of this thought process that he wasn't as approachable as I came to find out when I went and interviewed him with the Nationals. And now I've grown to like him as much as anybody else that I've dealt with over the years. And he works. He works hard, and he has a certain presence to him of how he wants to play and be perceived, and he handles all that stuff so well.
Tom McCarthy joining us. He is the voice of the Phillies. Phillies and Giants start a series tonight at Oracle Park. So just give us a once-over. I mean, everybody feels like 40 games is kind of you're at the quarter point, so you can kind of assess some things over a long 162-game stretch. So how would you look at the Phillies to this point?
I think that they've been sort of up and down, I guess is the easiest phrase. I was looking for something a little more creative than that to say. But I think they've kind of found a little bit of a stride right now. The fact that Ranger Suarez is back, he's only pitched one game, but that's going to help this rotation because it's going to lengthen it a little bit more. It puts Matt Strahm back into the bullpen, and I think that's going to be a really big thing. But I think they're in a good spot right now. They were all by themselves in second place before yesterday's game, and sort of just increasing the pressure a little bit on the Atlanta Braves. I think the one thing that you have to realize is that they have only played 3 games against teams within their division. I mean, it's remarkable what this new schedule has done for them. So they still have a whole lot that's ahead of them that they can control if they can take care of what's going on in their division.
Yeah, 20-20 through 40 games to open the year. You're averaging only 4.3 runs a game, and the lineup we saw last year, Tom, just top to bottom. Just lethal. And then you add Trey Turner in the offseason. And I was actually watching your game a little bit yesterday, and he committed an error at shortstop trying to turn a double play early in the game for Aaron Nola, his 5th error of the year, as you noted. Offensively, he's been kind of so-so, not like the guy we saw at the end of his Dodger run. What's it been like to watch Trey Turner every day, Tom?
Well, I don't think he's lived up to, and he'll even tell you this, the expectations that, a double-digit year contract would give you. I think his numbers are sort of similar to what they were last year with the Dodgers at this point. And obviously, he had a really good year, but that's not really – it's not going to appease him right now. I think he's striking out a lot. I think he's trying to find his swing. He has hit in 12 of his last 13, but it's been one hit here, one hit there. So I don't think we've seen his best as of yet, and I think he'll be the first to admit that. So that's a good thing, is that he still hasn't hit his stride. And I think the runs per game is because of that, and because Schwarber is hitting under 200, which traditionally April and May for him, he hits during his career. He's a 202 hitter. So he's in that neighborhood right now. So hopefully as we get closer to June, he'll start to find his rhythm too, and I think that will help this team.
And Tom, you mentioned the division. I mean, we saw the Dodgers, and we're not going to see them for a long time. We saw Arizona last time. We're not going to see any more NL West teams. So it is interesting, but I still do look at the division, and Atlanta's doing what they're going to do, but the Mets, a lot was expected. They're under 500, but they're all kind of clumped right there. Miami, Philadelphia. So I guess the good news is you haven't hit your stride, but nobody really outside of the Braves in that division has.
No, I totally agree with that. I do think the Braves are still the team to beat in this division, even though the Phillies won the National League Championship. I still think that they're, I think that this is the time maybe to get them because Fried's out for at least a month and a half. Soroka is still not back yet. So their pitching is taking a little bit of a hit right now. So you're right. I don't think anybody's really hit their consistent stride. The Braves probably had the best month of April of anybody. So that's why they have the lead right now. But I think that, the fact that we haven't faced them yet, tells a little bit of the story that's going to benefit the Phillies as this year goes on.
And then over to the pitching side, Tom, and your bullpen's starting to throw the ball better. Overall team ERA of 4.66, which is 23rd in Major League Baseball. So tell me how you're pitching. And then the matchup on Tuesday, Alex Cobb right now for the Giants, Tom, as you know, is the lowest ERA in the National League. He's starting to pitch right now like he may start the All-Star game for the National League. And then over on the other side, Zach Wheeler always gets a reaction here from when he was traded years ago for Carlos Beltran going to the Mets. He's 3-2 with a 3.80. So speak overall, we're not going to see Aaron Nola on this series he threw yesterday, but Walker goes on Wednesday for the matinee. But overall, how have you guys thrown the ball, and how has Zach Wheeler been pitching?
Well, he's been pitching really well. I'll tell you, since he's come over from the Mets, he's taken that next step. And I thought he should have won the Cy Young Award a couple of years ago, which he didn't do, which, it is what it is. He's been really good. I'm looking forward to that matchup because, as you alluded to, the Giants have a guy that's not only his ERA is low, but his WHIP is low, all these things. So it's going to be great. So he and Nola have pitched fine. I thought Nola was actually pretty good yesterday, even though he gave up 4 runs. The oddity is if you go back and look at their win-loss record as two individuals, if you combine it over the last couple of years, they don't necessarily win their games the way they should. But these guys have been really good. They've been horses. They're top 5 in innings pitched since 2020. They're top 5 in strikeouts since 2020. They're top 5 in overall WHIP, which is huge. So they've been really good. And Zach's been awesome. He's been awesome.
And tonight's starter is really interesting. Connor Brogdon, he's a middle relief guy, pitched Saturday night, had a great postseason, and you got a couple of injuries in the bullpen, but using the opener tonight against the Giants.
Yeah, he's the opener. He'll probably go 1. He could go 2, and then Bailey Falter will come in. Bailey's really scuffled a little bit, so they want him to kind of take a step back and sort of watch a little bit, and they want to see, one time. His problem, it really isn't the bottom of the order. It's his problem at the top of the order. So they feel like this might be a nice look for Bailey to come in after an opener. Connor's been really good. He's got an excellent changeup. His fastball is 95, 96. This is kind of uncharted waters for him. But I think you'll see an inning, possibly 2. He's only gone 2 innings in his career 7 times, but I still think they feel like they can get close to 2 out of him. And it all depends on how he feels. But he was really good the other night.
Tom, thank you so much. Great insight. Have a great series. We'll appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Be well.
Take care.
Welcome to the Bay.
It is Tom McCarthy at T-Mac
voice
Phillies.
of the Phils.
Great voice. Great pipes.
He's got a great voice.
Yeah, he does.
And he does solid work when he does the NFL. He's part of the CBS play-by-play rotation.
He's very good. By the way,
I was told today that the Cincinnati game on October the 29th, hello, friends, and Tony Romo will be on that game.
Really?
We didn't have them a single time last year. Not one game.
Well, now that we're gonna, they're kind of gonna mismatch the AFC and NFC.
Not as much
maybe?
though. That was overblown. I think it's pretty much. I mean, the Cowboys are on Fox all the time. The 49ers. The reason they're on Fox that week is they're playing Cincinnati. I mean, there was a lot of talk about that going into it, and they have blurred some of the bigger games, blurred them, but pretty much Fox has the NFC and CBS has the AFC.
Tony Romo, huh?
Yeah.
You're going to go into the booth
Skechers.
You're going to go into the booth and get some insights.
Jim, hold my hand.
All right, we got your
Of course I will. Tom Spencer's in that booth.
That's a good point. Love Tom Spencer. Tony, tell us about the 49ers. Give us some insight. All right, we'll give you the Sweet Clean family-friendly caboose pistol coming up next. We still have many remnants for you, including, by the way, a former player. I guess he hasn't called a retirement, but he is going into the booth, and I think this guy's
last week
really
predicted
good.
last year.
So we'll get into that too.
Terrific on TV.
It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, business owners, I'm talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring and retaining top talent. Oh, yeah, you're handling payroll as well. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So what do you do? Well, fortunately, there's our friends at Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? Yes, please. There's always going to be challenges to face in business. You know that as an owner, and no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund present the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, caboose time. I love that hat. Tune in.
Make
KNBR.com.
Woody wet again from Gar Woods. I've gone all red.
I got to get a caboose hat. I got to get a hat that's just for the caboose
The only one
pistol.
that I could come up with.
Have
you noticed? We haven't talked our weekends at all. It's so hot in the Bay Area.
Oh, I loved
I got
it.
a little color. I laid outside.
You look
all
good,
weekend.
man.
Can you tell?
You look good.
Almost as red as my red hat, my red San Francisco
I like that.
shirt.
I like that shirt too. Very nice. I got to get a caboose hat. That's all there's to it. I'm not sure. I got a
Make
bunch
Woody wet again.
Yeah, I
work.
like it. I like it. That's your caboose hat. By the way, KNBR.com, the new KNBR app. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch. Just go right there and you can see it. And you can see all the wardrobe changes and hats. All right, this first story, I just think there's a line. Like, if you're in a fight, I think there's certain things you don't do. I think this one is a romantic rival, okay? So two guys are fighting for one girl. But I think this guy
literally fighting, they're throwing hands?
No, well, not in this particular case, but I do think that this is over the line, all right? Maybe, I mean, there are obvious things. You don't murder your rival, but this, I think, is not that.
Okay, that's a good rule. Let's start with that
Don't murder your rival, your romantic rival, but here it says here.
So it's a love triangle, you're saying?
Well, one guy is trying to get a girl, another guy's trying to keep a girl. So, yeah, exactly. Okay. So it says a romantic rival has been sentenced after defecating on the vehicle of his rival. Jeremy Robert Powell, this is somewhere in Florida, Sumter County, to a charge of criminal mischief.
Of course,
He's been placed
in Florida.
On probation for 1 year in order to perform 40 hours community service. I mean, he defecated on the hood of a guy's car because
I love that word. He defecated. He dropped a deuce. He took a crap.
I don't know why we could say that word, but we just can't make it simple and say the S word, but we can't. So
let's just say, John, in the caboose pistol, defecating should never be used.
Right.
You got to come up with another.
Who does number 2 work for?
Yeah, apparently this guy.
He threw a curveball in the guy's hood. I mean, come on, man.
Zito Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do.
So did that win her heart over? God, he really loves me. Boy, he crapped on the guy's hood.
That is a manly deuce. I'm going with you.
What is he, a bird?
Very fragrant.
So what's the fallout? Did it work?
I'm not seeing that it did. This happened. You know what's here? Here's what's even funnier about this whole thing. We just got the story. It's in a local paper right now. So we're in the middle of May. This happened on February 13th. So you could see that he was probably upset because it was near Valentine's Day.
It was She wanted to have dinner.
Now
So who did she have dinner with on Valentine's Day?
Probably not him. I mean, that would turn you off, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm just not thinking that that's something that's going to win her back.
It's Florida. Could be a turnout. I have no idea. You have to ask her.
Geez, that's bigger than a Doberman. I want to be with you.
I don't know.
Anyway, my point is simply, like, that's, there's a line that you do not cross. There's a line that you do not cross.
Oh, he keeps definitely crossing.
So don't do that on my car. I mean, come on, man. That's wrong.
And what possession do I own where that would be allowed? where can he do it? On my front lawn?
No.
On my back lawn?
No.
And how about on my dog run where it mixes in with Bentley?
Jeez.
You don't want that either.
That's the only reason I take Bentley for a walk, so he doesn't do it in my yard. My gosh, man. Picking those up in the summertime.
Yeah.
Wintertime's much easier to do that.
Frozen.
Yeah. Ones in the summer are terrible.
Yeah, the hot and mushy.
Speaking of a dog, it says this dog won't bite the dust. The world's oldest pooch turned, get this, 31 years old, and will celebrate the milestone with a bona fide birthday bash. This is in Portugal.
31?
31. Oldest living dog. That's a Guinness record, by the way, and he's still alive.
What kind of dog is that?
I'm looking at him right now. He looks like, let's see here.
It's a small dog.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, he looks bad.
In dog years, that's 217 years, John.
He looks terrible. I gotta be honest.
He looks old?
Yeah, he needs to go. I mean, he's got like one eye open. He's got a bunch of gray hair. I don't think he looks like he's got cataracts.
Maybe he died like 28 years ago and no one knows.
He's still alive. Now get this. let's see, I don't know. Oh, geez, I just lost the story now. I got let's see, let me try if I can get back to this story. Sorry, this thing just took a.
By the way, I don't
took a deuce on
put a
me.
damper on it, but Bernese do not live that long.
No, I know.
7 years.
That's pretty much when that happens, when your dog goes,
That's
a tough day.
You got to have another one in the ready.
Yeah.
That's going to be a household crisis.
Especially for kids, right?
Trust me.
Kids are.
Well.
Let's see here.
31?
31.
That's a K9 record?
Yeah, it's a Guinness book of world record. And
wow.
I just saw the type of dog he is, and then it
has to be a small dog.
Oh, okay. It's a Chihuahua. It's a Chihuahua.
Well, there you go.
Because it didn't look like a Chihuahua because it's messed up. Damn. But here's the thing: they say the average lifespan.
They're ornery, aren't they? Those little poodles. I mean,
but the average lifespan is only 12 years, so he's almost tripled that.
How did he live so long? Is it a male?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if I want my dog to live that long. I mean, he's limping around. They're showing a video of this guy.
No, I think right when he breaks the record and he's got the record holder, John, you take him on the top of the Golden Gate Bridge and you go all Baxter.
Man.
You go all Baxter on him. You go all Wisnowski on him. That's how I roll.
Oh, man. And then finally, I read a story this morning. We've talked about this before. What would be the worst job to have? It says here, we are crime scene cleaners. Here are the most gruesome things we've seen. And I didn't read the article. I just saw some of the pictures.
CSI.
I would not want to be a crime scene cleaner. I don't know. That's just me.
CSC?
Yeah, I got a bad stomach. I just.
Well, you're not allowed to clean right away until they come in and fingerprint everything. So
yeah, but then it's like, oh, man.
Some of those crime scenes are.
That's what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah.
But somebody's got to do it, I guess. The bad jobs and everything.
Do they get paid well? Per hour
They do. They get paid quite a bit of money. So I mean, I guess it's lucrative. I'd just like to own the company, and then I don't want to go look into anything.
Plus, that would be sad.
Silent partner.
That would be sad.
Absolutely.
Not only is it totally disgusting to have to do that, and it's also very often somebody lost their life.
Right. In just a gruesome way. Anyway.
Terrible.
Today, by the way, now this is an interesting conversation because there's different kind of cookies that everybody likes, but generally everybody likes chocolate chip cookies. It is National Chocolate Chip Day. So I know we've had this conversation. I think I remember you saying, are chocolate chip cookies overrated to you?
I like chocolate chip cookies.
I thought you might have thought they were
if
overrated.
you're having one cookie, which you can't. I mean, if you had one cookie to have, would it be a chocolate chip?
Not for me.
No.
You know what
would it be? A bag of Oreos?
Yeah. Homemade Oreos are good.
How about the big Fig Newton?
I used to like Fig Newtons. I can't say that I much like those anymore.
Because that is the Gucciardati, the Italian cookie my mom made.
I got to see those.
Which is fig-based. So that's where in the middle of the Fig Newton, obviously, is a fig.
I like a sugar cookie's nice, or like those peanut butter ones where they put the fork in it and it's got the weird that design.
Oh, yeah.
Those peanut butter cookies are.
So
really
are these
good.
National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day?
Yeah, today. Today's
May
the
15th.
day. So go ahead and have one. I mean, they're good. I'm not saying they're not good, and homemade ones are really, really good. It's just of everything that is just everybody sees as like that's everybody's favorite thing. I don't know that a chocolate chip cookie is my
probably
favorite.
the number one cookie out there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but. And I'm not talking the fancy ones. I'm just talking, the basic ones people make. I don't know. It's good. I'd say it's good.
But you wouldn't get that on Girl Scout cookies. You wouldn't go.
Oh, my gosh.
You got to go Do-si-dos.
Those are good. Mints.
Those are really
all that
good.
stuff.
The Thin Mints? You like the Thin Mints?
Oh, my gosh. Put them in the freezer. I could eat about 800. Put them in the freezer.
I take them out and use them as a hockey puck after that.
That's true. By the way, most overrated, oatmeal raisin. Yeah. Oh, come on. Anything with raisins in it?
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You like an oatmeal raisin?
I do like oatmeal raisin. You think they're overrated?
I don't know.
It's not their day. When's oatmeal raisin day? We'll talk about you.
I don't want raisins in my cookies.
Chocolate chip cookie day, huh?
I don't like raisins. I don't like walnuts. Put walnut in my cookie. Good night. Get those away from me. Anyway.
May 15th.
Yeah. So go have one.
My dad would have been 97 today, John.
Really?
Today's my dad's birthday.
Congrats. My dad's was 2 days ago. That's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah. May 13th.
May 13th?
Yeah, on Saturday.
Wow.
Did a little raise of the toast. 2 or 3 of them.
Really?
So that's good. May 15, huh?
Wow.
A Taurus.
It was Mother's Day.
A Taurus.
Is that what it is?
I'm not a...
Now, he never drove a Ford Taurus, I guarantee you that.
I'm not an astrological sign person, but I just know that. He was a Taurus.
He would have been 97. How old would your dad have been?
82.
Wow.
82.
You are younger than me.
Except in those eye commercials
my
where
dad
you...
my dad just kept humping till a much later age in his life. That's all that shows.
By the way...
Speaking of dogs...
By the way, speaking of humping, so I take my dog to this dog park on Saturday, and he's we've had him fixed and everything. He never humps anything. He doesn't jump on people. He's great.
Until this one female dog came his way.
Every time he's a Bernedoodle, so he's only 55 pounds.
He's a Bernadese doodle.
And every time he sees another Bernedoodle, if we're or a Bernese or whatever,
that same one.
Every time he's
made him. Let's go. There's a big market in that.
No, he's shooting blanks. He's done.
He's done.
Yeah,
right.
so
you did that. Why did you do that?
But it's like, it's so embarrassing, man. This woman, I'm standing next to this woman, we're just talking, what's your dog's name? Just making small talk. All of a sudden, one of the most uncomfortable things, your dog starts mounting the other dog. And it's like, what do you say?
He's shooting blanks. He's all good there.
That's
Don't
what I
have
said.
to worry.
But that's an awkward conversation for somebody you just met. Hey, my dog just met you and he's mounting your dog. But
she didn't mention anything about mating them?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, here's a $25.
It's a lucrative business on that.
Here's a $25 Starbucks card. Sorry about that. Jeez.
Bentley!
And he kept doing it like 5 times. I finally had to put him on a leash and walk away. Like, I'm sorry, my dog can't stay under control. Kind of like me. See you later.
What'd you expect him to do? How old's Bentley?
He's like a year. He's still in the puppy stage. Year and a half.
Don't tell him the story about the 31-year-old Chihuahua.
Exactly. That thing's not mounting anything.
Climbing up fire hydrants for 31 years. You're killing the
That thing takes an hour and a half to take 2 steps.
You already got Bentley spayed? It's only a year?
Yeah, it's over.
Oh, come on.
It's over. Yeah.
Terrible.
Do it. Do remember Giants baseball talk today, 5:15 with Andrew Baggerly on Tolbert and Copes, Michael Thompson at 2:15, Bobby Marks 3:50. Bobby Marks is the guy. I've seen his ESPN
How
breakdown.
much can they give Dante is what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Not enough.
Yeah, he's probably gone. What do he make? 4.7. His option's 4.7. So yeah, he's not.
Michael Thompson's in Denver, huh?
Yeah. So
they're losing in 5, John.
Is that what you got?
Beat LA. We can all agree with that. Even in the 9-1-6, there's no doubt we want Denver winning this series.
Go Jokic. Well, Jokic. Joker versus Anthony Davis.
Joker.
How about that one? It's going to be a good
How's Anthony Davis going to guard him?
Bob and Lund today brought to us by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. We got some remnants for you, including the latest to go from field to booth. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Warriors come up short in L.A. They lose to a familiar foe. Is the dynasty over? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. What home improvement projects have you been putting off that you're determined to get done this year? If you're looking to add something like a back porch now that the weather is so warm, or another room for your home, consider partnering with Golden State. They can help you pick up the pace on your next project, supported by the largest inventory of in-stock materials ready to be delivered to you anywhere in Northern California. When it comes to building codes, the Golden State app helps professionals stay up to date with the ongoing changes to the numerous codes. So talk with your contractor or professional builder and start navigating plans to finish your desired project before fall and football season suddenly arrives. So just start at goldenstatelumber.com, building a better Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, what's happening? It is time for you to win $50 at Tony's Pizza. It's very simple. Tony's in North Beach, been recognized as having the best pizza in the world. And Tony G's been making pizzas for 30 years. Several styles plus pastas.
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
Calzones. Italian beef. Check out the Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area at Levi's Stadium, Oracle Park. Right now, be caller number 10. This number only, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896 KNBR, that's 5627, and you will win. Caller 10 only, furnished by Tony's Pizzas. Good luck. Good luck. How was your weekend?
What you have right after that, John?
What?
A chocolate chip
cookie. Look, where did you get that?
I got one ready.
That's
from
homemade.
Tony Gemignani.
That's no joke.
You can't have a 20-inch
that's a
pepperoni
big
for Tony
cookie, man.
Yeah, actually, it's not that big.
Oh, it's not? You have small hands? That's a big... That's a big... That's
hands.
true. Walter just said it's all
cabbage
about
on the carne.
Walter just said it's all about the angle. That's a good point.
It is.
If you're at home taking those kind of pictures that I don't think you should take, remember it's all about the angle.
Objects in mirror major.
Boy, that looks like a big cookie. I'll tell you that. It looks
Can't
good.
wait to take a bite out of it.
Maybe I'm wrong in that assessment. That's a homemade one right there.
Well, after I got over the Warrior trauma Friday night, the weekend was good.
It was.
The weather
Nice
in the Bay Area is insane. Finally, seems like whenever the Giants get home, John, the weather turns gnarly. Nice night tonight to go watch the Fightin' Phils and Bryce Harper.
That honestly, we had no spring and just went straight from winter and crappy weather to summertime. But it was a glorious weekend.
Almost too hot.
Yeah. I got to get my pool body in shape, man. It's rough. People came over and they're like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "Oh, I have these rashes on my body. It's terrible. You don't want to see
Memorial Day weekend is in 2 weeks.
Yeah. I got to get.
You ready to launch?
Yes, I'm ready.
Flotation devices ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm ready to go cannonball run on you.
Yeah, I'm ready. You need to come over.
All right.
You had a big party.
You haven't invited me over yet.
All right.
All right.
You're cordially invited anytime, day or night.
How about today at about 2:15 if I bring my chocolate chip cookie?
Yeah, very nice. Oh man, that'll give you a summer admission into the pool. That is a beautiful cookie, man.
That's a good looking cookie.
You got somebody who knew that it was chocolate chip day and they did that.
I'm ready. I've been baking all day, John. So you think you just surprised me? With
I see. That's why you have the chef hat on now.
What is today? It's chocolate chip cookie day.
Yes. Yeah, the chef hat and nothing else. Oh, you should be on the stream now. Pop has a chef hat with nothing. That's it. Just a chef hat, a little flour on the hands.
Wow.
That's it. Beautiful. We did say we would come through with this. Matt Ryan, the latest to go from field to booth.
Told you about that.
Matt Ryan, I think he's going to do well. What do you think?
He came in, I think it was a Saturday, maybe a Sunday, late in the year. He came in and joined the CBS, and that show was terrific.
Mm-hmm.
You know, James Brown is solid. Nate Burleson could host the show, and he has. Hell, he's on CBS this morning. He could easily be the host of that show. I wondered if they'd make him the host. JB's too good, though. Coach Cowher is solid. And then you got the two ex-quarterbacks, you know, Boomer and Phil Simms, sparking at each other. But I saw Matt Ryan on that show, and that's where we were, you know, in the offseason when it first started, I thought about bringing a veteran quarterback in with Kyle that Kyle knows. And obviously Matty Ice in 2016 was the NFL MVP and went to the Super Bowl with Kyle. So I thought of that right away. Unless, of course, Matt Ryan got hired by CBS, and they are going to put him in the studio. He's not going to do games. He smartly has not announced his retirement, so now Irsay has to pay him $12 million.
Smart.
Because if he announces his retirement, he waives that money. So I don't know how much they're going to pay him to do TV, John, but I think he's going to be sensational. I wonder if his best role is to be in the studio or ultimately go and be a game broadcaster, but either way. And then they got to keep everybody. If it was the Fox show, you get rid of like 3 guys off that show that don't add much.
They're
But
aging.
The CBS show is pretty solid.
Yeah,
So
very.
I don't know what they're going to do with him on that show.
Adam Copeland, everybody. Tolbert and Cope's up next. What's happening?
What's up, guys?
Chocolate chip cookie?
I did.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah,
You already
well-
stole my cannolis, but on chocolate chip cookie day, I'm
Now, is the
brought you
cookie,
one. Look
is
at
the
that cookie he's
cookie,
got.
is
See
the
that
cookie
thing?
big, or is he just holding it close to the screen?
I think his hands
To
are
the camera.
small.
Dude, everything on this camera.
Small
looks
hands.
big.
No, that's a big cookie.
I like a
think.
broadcaster with
Everything
small
I have
hands.
is big.
Yeah, that's a big cookie right
Nice.
there. It looks really good. We were just talking about him.
Yeah.
He produced one. Like,
I did.
There it is.
There it is, dude. Did you make those yourself, Greg? Can you
I
bake?
did. I did.
Can you
I
bake?
baked them.
Yeah.
I've been baking all day since I knew it was
No,
called-
you know what he did at a break? He turned around
I
to
didn't say get baked. I said, can you bake?
Both. I'm going to get baked.
said-
and
he said-
eat that-
he said yes.
Eat my bakery.
Can you imagine how good that cookie's going to be?
Yeah,
Oh, my
right.
God. It's good now. Wait. You just
By the
wait
way, I like
5
when
minutes.
Colts, first day we're doing the NFL draft, first thing he comes in, he's like, can I smoke it here? Seriously? Laramie Tunsil?
Smoke him if you got him.
Yes, seriously. Yes.
He did that right away. That was
Very nice.
That was fun. How was the weekend? Good? Nice
Oh,
out.
good.
We finally got some good weather in the Bay.
Beautiful.
It is hot
Good
as
Mother's
hell.
Day. Yeah, it's been nice
Finally.
out, dude.
Yeah,
Got some
Let's
good
go.
time to
Yeah, you
focus
got
on some
sun
baseball.
there. I see that. Yeah, you got some sun there. It looks good. Everybody looks good. You know, get a little color, get a little sun. Not so pale like
That's why he's
winter.
wearing the red shirt, so it blends in. It matches the hue.
Very nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I like a hue.
Yeah, he was good. What do you guys got going on?
We're going to talk to Bobby Marks today. I know that.
That's a good
we'll
call.
catch up with Bobby Marks. We'll talk to Bags before we get going.
Michael Thompson.
With Michael Thompson's going to join us. So we were trying to catch up with him throughout the
Exactly.
throughout the
We're
series.
not happy with him.
I wonder what his reaction is publicly. Have we heard from him yet since the series? 'Cause
People have speculated. We had John Ireland on, and he was kind of telling us what he thinks, but I want to hear what he
we
thinks.
talked to him last week too, and he said, I can't imagine he's rooting against this kid or he's feeling for Clay, but also I think he'll come out with us and puff his chest out. I think.
I'm sure.
I imagine that's how he'll react to the victory. So
3 for 19. That was not good.
That ain't good.
that's tough, man.
Blame Dad.
Tough
the
way to
jeans.
go out.
Hey, they made the same number of threes, 13 and 13.
Exactly.
Just, what was that, a 40-something?
All right,
Tough
boys. Up next,
See you, boys.
Tolbert and Copes.
Bye.
Pop, we'll see you tomorrow on the show.
Time
Thanks
to
as
get
always.
baked.
Walter was like a one-man show today, man. Absolutely
Danny today?
unbelievable.
Where's
Danny,
Danny?
hello, Danny.
He gets the day after Mother's Day off.
He's
every
playing
year.
at
What's that?
Bushwood.
Happy Mother's Day, you mother.
Exactly.
Danny.
Yeesh, man. So,
Pulaski.
yeah, good job by Walter today. Great guests as always. If you missed anything, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a cumulative